Well, good morning. The Board of Supervisors had taken such a long break, we forgot how to get back here. So thank you for your patience in terms of waiting. Board members, welcome back after our long break. Sorry about the traffic jam for everybody out there. And I'd like to call this board meeting to order. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Supervisor Zaragoza?
Here.
Supervisor Long?
Here.
Supervisor Huber?
Here.
Supervisor Parks?
Here.
Supervisor Bennett?
Here. Would you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Hand over heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I saw you laugh there a little bit, but I was whitewater rafting while we were gone, and you get water plugged in your ears, and those guides come up, you stand on one foot, jump, and turn your head, and it unplugs your ears. So for the benefit of all those health professionals out there, it's a highly scientific technique, I'm sure, right? We have the minutes of the meeting of Monday, June 17th, Tuesday, June 18th, and Wednesday, June 26th in front of us. And they've been moved and seconded, and we're ready to vote. And those have been approved, and we're now at agenda review.
Thank you, Chair Bennett. Board members, item 39, Sheriff's Office. Authorization for the Sheriff to accept U.S. Department of Homeland Security funds from the fiscal year 2018 Operation Stone Garden Grant Program from the County of San Diego Sheriff's Department. 6 comment letters have been submitted.
As a result of that, I'll be asking that we pull that off of the consent.
Okay. I was going to request that we pull that item. Yeah.
Okay, great. That's item 39. Time certain, item 50, Resource Management Planning. A de novo hearing to consider, excuse me, the granting of a modified CUP and approval of an MND addendum. Exhibit 25, additional comment letters. Exhibit 26, staff PowerPoint. Exhibit J, applicant PowerPoint. Exhibit K, appellant PowerPoint. And Exhibit L, documents and correspondence have been submitted. On the regular agenda, item 51, Harbor Department, ratification of the Harbor Director's execution of a consent to a new encumbrance in favor of Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. PowerPoint has been submitted. Item 58, CEO's Office, recommendation of Supervisor Bennett to appoint a member of the Board of Supervisors or designee to the University of California Cooperative Extension Ventura County Advisory Committee. A revised board letter has been submitted. And finally, item 66, under Policy Matters, recommendation of Supervisor Bennett to provide board policy direction regarding planning for future installation of electric vehicle chargers at county facilities and acquisition of electric vehicles in the county fleet.
And I'm going to ask that item 66 be heard at the same time that we hear item 61, which is the department's item that they're bringing forward for electric vehicles. Thank you.
Thank you, and that's it.
All right. Supervisors, any other modifications besides these to the agenda? All right. Okay, we're ready to approve the agenda as modified. It's been moved and seconded. We're ready to vote. And we're now at our moment of inspiration. And it is a real pleasure for our moment of inspiration to have, there we go, Women's Economic Ventures. And there we go. Good. And Kathy Odell is here to talk about the Women's Economic Ventures. We really appreciate you taking the time to come down and be our moment of inspiration this morning, Kathy.
Thank you for inviting me.
Your staff also.
Okay. I really want to thank you all for giving me this opportunity to speak to you about WEAVE and how we're partnering with Ventura County to improve the local economy through the economic empowerment of women. Since 1991, Women's Economic Ventures has been changing the face of business through its support of women entrepreneurs. Women have made tremendous strides in business over the last 30 years, now owning 40% of the small businesses in the U.S. A Boston Consulting Group study found that startups founded by women on average perform better than male-founded businesses. actually earning more in cumulative revenue and returning a higher value per dollar invested than male businesses. But despite the fact that women's businesses perform very well, we still receive only 4% of venture funding and less than 2% of total capital raised by businesses. This disparity hurts growth of not only the individual businesses, but our economy as a whole. The McKinsey Global Institute estimates that we could add $5.3 trillion to U.S. GDP in 2025 if women participated in the workforce equally and received equal pay. Women's Economic Ventures is dedicated to assuring that women gain the confidence, the training, and the funding to move towards that equality. So we were founded, as I said, in 1981. And over the last 28 years, we have helped to launch or expand over 4,400 businesses and loaned over $5 million to pre-bankable businesses. Our programs are open to both women and men and to all income ranges, but our target clients are low to moderate income women, and about 72% of our clients are in the low income category. We deliver services in both English and Spanish, and over 20% of our staff is bilingual. Here's some data on our impact in Ventura County in the last 5 years alone. So we have served 1,741 clients, and we've launched over 512 businesses and provided funding in Ventura in the last 5 years of over $500,000. Across both counties, we serve over 800 clients per year. Client businesses generate more than $300 million in revenues annually and have accounted for more than $11.6 million in state, local, and state tax revenues. We provide a continuum of services to help our clients start, grow, and thrive in business, from assessing readiness to start a business to long-term mentoring and consulting. Approximately 58% of the clients that go through our programs start a business within 18 months. Another 12% start 2 to 3 years later, and some determine that being a business owner is not for them, which we also consider to be a success. Owning a business is not for everyone, and finding out that it's not for you before you get started saves a lot of headaches and a lot of money. We can loan up to $100,000 to our businesses. Our average loan is about $24,000. The loans do not require collateral, and most of them are only done with a personal guarantee. Based on the multiple disasters that our region faced last year, we have developed 2 new programs. Using our loan fund and generous grants from Wells Fargo, we've distributed over $650,000 in business recovery grants across 3 counties, and over $280,000 of that was distributed in Ventura alone. What we observed in working with the businesses affected by disasters told us that we needed to develop some new training programs to help business owners be better prepared to withstand temporary downturns in business. So we are now offering courses in business resiliency training. We are very proud of the fact that Weave's clients see long-term lasting effects from our programs. This is a few of our 5-year outcome stats. 79% of our businesses who receive training are still in business 5 years later. Any VC I know would beg for that sort of a statistic, so we are very proud of that one. 247% average increase in sales, increased household income, clients that move out of poverty, and most of that occurs within 18 months of taking our training. And 70% of our clients that are jobless at intake started a business or secured a wage job. We accomplish our work through many sources of public funding and community partnerships, and continued funding from these sources is obviously critical to our work. We hope that you will support us in retaining access to this funding when and if they are within your jurisdiction, or even in your ability to refer and recommend our services. So let's put a face to some of the businesses of Weave. These are a few of the businesses that you may see in the community. And for those of you who might not speak Spanish, Halacio's comments say, "Since I was a child, I wanted to have my own business. Now I am my own boss." Weave is very proud to have helped Halacio and our other clients achieve their dreams. I will leave you with this one last visual. This is a map of Weave-supported businesses in just the city of Ventura. And I realize that you represent different cities within the county. We are working on having maps of each of the communities. But as you might expect, a lot of the brick and mortar businesses concentrate in the city. So you can see that there's a whole heck of a lot of them, over 106 at last count in the city. And we hope that you will support these local businesses. We encourage you to stop in and ask them about their experiences with Weave. And one more. Okay. We are here to work with you to serve the community, and we would like your help in spreading the word. We're available to make presentations to groups or to speak individually with your constituents on any business matter. And we would, of course, love your support as a volunteer, a donor, or a patron of Weave businesses. I thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. And really, it's always inspirational for us to hear the various things that are going on. And this is a niche that a lot of people are not that aware of. So I'm glad we had a chance to showcase this.
We hope to be doing more. Our services are growing in the county every day. We used to, a few years ago, we found that about 35% of our clients were in Ventura. Now it's up to 47%.
Wow.
So,
Your successes are just really amazing, and it should be award-winning. Have you won any awards, like Small Business Administration or something? Because it really is remarkable.
I'm sorry, Linda, I didn't hear.
I know the sound isn't so good in here.
Yeah.
I'm saying, have you won any awards? Because what you've done is very remarkable, from the Small Business Administration or other entities, but to see your success is really impressive.
We have received some recognition from the Small Business Administration and others, and locally we receive a lot of awards. I am the incoming CEO. I will take over as CEO January 1st. Marcia Bailey, who founded the organization and has been running it for 28 years, is to be given most of the credit for this great work, and she has been honored several times.
Absolutely. Okay, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the excellent work.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Chair Bennett. I have had the pleasure of attending several of the Weave annual breakfasts, and I just to try to capture the passion and the energy in that room. I'm not sure I could do it, but it's powerful, I can tell you. And you sit at each table as one of the business owners, and to hear their passion, the drive, and what they needed was coaching, guidance, encouragement, loans, whatever it is. It's powerful what you do, and just thank you for that. I also want to recognize Melissa Livingston. She's actually the chair of the board of Weave, and to let you know also that your board does sponsor the annual event as well. So it's amazing. Thank you.
And it really is a part of our economic vitality plan, too, to encourage entrepreneurship and to partner where we can to assist.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Thank you again. Thank you again very much for that. We're at our consent agenda, so we have items 11 through 43 with item 39 pulled. Do we have a motion for items 11 through 43 with 39 pulled? We have a motion and we have a second. We're ready to vote on the consent calendar. We have no speakers on the consent calendar, correct? All right. Okay. And that motion passes. Now we have item 39. Do we have anybody from the Sheriff's Department here to speak on item 39? There we go.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Board. Thank you for seeing us this morning. I understand there's a little confusion on this topic. This is a grant, Operation Stone Garden grant that started approximately 5 years ago under the Obama administration and has miraculously survived the change in administrations. And we continue to utilize it for funding sources to help interdict narcotic activity that crosses the border, which is, for this county, the coastline. Back when this grant was first proposed, the federal government understood that the local law enforcement entities probably understand their areas and the coastline within their areas and the areas most likely for the narcotic activities to occur, and that we would be the best ones to spearhead any sort of enforcement and interdiction actions. I've asked Captain Shireman to come here and give you a brief history of some of the successes and how this grant has been utilized. I want to make it clear, it stipulates in the agreement that we will not do any sort of immigration enforcement. This is strictly narcotics enforcement, illicit narcotics enforcement.
Yeah, so as everybody knows, law enforcement has traditionally had a problem combating the Mexican cartel's effort to get drugs across the border. And the way that I like to explain is if you take a balloon of air and if you take in the middle and you squeeze it, it pops out other places, and that's pretty much the cartel's efforts to get drugs across the border. So several years ago, the United States government started tightening up border crossings along our land borders, and so the cartels they changed their strategy and they started smuggling drugs through what we call ponga boats, which are large skiffs, and they would be able to put up to 1,000, 1,500 pounds of drugs in that. So the ponga boats would eventually, it would go around the San Diego border, it would land in San Diego. So law enforcement began patrolling the San Diego borders, and as we, law enforcement, adapted to that, the ponga boats kept on going farther and farther, and now what we're seeing is we're seeing ponga boats that will leave, like Ensenada, they'll travel out 100 miles out to sea, they'll go up to San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, Ventura County, they'll travel in at the dead of night, they'll land at a beach and meet a load car and load those drugs into in the cars. So about 5 years ago, we were seeing several ponga landings at Ventura County at a time. We started accepting Stone Garden money. We started doing saturation patrols, both uniformed and plainclothes along the border. And I don't think we've had a ponga incursion in about the last year. So the cartels also adapted to that. So what they're doing now is they're trying to smuggle drugs on commercial vessels. We're seeing like banana boats coming from Ecuador. They'll land in the Port of Hueneme. In the last 6 months, we've assisted the Customs and Border Patrol with searches of various commercial fishing vessels. We've seized about 300 pounds of cocaine, which has a street value of about a little over $9 million. And just to put that in perspective, a portion of that cocaine, it always trickles down, always trickles down to our local gangbangers, and the gang members use those drugs. They sell the drugs, they use the profits to buy weapons and fuel the violence. The cartels are also now, they're adapting to our tactics. So what they're doing now is the ponga boats are going out about 100 miles. They're meeting pleasure craft, and they're taking these pleasure crafts, offloading to a pleasure craft, which looks like a normal ship that you would see in any marina, and then those pleasure crafts would come into the various Ventura County harbors. So in order to combat that, again, we've changed our tactics now. We're not only patrolling the coastlines where the pongas used to land, but we're also now patrolling the Ventura County harbor. And just to reiterate what Chief Dunn said, we have an MOU with the Homeland Security that specifically states that we will not assist in any way with immigration enforcement.
Great. Thank you very much. Did this grant come to the board? Has it come to the board in the past? You said this program's been out there for 5 years, right?
Correct, sir.
So the board has been approving this thing for 5 years, starting with the Obama administration.
That is correct.
Right. And then my suggestion is if you read the board letter and if you also read the description of the program put out by Homeland Security, it is very vague. It's not clear that this is for narcotics enforcement. It's not clear that there's an agreement, and those things need to be emphasized each time this item comes to the board to avoid the confusion we have. Yesterday afternoon, everything lit up as people thought this was Homeland Security, immigration, opening the door to cooperation between the sheriff and ICE in terms of that. And we need to be, it's far better for us to be proactive and not have everybody have those concerns. So I would just ask that is this going to come annually in front of the board?
We anticipate.
Yeah, so as this comes annually in front of the board, as it has in the past, because of the height and sensitivity of our communities, we're trying to make sure our communities keep cooperating with the sheriff's department. And that would be one proactive thing we could do to try to, it's a lot easier to nip that with a statement right there directly in our board letter and in all of that, and nip it there, rather than us to try to put this back in the bottle after everybody spent a lot of time communicating with constituents yesterday with misinformation about what this item is and stuff. So I would hope that we'd be able to do that in the future.
I don't see why we couldn't.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, Captain, I really appreciate your presentation, and I just want to share with you that I support our Sheriff Department 100%. I've always have. I think our Sheriff Department does an excellent job, but at this time, I really cannot support this item, and I want to share this why, because it's a perception issue. It's a perception that the undocumented community of our Ventura County has concerns regarding ICE, regarding the Homeland Security issues. And I believe it's a perception issue, and I believe that the undocumented community will not come out and report crimes, report rapes, report robberies, report items that I think should be reported. And it's more of a perception issue, and as the supervisor mentioned, the way it was written, to a degree that there was more working with ICE and working with those individuals, and then, like you said, working stopping narcotics coming in through our shores and so forth. But I really have a lot of concerns that I don't want to lose trust that we have now, that Sheriff Dean, the Sheriff Ayub, and the other sheriffs have worked for so hard. I remember them attending communities with the immigrant community, sharing with them that we're supporting them, that we're not working with individuals that are going to separate families. And so it's very difficult to me right now to support this item, because to me it's more of a perception issue than your trust. I trust you, and I know I trust the sheriff and public safety, but currently I just cannot support this, Mr. Chairman.
Is the actual reference that this will not affect, have any, does not lead to any cooperation in terms of immigration, is that in the exhibits that were presented to us?
Yes, sir. It's in the agreement, and it's section 4.2. And it says it's very clear that we will not do any sort of immigration enforcement. We will not assist. We will not conduct any immigration enforcement. It's very clearly stated in there, and that is the agreement with the Department of Homeland Security and the California State Office of Emergency Services.
And I want to share, we need to fight the cartel. I agree 100%. They're absolutely not good people, and that's horrible, for both Mexico and the U.S. I do not support those individuals at all, and we need to continue fighting. And this item, to me, is more of a perception issue than.
For the benefit of the public, I just want to read the specific part of the agreement. So this is item 4, scope of services, and that's 4.2, as Sheriff Representative just pointed out. It says, parties will provide operations by increasing law enforcement in each party's designated jurisdiction and in coordination with other OPSG partner agencies in order to support Homeland Security, Bureau of Customs and Border Protection efforts in the regions to improve border security. Parties will enforce local and state laws and will not enforce or aid, and this is what I want to emphasize, and will not enforce or aid in the enforcement of immigration laws on behalf of Customs and Border Protection and Border Patrol. And that's been in the agreement for the last 5 years. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes, it's been in the agreement for the last 5 years that this board has supported. All righty, thank you very much.
Supervisors lined up. We've put in our names. See on the screen?
Kelly's in.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
All right, so we have Supervisor Zaragoza. Now we have Supervisor Long and then Supervisor Parks.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your efforts in stopping the narcotics coming across the border. I think that's extremely important, as we've seen on the streets here in Ventura County, and we see those effects in all the counties in California. One thing I just want to make sure, and I think it has been said, but to reiterate, is what we do in Ventura County, as we had Sheriff Jeff Dean and now we have Sheriff Bill Ayub, is the same. This grant has not changed anything that we do in the Ventura County. And I think, could you confirm that, please?
That's accurate.
Okay.
We have no intention of changing our stance when it comes to immigration law.
Thank you, because I want to make sure people understand we have not changed our stance for Ventura County and how we protect our community. Nothing has changed, and I appreciate that. I do agree with Chair Bennett that the statement in the letter, to ensure that the clarity would be better, just to make sure that people don't jump to assumptions. It's a very sensitive conversation that we want to make sure people feel very protected and understand what we're doing here on the board. So I appreciate it very much, and I support this. Thank you.
Supervisor Parks.
You had mentioned, was it last year, 300 pounds of cocaine was seized through these grant funds?
Correct.
Yeah, so I know this is something we have been doing for years. And I think rejecting this grant, you can't do that very lightly. As indicated, and what gave me comfort is that one sentence that we will not cooperate in any way with ICE to round up immigrants. This is strictly funds used to confiscate illegal drugs. And when you think about the drug cartels, this not only assists the United States from keeping drugs from coming in, but you think about, why are people fleeing Latin America? And that is because of crime, gangs, and a lot of that is led by the drug cartels. So by, essentially being able to stop that inflow of drugs and money, that I think will help deter violence in Latin America. And I think that's an important feature of this. So while we have understandably people who are concerned, if you read the details and realize what this is actually doing, I think their concerns would be a lot less.
Thank you. I see nobody else signed up here to speak. I do want to as I get ready to as we get ready to vote on this, I want to emphasize that always the burden of proof to get the board to affirmatively vote for something rests with the people that are requesting that the board vote for something. And so that's why I think it's important in this environment that item 4.2 of the scope needed to be called out. It was going to be raised, and it would just again be much. So for me, until that burden of proof is met, I always should not vote until I have that. Now I have that information that's out there, and it's out there in the public, and this is so it's that burden has been met now with that identification of that.
And there are no speakers here today to speak on this?
No.
We have no speakers here.
And Mr. Chair, I just want to share with the sheriffs. I mean, you have my trust. I just want you to misunderstand what I'm voting on today. To me, it's more of a perception issue than anything else. But I think I want you to understand that.
All right. So we now have item 39 in front of us. It's been moved and it has been seconded. We're ready to vote on it. And this item passes 4-1. All right.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. We now are at board comments and Supervisor Zaragoza. What's that? Oh, I'm sorry. I jumped over public comments. We do have public comments, all right? And we have Grant Marcus. Good morning, Mr. Marcus, who happens to live 4 doors down from me on Terrace Drive, and I see him regularly driving to work here.
What's being handed out is a report on the analysis that I've done on CO2, CO, CH4 emissions from climate fires and the significance of climate fires and CO2 emissions on our county. Bear with me, I've got some health issues. I was a first responder to the fires, so I'm just going to read what I have here to present to you. I am here before the board today to present to you evidence of the impact of CO2 emissions from climate fires in our county. CO2 emissions that the Climate Action Plan will not consider. These are some of the highlights in the copies of the report I've given you. Analysis, CO2 emissions from climate fires in Ventura County. In 2017, the Thomas Fire was responsible for 81% of overall CO2 emissions. In 2018, the Woolsey Fire was responsible for 71% of CO2 emissions. Together, the two fires alone accounted for 42% of the county's CO2 emissions over the last 10 years. If you include smaller fires in that 10-year period and fires involving structures, climate fires are more likely responsible for nearly 50% of our overall county CO2 and PM emissions. The USGS, in its monitoring of CO2 emissions from the Woolsey Fire, indicates that climate fires involving damaged or destroyed structures yield 20% more CO2 emissions. The reason why? Homes are dense with wood and built from mature trees, which store more carbon. House design says that each 3,600 square foot home in the hills takes 66 mature trees to build and finish. Yet this doesn't include the concentration of consumer goods within the home, many of them toxic pollutants when set ablaze. They yield CO2 emissions, but also PM10s and PM2.5s and other particulates. Compounding climate fire is the problem the Census Bureau raises, that 53% of the county residents either abut or live within forest or chaparral zones, which now, because of climate change, are more vulnerable to fire. It should also be noted that the 1,643 structures lost in the Woolsey Fire and the 1,343 structures lost in the Thomas Fire will together take nearly 200,000 mature trees to rebuild. That also means those trees that must be uprooted, milled, and trucked here will no longer be able to absorb carbon and cool our planet. NASA, the USGS, and UCS have made ominous predictions for California and that we can expect larger and more fierce and frequent climate fires in the future as a result of climate change. 9 of our 10 largest fires in the U.S. and 4 of our 5 largest fires in California have occurred after 2000. In a report by the USGS revealed on KTLA News on 7/17 of this year, the USGS predicts we can expect 100-degree temperatures or more on 100 days of the year in the Inland Empire.
Mr. Marcus, I'm sorry, but your 3 minutes is up, and I see you have at least double that to read to us. So we do have it in front of us. We will read it. Really appreciate you taking the time to bring this down to us.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Right.
This is really good information. Thank you very much.
All right. That ends our public comments, and we're now at board comments. Supervisor Zaragoza.
Mr. Chair, thank you. It's great to be back. I have several items I'd like to report on. On Sunday, June 22nd, I attended the Oxnard 23rd Annual Relay for Life, the Cancer Awareness opening ceremony at Oxnard High School, and presented a certificate to the Relay for Life committee. Additionally, later that afternoon, I went over to Silver Strand and Hollywood Beach to attend the Sheriff's Day of Service. And it was just a wonderful event for the families there at the harbor. And I want to thank Captain Todd Inglis of Ventura County Sheriff's Office for coordinating this event. It was well attended by the neighborhood. Then on Tuesday, the 25th, I attended the Brent Club at Boys and Girls Club of Oxnard in Port Hueneme. There was a ribbon cutting. The Boys and Girls Club and Brent Shapiro Foundation, they have certificates and grants for individuals that apply and work on alcohol and drug awareness, and they partner with our youth and our communities to come up with better lives for them. One of the young ladies made an excellent presentation, and immediately right after her presentation, she was given a scholarship for a university. So we want to thank him for an excellent job. Then on June 27th, I swore in the new Ventura County United Way Board members. It was a pleasure to be there, and congratulations again to the new United Way Board. And I want to thank Rigo Vargas from our VC Public Works Director for doing an excellent job as the chair for United Way Board in the 2018-19 year. Then additionally, I attended the Foster Ventura County Kids Town Hall meeting and met with the keynote speaker, Michael Sanders, excellent speaker over at Oxnard College. And he had a panel of foster youth and parents, and that was interesting how they shared the concerns they had during the foster years and so forth. And there's just excellent speakers too. Then on Saturday, July 13th, I attended the ribbon cutting for a new Gold Coast transit facility, 15 acres, a new transit facility over north of Costco's. Excellent facility. We're going to have capacity now for 125 buses. Currently, we have capacity for about 40-some buses. So we're going from a 3-acre site to a 15-acre site. If you have an opportunity to go by, if somebody wants to tour it, I'd be happy to put that together as a tour. It's just an excellent facility. It's a huge milestone for Gold Coast, and I've been part of the Gold Coast for many years, and it's great to see that operations and maintenance facility opening and running. In fact, again, as I mentioned before, if you want to go see it, I'd be happy to take those folks out there. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Supervisor Long.
Thank you very much. First of all, I just want to thank so many of the nonprofits and associations for all the events. My staff and I were extremely busy trying to get to all of them, and I just wanted my condolences with 5 cities and such. We can't hit all of them, but I just wanted to highlight the Santa Clara Valley Boys and Girls Club Kids STEM Day. Amazing to see the kids and how excited they are to learn about all the new technologies and getting their minds thinking was amazing. We had our Santa Clara Valley Wellness Foundation, their annual night of opportunities. We had the Ventura County Sheriff's Foundation, Farm to Table. The Camarillo Chamber State of the County. Business is booming in Camarillo. In today's market and world, to make sure that we're focusing on our economy is extremely important. We also had our Fillmore Police Department plaque dedication. That department has been doing a fabulous job protecting our Fillmore community. Also, we had the Field to Fork dinner for the housed farm workers. I wanted to hit a couple statistics on that. Top crops are still strawberries, lemons, nursery stock, celery, and raspberries. That's good. We got a $2.1 billion market in our agriculture, and in District 3, that's a huge part of our business. Estimated number of farm workers, 36,000, and the median age is around 32. The reason why I state this is because housing in Ventura County for those folk, in Fillmore, 74% of those people are spending more than 30% of their revenue, their income, just to get housing. And I know that with the state pushing on increasing of housing and so forth, I just wanted to make sure we're focusing on the right type of housing. I just thought these were statistics were quite shocking. But you can find more information on housefarmworkers.org for more information on the statistics and where we need to help in our industries, because farming, as we know, save our agriculture resources, we want to protect our farming. And with that, we also have to have our farm workers. So it's a give and take, and we need to provide for them. Along with that, I just want to adjourn in memory of those on this list, but I would also like to take a moment to express our condolences to Jim Hensley's son. Jim Hensley was a council member for Port Hueneme for many years. He passed away just last week, and he served 23 years in the military, working as a recruiter of the Army and the Air Force while raising his kids as a single parent. And he did amazing things for our veterans and was working very hard on the Ormond Beach and our RDP 21. And I just want to say condolences to him. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, my apologies. I also like to share, I attended the memorial for Jim Hensley, and he was really a fighter, and also he was an RDP 21, but I know that our Supervisor Parks was there, and our Congressperson was there, Assembly persons were there, and quite a few elected officials were there here at the Reardon's mortuary here in Ventura. But again, I thank you for reminding me of that. And I also want to adjourn the memory of the folks on this list.
Thank you. Supervisor Huber.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to thank my amazing wife, Deb, and my whole team for their work in coordinating an event honoring Betty Eske, who retired as Executive Director of the Simi Valley Samaritan Center. The event was a success, and it was a pleasure to honor Betty for her many years of invaluable service to the homeless of Simi Valley. I had a great tour as part of the July EDC VC meeting last week. We had a tour of the Phantom Works Research Lab that was outfitted on port property in a partnership between the Naval Surface Warfare Center, the Port of Hueneme, Master Labs, and EDC. It was incredibly informative, and if you haven't been there yet, I encourage it. Lastly, I wanted to get the word out on my office's coordinated pet adoption event at the Simi Animal Shelter on August 3rd. More details to come. I'd like to adjourn in memory of the people on this list that I've given to the clerk of the board. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it? Supervisor Parks.
Lots of activity, and I will cut it short, but considering we had a break, it was filled with lots of things. And I wanted to extend to our board, we received a thank you from Somas residents on our rooster ordinance. They are very much enjoying their peace and quiet now that neighbors have cleared hundreds of roosters out of their neighborhood. Southern California Edison, by the way, we learned from the Ventura County Regional Energy Alliance, is actually looking at pulling their funds from the VCREA. Their funds make up about 2/3 of our administrative costs, so that will be really unfortunate. We're hoping that Edison will have second thoughts. This is an organization made up of all the cities and the county, and we look for ways to reduce energy use and clean energy. Also, as you may know, we had the Civic Alliance came out with their report on the state of the county. SCAG also came with their report. It's a profile. You can look it up. Profiles on, this one's of Ventura County, and then they also have a profile for each city. So you could go to SCAG and look it up. But oftentimes we get all the bad news in the paper. CLU isn't going to get into the paper talking about how great the economy is. So I wanted to just point out some of the positive things that both those reports show. We're showing that compared to the SCAG region, which is 6 counties in the Southern California, we have higher median household incomes, about 82,000 in Ventura County compared to 65,000 in the SCAG region. Home ownership rate is 63% here in Ventura County. In the region, it's 52%, and that's also in the state. So we have a higher home ownership rate. Obviously, we have lower travel to work times, except for this morning. Also, we see that in the Civic Alliance report that we now have the lowest job unemployment rate in the 21st century here in Ventura County, the lowest that we have had. Also, housing starts, Ventura County housing starts, which is the number of new homes permitted to be built, reached a 12-year high in 2017. In 2016 and 2017, Housing permits were over 4,000, thank you, and kept up with population growth. And additionally, as we look around and see, we got a lot of permits that have been pulled recently too. So I think those are positive things to look at, and though it doesn't often make the newspaper. Also, events that I've attended, I spoke at the Regional Water Quality Control Board that was in Simi Valley, and they were looking at perchlorate in the wells. And I submitted a letter on behalf of Supervisor Huber and myself to the regional board, and just pointing out how important it is that they look at the source of contaminants. We know that Santa Susana Field Lab has plumes of perchlorate and TCE and other contaminants that have come out beyond their borders, and that is a major concern. So really thankful that the Water Board is looking at that. Though they feel that that isn't, their responsibility, it's the Department of Toxic Substance Control. So we are doing all we can to push the Department of Toxic Substance Control to step up and see that this tremendous amount of contamination is cleaned up from the site. You'll notice also in our board packet and correspondence, there's a letter signed by Senator Feinstein and Congress members Brownlee, Sherman, a lot of different elected officials, all calling for full cleanup of Santa Susana Field Lab. And I also attended in that vein and gave a speech on the Santa Susana Field Lab meltdown 60th anniversary. Not something you really celebrate, but we did have a lot of community members, including Courtney and Kim Kardashian, which I got to plug some information on how important it is to clean up, and they are tremendous advocates to see the cleanup. So you figure if we have all these elected officials, we have the Kardashians, we should be able to get this thing clean. So I'm really hoping that we will be able to do that. I also ask that we close in honor of the people on this list. I wanted to call out two individuals. Dr. DiDio, Vincent DiDio, husband of Dolores DiDio. She was a school board member. He was a doctor in our community, and we very much missed. And also Jane Rickards. Jane Rickards is the wife of Buffalo Bob Rickards, beautiful woman. She was a tremendous volunteer on numerous organizations, including PTA, Senior Concerns, and Hospice of the Caneo. And then I'll leave you with on Sunday evening, I was invited to participate, and that, if you could put up the slide, we had a beautiful ceremony memorializing the individuals who were killed at the Borderline Bar and Grill. And one of the things they did is they lit this beautiful, majestic oak tree in the parking lot of the Borderline and put 12 lights up there to recognize the 12 individuals who were killed. And they are going to be lighting that every night. So I just thought that was a beautiful way to do that, and a lot of the family members were there. And that concludes my comments.
Thank you very much, and that had to be a very moving ceremony that night. Supervisor Long would like to be back on again.
Yes, I was hoping to speak with Supervisor Mike Powers. CEO. We always joke that he's our supervisor. It's in regards to the Santa Paula Hospital and VCMC. I wanted to just make sure we hit upon that. We have August 1st is the OBGYN is going to be reopening. We had some more details, and I wanted to ask Mr. Bill Foley just to hit in regards to the status of that opening for August 1st. We've had a Blue Ribbon Committee formed, and I want to thank all those people that have come to the meeting. We really are trying to make sure that we see what the future of Santa Paula and Fillmore, Piru, where we're going. And I want to make sure that everyone knows that the health care for our community is extremely important. So if you could just let us know. Thank you.
Yes, to give you an update, I've asked Dr. Fankhauser to join me, as he is really doing the work as our new CEO of our hospitals on the planning to resume our obstetrics and delivery services at Santa Paula Hospital. So, John, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chairman Bennett, Supervisors, and Mr. Powers. And I just want to especially thank Supervisor Long for initiating this Blue Ribbon Advisory Committee, which is a committee of community advocates, including members of leadership from both Supervisor Long's office as well as the city councils of the 3 cities in Santa Clara Valley, and Latino advocates, patients of the hospital, longtime members of the hospital support, people who were previously board members, and with the help of that committee, I think we are adopting an approach to the management of that acute care hospital that really reflects a response to the community's needs. And the community did speak loudly that OB care in that Santa Clara Valley in acute hospital setting is quite important and critical in nature to the functioning of the hospital. So as of August 1st, we are reopening the OB department, and that's in response to Clinica's assurance to us that they will provide at least 10 deliveries each month, which really makes this a viable plan. And we've pulled together the nursing staff required to run an OB department. We have a group of physicians, surgical assistants, and the clinical staff that's required to run the OB department. The respiratory therapists are ready. The laboratory is staffing up for it, and we've spoken with some of the community midwives who have some interest in being a part of the clinical staff. So I think we have a plan going forward that will not only meet the needs of Santa Clara Valley, but quite honestly create an OB department that we think will draw people from throughout Ventura County and even maybe beyond Ventura County to have a really extraordinary birth experience at Santa Paula Hospital.
Mr. Chair, Bill and Doctor, I want to thank you for the work you've done over in Santa Paula, working with the community, working with the partnership that you formed there with the individuals that are, or the community for that matter. And I think that partnership is extremely important. It's going to help us all in the different agencies that we have here in Ventura County. But I want to commend you and commend also the community, the partnership that you formed over in Santa Paula. And I think it's extremely important that we do that. But thank you for the good work. And I get a lot of good responses, Doctor, from you and also Bill and Jennifer and the work that our CEO has done in Santa Paula. So thank you for the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Zaragoza, for those kind words. I remember in our last presentation that Mr. Foley had provided, you had asked about those that were let go if they were able to get jobs, and I think you have a statistic of that.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we report it out.
Yeah, and I think I heard the statistics are really good, so I'm not sure if you have any additional numbers now. And
Sure. I can give you some the updated final numbers. We had a total of 202 staff that were impacted by the reductions. Of the 202, 48 were per diems. So we had 154 employed staff that were impacted. The majority of those, 117, were moved into other positions. And our HR department really worked around the clock with people. We'd given them the 30 days notice so that we could work with each impacted employee. So that left 37 employees that were reduced. And of the 37, 23 were offered jobs, but declined. So there were only 14 that could not be placed.
of the 200 plus.
Of the 200 plus.
See, that's absolutely excellent. Like I said before, that's those individuals have to support their homes, their children, and so forth. But I commend you for bringing it down to 14 individuals. I know that's difficult, 14. One is too many, but going from 200 plus to 14 layoffs is absolutely great.
Well, and they're continuing to work on everything, so I just wanted to make sure we talked about those 2 points.
Could I ask a question? I believe you mentioned that we're going to be partnering with Midwives, is that correct? And is this the first time that our hospitals will be doing that?
This is the first time that our hospitals would have midwives on staff. We partnered with midwives for many years in that we've had community midwives who've depended on us for managing their higher risk patients or patients who need operative interventions. But I think this would be a step in a new direction for us, and I think we've heard from the community advocates that it's something that would be very well received as well.
I think that's great, and I think it's good for the midwives, too, to have that further training. I know one of my kids came in 45 minutes, so the next one I decided to stay home because I didn't make it. I actually birthed them in the car while my husband kept driving, but that's another matter. So I really do think it's a good idea to be able to incorporate midwives into this. So and then looking also on what we've already approved on our consent calendar, looking at acupuncture. Have we done consent calendar yet? Yes. Also incorporating acupuncture into it too. So I just really appreciate the open-mindedness and being able to expand our services, really.
One last thing, though, I'm really happy that you're working with the clinicas because yesterday at the Gold Coast Health Plan, we also are working with them to increase, working with the American Health Plan and also with Gold Coast. But I think it's important to provide, the health care that the constituency needs here in Ventura County, and that partnership, I think, is extremely important.
I agree.
Thank you and commend you again, Michael Powers, and you and Bill and Doctor and Jennifer are doing a really good job for us.
Thank you.
Finished?
Yes.
Thank you. I do have one question, but first I want to see if we could sign Supervisor Parks up for our moment of inspiration to talk about this birth. This could be a great moment of inspiration next week at our board meeting.
There was really no choice. It wasn't a choice.
I want to make sure. I mean, we had a crisis at Santa Paula Hospital, and so part of our overall efforts to try to reduce the deficit, you gentlemen came forward with a plan in terms of modifications of Santa Paula Hospital. And so it's really a delight that the community has stepped forward to try to help solve the financial challenges that we have there, which is basically underutilization of the hospital there. So it's great that the community stepped forward. It's unfortunate that it got to that point, but at least we have seen, really stepping forward. But I want to make sure that we're really transparent about the effectiveness of the stepping forward in terms of the financial, making the financial nut that we need to make to have these decisions make sense. And so one of the things I want to be clear about is that if by opening up the OB, right, we had originally planned on having 3 operating rooms that were going to be doing surgeries. Now one of those operating rooms has to be held for cesarean sections, so we're going back to 2 hospital rooms. Is that right? For surgeries, or two operating
I'll
rooms
just
for
clarify
surgery?
that third operating room can only be used for very brief cases, and certainly we have a high volume of very brief cases, so it won't lay completely dormant. But it has to be managed differently because it has to be available for an immediate cesarean section if needed. We're mindful of that impact. I think the other impact that certainly we saw and we heard from the community is there's a halo effect of OB, and I think that we saw a decrease in our ER volume when we announced that OB was closing, and I think that what is intangible is actually also of valuable.
Sure.
And
So
we're figuring that into it.
Thank you. So we had a business plan that was moving forward with 3 operating rooms all being used sort of full-time. And now it's going to be 2 operating rooms full-time and 1 that'll be used for short-term or for short-term facility procedures so that they get. So I just want to make sure that we get data about what's happening with the business plan. The other data that I think we want to make sure we stay on top of is how many bursts are we really going to be getting from clinicas, how many bursts from the rest of the community stepping forward, so that we can make sure we don't get back into a situation where gradually the bursts were dropping. We weren't, aware or doing much about that, and then we find ourselves really in a bind. So I'd like to make sure we really stay on top of that as we move forward. So thank you very much for that.
Yes,
I think
we're going to monitor that very closely.
great. All right, make sure that we all get that information. I appreciate it. Okay, thank you. For my board comments, I know I'm going to try to go as quickly as I can, so I'll ask the board to adjourn in memory of this list. I have for the Board of Supervisors, make you aware that Butte County has passed a resolution, and the resolution recognizes and commends the services provided by Ventura County during the Camp Fire. And we were one of many agencies that responded, and I think it's a very healthy and nice thing to do, and something that I would like to ask our CEO to have us consider doing, and that is in the future, just get the list of the various counties and agencies that have responded and send them a short resolution like this. So I wanted to make people aware of this resolution that came in from Butte County, thanking basically our firefighters and other first responders in terms of moving up there. And then I do have this PowerPoint that I want to try to move quickly on, and where I put my glasses. There we go. So great. And that deals with what happened at our last board meeting. Our last board meeting, the Taxpayers Association testified that the county should charge interest on loans made from the general fund to the healthcare agency. In addition, the association also testified that the county should require a prompt repayment schedule from the healthcare agency. And I want to emphasize the Taxpayers Association has the right to offer this testimony, so I'm not criticizing them for offering the testimony. They may have many reasons for doing so. Whether I agree with the testimony or not, they have the right to do it. However, I believe it was simply a political soundbite that sounds good until you examine the facts. So everybody can say, hey, you ought to repay your debts, you shouldn't let your loan get too large. But when you examine the facts, I think you find out that testimony from the Taxpayers Association was much more political soundbite than actually appropriate. I believe it's quite inappropriate for supervisors speaking from this dais to indicate any support for those two requests from the Taxpayers Association. I feel strongly about that, and that's what happened at our last meeting, and this is why I believe it was inappropriate. Unfortunately, the healthcare agency has been running a budget deficit. Annual expenses have been exceeding annual revenue. However, overall, the total debt of the agency over the years is considerably less than the total amount the state of California owes HCA for services already provided. If the state would have paid on time, the healthcare agency would have covered its recent budget deficits with surplus funds from prior years and would not have needed to borrow any money from the county general fund. So those loans from the county general fund are going to simply keep the agency whole while we're waiting for the payments from the state of California. To turn around and then say the agency should pay the county general fund interest and should be forced to be on a repayment plan while they're trying to fix a deficit is inappropriate. So fixing the recently developed deficit is what our HCA administrators should be focusing their energy on, not on a repayment plan based on this. They're working very hard to fix this annual budget deficit because that's not sustainable, and we will have a real problem if we don't get that fixed. Pressuring HCA administrators to also start paying back a debt that was created by the state of California's late payment policy is illogical, inappropriate, and puts political appeasement of the Taxpayers Association in front of good government. If a supervisor wants to get the loan promptly repaid instead of this inappropriate pressure on the administrators, our board representatives of CSAC ought to be pressuring the state to pay what it owes. And so I wanted to make sure I feel strongly about about that. I think that it threw a curve at us just at a time when we're trying to focus all of our energy on the fixing the deficit itself at this point in time. I want to make sure that it's clear I feel strongly, and I feel that the board should have a policy that rejects the idea that we should be paying interest on this late payment problem of the state of California, or we should be creating a repayment schedule. Thank you very much. That's the end of my testimony.
Yep.
State should pay us interest.
Correct.
Mr. Chair, my understanding is that they, or Mike, they owe us $200 million. Is that what it is? You know, and I think it's important that people understand that.
It's about 193 million.
$200 million that would have paid that debt, you know.
Right, and I will state that I am the board representative for the CSAC, and I know that I am, and also HBE and Mr. Mike Powers are pressuring the state to pay back, and we have had discussions with Special Advisor Diane Cummings into how do we work with that, also with several different associations on that. So it's very focused to try to get this paid back as quickly as possible. Thank you.
I agree. We are all trying to pressure the state. That's where the energy should be. It shouldn't be on pressuring HCA to pay interest or be on a repayment schedule of that loan. That's what I believe is the inappropriate part here that happened at our last meeting. Thank you very much. We're on to Mr. Powers and CEO comments.
Thank you, Chair Bennett, board members. I'll try to go quickly here. I know we're running behind. Just a couple things, try to keep you updated on legislation. So SB 144, that would have eliminated fees for probation and the sheriff and so forth, and had a big fiscal impact to the county. That's been shelved to become a 2-year bill, so that's good news for us, but we're going to have to stay vigilant because that will have a big impact on our general purpose revenue. We've also worked with the state and CSAC on our IHSS allocation framework. That legislation is actually being implemented, and it will be favorable for us, even a little bit better than we thought, to the tune of about $300,000. Let you know, I think your board knows, I'll be doing a State of the County, both internally here to our county family, July 31st in the boardroom here, and then to the Taxpayer Association and Chambers, August 1st at the Oxnard Courtyard Marriott. A couple other things wanted to let you know. Attended the Pacific Coast Business Times Champion in Healthcare Awards luncheon, and 2 of our folks from our healthcare agency were honored, actually several. James Boyd is actually with HCA and Dr. Tipu Khan for their backpack medicine program, where they actually go out into the fields and work with our homeless population, taking medications and providing care right where people are. That was wonderful, well-deserved. And then our champion philanthropy, our very own Amy Towner, for her leadership in the Healthcare Foundation. Also, of course, the Farm Worker Resource Program has started. Just want to let you know that started July 1st. And we found not 1, but 2, actually, unicorns. We wanted to get trilingual staff, and we weren't sure we'd be able to, but obviously English, Spanish, and Mixteco, not 1, but both of them are fluent in all 3 languages. It is off and running.
And we're getting a lot of good comments on that.
Getting good comments, and it's of course, that was your board's creation of this, the first of its kind in the state and maybe the country. And so it's off and running, and kudos both to the growers and the farmers and to the farm workers. I think so. You know, there's good trust being built there. So,
and Mr. Powers, Mr. Chair, I understand they had all kinds of TV commentators and folks when we had the opening there for that event.
Oh, nice.
They're at the Vanguard building in Oxnard. Yeah.
All right. Thank you. Of course, our general plan work is ongoing, and there will be a next session August 6th here in this boardroom at 1 o'clock to review the preliminary draft of the general plan. Also attended a luncheon to recognize the assessor's office staff and the great work they did. They have a lot of challenge, particularly with the fires, the Woolsey Hill fires and the disasters the last couple of years, actually. And that, we don't think about it, but that puts a lot of pressure on the assessor staff to complete the role on time, and that has a big impact on both taxpayers and our county revenues. And they did it again on time, and so hats off to Dan Goodwin and his team. The County Wellness Program, the Golden Sneaker Award, is coming up. It's going to be done, so get all your steps in by July 28th. Or excuse me, July 30th. So that will be for the highly coveted Golden Sneaker Award. I believe the Kardashians will be presenting it as well. No, I don't know. And then lastly, actually we have a new planning director just joined us, Dave Ward. from the city of Ventura. He's got a wonderful experience both at a city and county level, so we're excited to welcome Dave to this important position. And lastly, it gives me great pleasure to recognize actually the entire county family, your board, our IT department, our department leadership, because, we've been, every year we apply to get an award and get recognized, or see how we stack up with cities and counties and states across the country, not just in California, with the Digital Counties Association. And this is the premier. I don't think there's really another organization like it. These applications are evaluated not just by them, but also by private sector, large private sector tech companies, including Microsoft and PeopleSoft. So there's a lot that goes into this, and I think the last 5 years we've ranked in the top 10, but we're very excited today to announce that County of Ventura has been designated as the #2 digital county in the nation.
Good.
And just to let you know, I had Supervisor Lowe from Snoqualmie County in Washington texting me, jousting the fact that they got first place because we beat them last year. So I just want to let you know that our IT department is very motivating many other counties also to be doing as great as we are. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, they got their turn this time. We'll be coming for them. But I like Brian Ganley, our IT director, and his team, maybe to come down, and maybe our board can come down in just a moment too. But why? Why was this recognition given? What they do is they recognize best technology practice, streamlining delivery of services, open data, shared services, cybersecurity, which is, of course, critical, and disaster response and recovery efforts, as well as some innovation in terms of the use of artificial intelligence, GSI, geospatial land mapping, and just really embedding technology and innovation into the DNA of our services here in our county. And that's a recognition of your board as well as your investment. Your board has consciously invested in IT programs, both big things like our financial system, our property tax system, but also development of mobile apps on phones, putting iPads out in our people who work out in the field, like social workers. And so all of this culminates in the recognition of this award. And I'd like to have Mr. Ganley say a few words, and then we'll bring the award down, and maybe the board can come down and recognize him.
Before you mention anything, I just want to add one other thing that I think is overlooked from the general public standpoint, but the value of having you do so many things internally so we're not dependent upon outside vendors. The taxpayers of Ventura County, the citizens of Ventura County are in much better hands by having you doing so many of these things internally and breaking that grip, that iron grip that a lot of times outside consultants and outside vendors have over various organizations and stuff. I really appreciate that. It's great leadership on your guys' part.
Thank you, Chair Bennett, members of the board, CEO Powers. Some great recognition for the county, as you mentioned, Mr. Powers, for all of the managers and for all of the staff in IT services. We have a very talented staff of hardworking people. We accomplish these projects for all of our departments and agencies across the county, for the forward-thinking leaders in those departments and the things that they work with us to do. I think I'd be remiss if I didn't recognize my predecessor, Assistant CEO Pettit. He's won this award several times, and we're continuing in this tradition of innovation, technology, and outstanding service. And finally, we do all these things with our staff and with our partners under the vision and leadership of the board, your strong support of technology and innovation, and the guidance of the CEO's office. Thank you very much.
Brian, I would recognize, if I may, board members, recognize the people here who are here today. So obviously Brian, Rodney Lanthier, Bill De La Espriella, Ed Altoff, Ken Sewell, Brian Palmer, Cynthia Elliott, and help me. Shannon, good job. So, I mean, these are the folks who behind the scenes are making a lot of these amazing things happen every day working with our department. So great job to the whole team and the whole IT department. So good job. Maybe we'll come down.
Nice to see Brian Palmer back in the boardroom, right?
Yeah, there you go. That's
Jack
natural
of
habitat.
all trades. He's done it all here.
All right. Board members, maybe we'll go and get a photo shoot here. All right.
Going down there, I guess.
Yeah.
So I know the IT group is very competitive, and it's very impressive.
So thank you very much.
We'll get that number one.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. There.
I just love the
Official?
jabs that were coming back and forth. It was fabulous.
Hey, Brian.
Should we turn around? Let's turn around so that.
You want to take a photo?
Okay. So I got a good tip on 3. We'll say, may the force be with you. Are you in there, Bill?
Come in here.
Come on up front. Come on, Bill.
I'm fine here.
All right, we're going to take 2. Here's the first one. 1, 2, 3. And one more, please. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Where's the big camera?
Facebook.
Congratulations, thank you.
Okay, we always have the delight of being presented the fair poster, sort of in the middle of the summertime as we're getting ready to celebrate the opening up of the county fair. And so we have Kayla Garcia here to present the fair to us. I mean, to present the poster to us, right? Good morning, Kayla. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me. So this year, the 2019 Ventura County Fair poster was done by a young lady she's 18 years old from Santa Paula. Yes. And this year it's going to be July 31st to August 11th and embracing the theme, A Country Fair with Ocean Air. There's going to be 11 performances, grandstand performances, including Styx, Martina McBride, the Ohio Players, and many, many more. And all are going to be free with fair admission. And that's fairly it.
Is that it? Thank you very much. Let me come down and accept that. Actually, you can hand it. There you go.
Thank you.
I just want to,
Thank you very much.
Darianne did a just fabulous job with the artwork for this year's poster. We're very proud of Santa Paula being represented and also her talents highlighted. I know my office is asked to get a poster as well. I know posters on the board in the past have been for fighting. And
Yeah. It's absolutely gorgeous.
she did a great job, but you know, our community just really looks forward to the fair. And I know there'll be so many in attendance, and just thank you for every year that we're having it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is this where we start fighting over the poster and who gets it?
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah, great. All right. Great. Our next, thank you very much for that. Our next item is item 44, and we're going to hold that because Mr. Ellison's indicated that he has some staff members that thought this was going to be at 10:30. So we'll move that to item 34. And I'm sure the other people in line for the 10 o'clock time certain don't mind that at all. So we're going to jump to item 46, which is a resolution celebrating the accreditation of the Ventura County Medical Center's cancer program. And Dr. Fankhauser is here for that, and appreciate his attendance. I'm going to read just a few things about this resolution. And Dr. Fankhauser and Mr. Foley, if you want to come up to the podium, please, to receive this recognition. But this is a celebration, this is a resolution of the Board of Supervisors celebrating the accreditation of the Ventura County Medical Center's cancer program.
Chairman, can I ask the committee to come up with me?
Oh, please, you have a committee with you, all right? I wasn't, right? So.
Committee members?
Great. Wonderful, right. So in August of 2010, VCMC established a cancer committee to improve the quality of care for cancer patients and to attain the American College of Surgeons Commission on Cancer accreditation as a community hospital cancer program. Dr. Nigan was designated chairman of the Cancer Committee to lead the multidisciplinary team of physicians. In 2012, the Cancer Registry was hired to guide the Cancer Committee towards the cancer program standards. The cancer program established a database to capture and diagnose the treatment information of more than 500 cancer patients annually. There are a number of things that they did that are identified in here. And Dr. Steen his leadership is one of those. And the VCMC Cancer Program underwent a full-day evaluation by the Commission on Cancer. David Mullins was the MD, resulting in VCMC becoming designated as an accredited community cancer program with commendations in 3 standards: oncology, nursing, clinical trials, and pathology reporting. So just a tremendous accomplishment. It's one of those things that's happening off the radar screen, you know, a full day review, all of the things that this committee has been doing. It's a real pleasure that we get to stop for 5 minutes and have this recognition. So Dr. Fankhauser, I'll turn this over to you for your comments and any introductions you'd like to make here.
Thank you. I just want to introduce the committee members by name and acknowledge them. And excuse me, I'm going to have to take my old man glasses out here. Dr. Steen, who is a fellowship-trained cancer surgeon and one of the few in the area, is the chair of our committee. Dr. Chen, who is our hematology oncologist, who has really carried that department through a period of transition, and Dr. Fu, Dr. Bracho, our pediatric oncologist, Kathy Dean, Patricia Bollendorf-Perez, Sherry Block, Judy Bornstein. This is just a tremendous group, and I have to say, you know, I've been gone for a little while. This was an effort that was initiated before I left for Africa, and to come back from Africa and to see the tremendous gains that have been made in treatment of cancer at VCMC has been really a uplifting thing for me to see, and it's a tremendous service to the community that we serve.
Thank you very much. I'd like to come down and present this resolution, and we'll get a picture here also.
Thank you for all that you do for our community. It's extremely important that we have such skilled employees, doctors, nurses, staff that can really help our community when they're going through such tough times as cancer. So thank you very much.
Again, thank you to Doctor, and thank you to all your staff and the doctors and that keep us all well. Thank you so much for your good work. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your commitment. We really appreciate it.
And I really appreciate the teamwork.
Thank you. And Mr. Powers wanted to state something also.
Just real quick, as I look at the faces high out there, the quality of the care is amazing, but the quality of the people. So yes, it's the latest in clinical advancements in terms of care, but what doesn't show up in the numbers is the compassion that they have for the patients. One by one, they'll do anything for them to support them. And we get so many great comments from the patients about how much you care about each one of them and their families. So it's really beautiful, well-deserved recognition. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will now go to item 47, and that's a presentation of resolution proclaiming July 2019 as Parks and Recreation Month in Ventura County. Very appropriate time to recognize Parks and Recreation as our parks get heavy use in the summertime here. And it's a real pleasure to have Mr. Van Dyke here to accept this resolution. And this is a resolution of the Board of Supervisors expressing our appreciation to the Parks Department, maintenance and operational staff, and their accountants for their hard work and dedicated service, providing first-class facilities and service to the public. In addition, the board urges all residents to enjoy and recognize the social, physical, mental, economic, environmental, and community benefits derived from our county parks, campgrounds, picnic facilities, golf courses, multi-use trails, ball fields, and community centers, and proclaims July as Parks and Recreation Month. Mr. Van Dyke, do you have any comments for us?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Chair Bennett, members of the board, Mr. Powers. For the record, Ron Van Dyke, GSA. I'll give you a quick wrap-up of how the past year has gone. It actually has gone extremely well. Our hosts program, to put a number on that put some things in perspective, we have 19 hosts. That's about $1 million in revenue that we don't have to consume or pay out in benefits. That's what the cash equivalence of that program works out to be. So that's a significant chunk of change in our budget. It would be about a fifth of our budget, or if we had to do that. So our hosts are a critical part of our program. Volunteer hours, probation has been a key component to our volunteer hours. It help us offset about $130,000 this year alone in weed abatement costs by doing manual labor. So that's been a huge asset and benefit to us this year. Since the rainy season this past year, the weeds have taken over everything. So it's been a huge cost to us this year. Staff, get to them. I got about half of them here today. Pulling them out of the field is a tough endeavor to do, especially in the mid-morning. But I got about half of them here, and we couldn't do what we do without their dedicated service. They're out there in single sets. They don't go out typically in teams unless we have a big project. So they're out working on their own to maintain the facilities and keep them up and running to what the public expects. I couldn't do all this without my sidekick, and that's Teresa Lubin. You've heard me use all kinds of different ways of explaining her over the past, but without her, the operation wouldn't tick like it's supposed to tick. Some of the numbers I like to give you, even though Mother Nature threw us a pretty good curveball this year with the rain, it was a pretty wet season, we managed to set records across the board, including all-time records. We sustained over a 51% occupancy rate throughout the system for camping, which doesn't seem like much. It's 50% of our occupancy, total occupancy, but that's a huge number to obtain. Over the last 10 years, though, we've increased that by 63% occupancy. So it's gone up significantly. 10 years ago, we were at 51,000 camping nights. This year, we were over 83,000 camping nights. Over last year, we had an increase of 9.6% in camping over last year, even with the rainy season. One of the things I think has helped contributed to this is the massive paradigm shift we did with going to reservations. Yes, we've had a few hiccups. You're going to have any hiccups when you make a paradigm shift of that magnitude. We've gone system-wide reservations now. We made that shift in April, and it seems to be working well. Like I said, we have a few hiccups every now and then, but for the most part, it seems to be working well. The huge benefit is the cash handling that we don't have to do, which the auditors have been beating up on us for decades about getting rid of, and so is the union. Our rangers are not handling millions of dollars in cash anymore. So that's a huge benefit to them. Gives them more time in the field, which is where we want them, not sitting in an office counting money. Our attendance, for the final numbers, our attendance went from 231,000 to 385,000 over the last 10 years, so it's creeping up. That's 153,000 for a 66% increase in our use over the last 10 years, just in our attendance numbers. And that's paid attendance. If we took the non-paid attendance, that number would be 2 or 3 times larger, but we just can't count those people. There's just no way of counting them. So all we can do is actually count the people that pay and do simple math based off of that.
Okay. Well, I'd love to have all of your Parks Department staff come down for our picture here now for the resolution.
And can I just say
board
too,
members.
how much we appreciate have our parks, and that we're now looking at with our general plan to actually have a zone specific for parks so we can keep them in the future, and the whole concept of being able to have open space land owned by the public, that whether you can make it into a park immediately or not is really important. Coming from the Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy also, just the collaboration of all the different park districts and how important it is for the people, and that people have access to the parks. And these days, when we have people who are struggling, particularly low-income folks, they have discovered our parks and our trails, and they are just getting such great use. And I know really that's the ultimate goal, to see the enjoyment of the people there. So thank you for making them so nice for them.
Mr. Chair, I want to thank your staff, for keeping all the grounds beautiful, green, and so forth. It's unfortunate over in Oxford because of the budget constraints. All our parks are completely brown. The grass, it looks horrible, but I wish, that we had enough water in Oxford to compare with the good work you folks are doing. And when you drive into the communities and you come into the county and you see the beautiful landscaping, that means that you guys are doing a good job, and I really appreciate that tremendously.
And I would agree, I definitely agree with Supervisor Zaragoza's comments, and also to look at our parks and how we can better use them. We've been doing that as well, as we've gotten fires in certain situations with reservations or no reservations and just staying still in your spot. It's really important that we look at different ways in which we can make sure the whole community of Ventura County can enjoy our parks. So I really appreciate your effort out there. I know not all the time we are able to say thank you, but please, for those that are not here, please let them know. Thank you very much for all your hard work and dedication for our community. Thank you.
Thank you for doing a great job on behalf of the citizens. Appreciate it.
Supervisor, you want to join me in this picture, please?
Okay.
Who do you want to have right? Come on up here. You guys. Hey, thank you very much. Teresa, thank you very much. Okay, we now have item 48, which is public hearing regarding adoption of resolution approving the issuance of tax-exempt bonds for California. And Ms. Madam, good morning.
Good morning, Chair Bennett, members of the board, Mr. Powers, Christy Madden with the County Executive Office. We've come to you before on several occasions to conduct a TEFRA hearing for the benefit of waste management. This is one of 10 hearings being held statewide in support of their request for $300 million in bonds. About 90 million of those will be used at projects at the Simi Valley landfill, as articulated in your board letter. While the bonds are not an obligation of the County of Ventura, conducting this TEFRA hearing is a requirement in order for these bonds to be qualified as tax exempt. The county will get a payment of about $8,600 to compensate us for conducting this public hearing. That concludes my testimony. Happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions?
I have some.
Supervisor Parks.
I know I was actually, may have voted against this at one time because it's the only time I've seen this come before us has been for waste management. And the last time, or maybe I know at one point, we approved doing this TEFRA for waste management, and it was to do methane gas capture at the Simi Valley landfill, as well as using the methane for their trucks, for their trash trucks. So my question is, and you may not know this, is did that project ever get off the ground? And secondly, what happens if these projects that they are saying they're going to use the money for don't get off the ground?
My expectation is that this is a maximum allocation of funds, and they will only use bond funds for projects that are outlined in their TEFRA application. So that's a maximum. It doesn't necessarily mean that they will spend all of the funding. And in answer to your previous question, I do not know.
I would like to know, so maybe it's some,
Oh, perfect.
I would like to know, because that to me was a worthy project, you know.
Okay,
So
perfect. Have a
as
representative
opposed
here.
to just helping the waste management, you know, do their own business.
Yes, ma'am. I'm John Stoker, Financial Advisor to the California Municipal Finance Authority. You did hold a TEFRA for us in 2017 and others. We applied to the state SIDLAC for volume cap. The controller, Governor's Department of Finance, and treasurer sit on that and determine the public benefit. We issued bonds for not only Ventura, but others. Part of the project went forward. I can't tell you the specifics in Ventura, exactly how each dollar was spent, but yes, it went forward. And as Ms. Madden stated, that this is a not to exceed amount. It's really tax lawyers and others, and so they use big numbers to make sure there's flexibility. But we have applied for $75 million right now for the state.
Well, if someone out there, and at some point in time, can get back to us on whether the millions that we approved in tax-exempt bonds for them to capture methane and to use it for their trash trucks got off the ground, I'd like to know.
Yes, ma'am.
Because that's something that's a benefit to the public, whereas I don't really see the benefit so much in these kind of projects, and it's a private company. The other question that I have is, some funds go to a nonprofit. Who selects the nonprofit?
The board is free to select the nonprofit.
Okay, and I would like to get more information on how that selection occurs. And Christy, do you know anything about that?
So it is up to, if the board does not select the nonprofit organization, we leave it to the organization to select a nonprofit of their choosing in the county. And I believe that the amount that would be paid is equal to approximately how much we would get, so it's about $8,600.
Oh, that's the amount, $86.
That's the amount that will go to a
$300 million in
nonprofit.
bonds.
And at the last issuance, we did not designate the nonprofit, so we left it to CFMA to make that designation on their own.
Well, if we can have that oversight, I think it would be great to be able to have the board have that opportunity.
And I believe that there's probably time, John, is that true? If I came back to the board and asked you to make a recommendation, we could make that designation and that specific request. And I would also like to just remind you that we have done TEFRA hearings for other organizations as well. We did do one for Thatcher School, and we did one for a housing project in Simi Valley last year. So we do that periodically.
And I really like that concept where we're helping, you know, bring more housing to our area or helping a school district. But Waste Management is a pretty solid company that has its own ability to raise its own funds without having government assistance. So, thank you.
You're welcome.
I really appreciate particularly following through on the methane capture and the use for the buses and stuff. There is a real public benefit to that. I have a more expanded view. I think there's a real public benefit to making sure we have well-run waste collection. And you see countries and communities that don't have that, and they have real problems. And we have a lot of requirements, and they are met, and we benefit from that. So there's a number of places where public-private partnerships sort of intersect in terms of providing healthy communities, and so I see that as the justification for doing this. But I really appreciate the methane, capture.
And it may also contribute to lower rates, and I think that might be the benefit to the public too, as we're fronting the funds for their work.
That's what I get said. All right, we have any other questions or comments? We're ready to vote. I don't know.
To open and close the public hearing.
I
I don't
don't know.
think we
Thank
have
you.
speakers, but.
We have no public speakers, but I'm opening the public comment period. And if there are no speakers, I'm going to close the public comment period. And motion has been made and seconded, and we're ready to vote. And that motion passes. And thank you very much. Thanks for being here. We'll look forward to the follow-up there. Now the much-awaited, resolution honoring Casa Pacifica Centers for Children and Families 25th anniversary. And Mr. Ellison is here, and I know you have board members here also. But certainly, it's one of the special relationships that exist out there, and it so much furthers the mission of Ventura County to have this partnership with Casa Pacifica. So we're really honored to be able to participate by having this resolution for you and Casa Pacifica and the organization at the 25th year. And I'm just going to read the very last. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Ventura County Board of Supervisors congratulates Casa Pacifica Centers for Children and Families on their 25th anniversary, applauds them for their tireless efforts to bring hope and help to the county's most vulnerable yet valuable children, and thanks them for their partnership and commitment to improving the lives of children and families in Ventura County. And this is a resolution presented on this, the 23rd day of July, 2019. So, Mr. Ellison, your comments, please.
Thank you. I have a PowerPoint.
Great. It'll be up in a moment, all right?
So thank
go.
you so much, Supervisor Bennett, members of the Board of Supervisors, CEO Powers. Thank you so much for taking the time to recognize Casa Pacifica's 25th anniversary.
Do you want a clicker?
Clicker would be great.
You got.
Okay, here we go.
Great.
So we opened a week ago in 1994, so 25 years. I was going to say something about 50 years ago last week, we put a man on the moon, and then 25 years ago last week. Not sure it's the same impact, but we are really delighted to be able to celebrate this 25th anniversary. I want to do a little bit of history, just take a moment. Casa Pacifica was really conceived by, I think, county folks primarily. It was Supervisor Susan Lacey, Judge Joe Haddon, Randy Feltman, who was the director of the County Mental Health Department at the time, really formed a steering committee to think about what we could do to change the way in which abused, neglected kids were removed from home and coming into the system of care. And there were so many folks involved in that original effort to think about and plan for Casa Pacifica's opening. And I'm delighted to say we have two who were key. And if Christy Madden didn't leave, she was another one. But we have Barbara Fitzgerald, former director of the Department of Social Services. And we also have Marty Robinson, who at the time was in the CEO's office and working, Christy Madden as well, working diligently to do all of the stuff that needed to happen. We're on county land. Right now, we have a long-term lease, but that originally was state land. And I think it was Ed Davis, senator from Simi Valley, who did the original piece of legislation to grant it to the county, and then later, or to sublease it to the county, and then later it was granted to the county. So we are a tenant of the county's 25 acres out on Lewis Road, and then the construction began. It was a joint effort between the public and private sectors. It was then called the Youth Connection of Ventura County. We had a couple of board members who participated. And the whole effort was to raise $10 million, which at the time was like unheard of in Ventura County, and that was a successful fundraising effort. It has been called that campaign really kind of broke the glass ceiling and saw what Ventura County philanthropy could do. So there was some talk early on about the county operating that program, but the decision was made by the steering committee to have it be the private sector to keep the community involved, and that has happened in spades. Over the years, we've admitted more than 27,000 Ventura County children, both on campus and in our community programs. We've served another 15,000 from Santa Barbara and other counties. We focus on the most challenging youth in our system. We have 15 programs now currently, 4 on campus, 11 in the community. All of our programs are nationally accredited. We're the only American Psychological Association predoctoral internship program on the Central Coast that serves children and youth. And we have done national and international training and consultation in 15 states and 7 countries for the services that we provide. I want to take a moment right now and thank our board members who are here. We have Chuck Cohen, who was our president for 4 years, our longest serving board president. Wayne Davey, who's been on the board, who's now helping us with our financial situation as an interim CFO. We have other board members here as well as staff. We have raised in our staff and the angels, whom I want to acknowledge, and in fact, would you all stand, all the development staff, angels who are here with over the years, more than $55 million. We've had 20,000 volunteers, so we have kept the community engaged in work with children who are the responsibility of the public sector. Our major event now is the Wine and Food event, which has been voted the best event in Ventura County on the Central Coast. It started in 1994 in the backyard of the Pierpont Inn with about 100 people, and it's grown to what it is today. Our budget for this year is $31 million, and we have about 335 staff, about 350 including per diems. And we just finished, and thanks to the county for your support again with our capital campaign, $16.6 million. We have a ribbon cutting scheduled for October 24th, hoping many of you could be there for that event. So we are very excited about and proud of our 25-year history, the children that we've served, and all of the community that's been involved, and this unique public-private partnership that has spawned and continues to support CASA Pacific. I want to thank county staff who are here currently as well. Mental health, Dino Olivas is representing our mental health folks, Barry Zimmerman, the county staff whom we work, who we couldn't do this work without. So we thank you so much for this resolution and for your support, and look forward to our ongoing partnership over the next 25 years. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I regret that we don't have Supervisor Susan Lacey here with the significant role that she played in getting this all started. But could you please have everybody that's with CASA Pacific here come down? This picture is important to us, and we want to really do this picture properly. So everybody on the board, everybody part of CASA Pacifica staff, and then when I see the size of you, I'm going to determine how we do this picture.
Mr. Chair, you know, I want to thank you, Casa Pacifica, and Marty Robinson. You look great. Mr. Cohen.
So
she looks younger. You know.
Board members, I'm going to go down and hand this to Mr. Elson, come back up. I think I'd like to have all of us stand here with them facing that way, and then we'll be standing. I think it'll be a better.
Mr. Chair, I think Marty wants to share a couple of words.
Yes, if I could, I want to say a couple of things. Steve mentioned the moonwalk and what that did for technology and development over the next 50 or 60 years. And what these people are doing for children goes way
It's
beyond
outstanding,
that.
yes.
27,000 children.
And all the volunteers, thank you so much.
Thank
for
you.
the good work.
And I just really want to say thank you to Steve, too. His leadership has really gotten us here. Congratulations.
So we're going to stand right.
Stand back here.
Are we turning this way?
The chair's back out of the way.
Put the resolution right here. You'll hold that. So turn your shoulders, right, so you
We
can
do this.
squeeze in a little.
Center. Want to get
So
center.
Barry, come on over here. No, no.
So you're going to stay down there. He's probably going to stay down. He's probably going to stay down there. You think he's going to stay down there, though? He's probably going to.
Steve's gonna come back
Oh,
up.
is he? Oh, okay. All right. Good.
Did somebody fall? Uh-oh. Oh, my goodness. We don't need that. Yeah, no kidding. Where's Karen?
Come on down. Who else? Christy, come on down.
Yes.
Oh, Christy's still here, good.
I can hide back. Here in the middle, head ready.
Did you get us?
Wendy, are you still,
We are live.
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you again.
I just want to say thank you so much. Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure. Thank you. Wonderful. Great job to you guys. 25 years is amazing. Hi, how are you? Yes. How are you doing? Good. Hi. Thank you very much. Marty, thank you so much. Good to see you. Thank you.
We are now at item 49, and that is our 1030 time certain certification of a board review of the mitigated negative declaration.
Good morning, Chair Bennett, members of the board, CEO Powers, Glenn Shepherd, Public Works Agency, Watershed Protection District. Before you today to describe and talk to an environmental compliance action and initial study that we've completed with respect to removing a debris basin in the Santa Rosa Valley area, just off of Santa Rosa Road. Location is, like I said, off of Santa Rosa Road, just south of the city of Moore Park and east of the city of Camarillo. And you notice this debris basin is number 2. This facility was constructed in '57 with the Soil Conservation Service, and there is no debris basin number 1. So this is the only debris basin in our inventory at the moment. It was set up. It was designed for a debris basin back in the 50s and not to detain water. So it was there to collect debris, sediment debris. This picture here, I want to just highlight a series of photos. The top left and top right really show the area of the debris basin, and the characteristics that we're interested in here is the earthen dam that you see there, top left and top right. And the district's proposal is to remove that dam structure. It's an earthen structure, about 25 feet high, about 150 feet across the channel, again to detain sediment debris. It's deficient from watershed standards in the construction of a dam, as it's all earthen, including the spillway. So part of the initial study here under CEQA was to look at alternatives, including rebuilding a district standard dam, which in the study is listed at over $1 million to construct. So the purpose and need here in this CEQA initial study and mitigated negative determination is to decommission and remove this dam facility and to minimize the flood risk. And so you may say, well, the dam is there to protect property, but in this case, the hydrology's changed since the 50s in this particular area, such that the sediment load and the flowage through this corridor, through this water course is less. And so we've done extensive modeling in this particular area to show with and without the dam that the flowage regime and the sediment with the reduced sediment is basically the same. Our concern is the dam structure that's in the middle of this basin. Should it be full and should it break, the hydrology and the hydraulics through the system actually send a fairly significant increased floodway from a dam break through the lower sections of the Arroyo Santa Rosa here. This slide shows the basic components of the post-construction, and the highlight here is the dam structure that I mentioned before has been removed, and a couple key components. There's a reinforced concrete transition that goes under Santa Rosa Road. That box structure and the transition gets reconstructed and actually elongated about 45 feet upstream of the road, which helps with the flowage, and it also helps with access. There's a bridle wheel HOA trail for equestrians that runs through this particular area, and this transition will have improved access for that particular trail system, which also gets rerouted around the structure. The project components of reinforced box concrete, I just talked about that component. The earthen channel, we're going to remove sediment and the earthen dam that's there, about 7,000 cubic yards. And the dam facility is removed. Bridle wheel trail realignment, I mentioned before, and the erosion planting. So once we remove the dam and restore a natural low-flow channel through the middle, we will plant native plants in there and kind of restore it back to a riparian natural environment, which will actually probably help the view setting in the area and with the trail. We expect to keep that erosion plant system with irrigation for 2 years until it gets set. In compliance with CEQA, we went down and prepared the initial study, and we have a mitigated negative determination, which means there are elements within 35 elements of CEQA in the study that we can mitigate, that there's no significant adverse avoidable impacts associated with this proposed action of the dam removal. In compliance with CEQA, we did have a public comment period in the spring, March 22nd through the April 22nd. We've met extensively with the public at various times over the last 18 months. And most recently, with the help of the Supervisor Parks' office, we met with the Santa Rosa MAC, and they voted unanimously to approve the current proposed project as I've described here, including the relocation of the equestrian trail. Community concerns going through this process included understanding the district standards, maintenance cost, existing conditions with a likelihood of a dam breach, the hydraulic modeling and hydrology associated with that, and the HOA responsibilities, maintenance. They will continue maintenance of the bridle path. They had concern on the flowage and inundation easement going forward. Currently, the district maintains that, and we will maintain that here going forward, and probably reevaluate after the plants get seeded in 2 years to see whether or not that's worth keeping. The underlying neighborhood, they're the fee owners of the particular land. We have the inundation, the flowage easement in that area. And their comments have been addressed in the study report in the back. So our district's request is for you to approve the initial study and negative mitigated determination in accordance with CEQA, authorize the district director to file and sign and file the notice of determination, and authorize the district to carry out the project. This is the environmental component. Any construction activity will come back to your board for consideration at a future time. And subject to your questions, that's concluding my brief.
Do we have any questions? Supervisor Parks?
No questions, just appreciate the outreach to the community in Santa Rosa Valley. The Santa Rosa Municipal Advisory Council actually kind of put together a subcommittee that worked with the department and came up with, I think, a good design that they all could support. So thank you for that.
Thank you for the details. Very important that we understand what the project is and that the community was included in on this. That's extremely important. So thank you.
And they did work with them, like you were saying, with the trail alignment and all. So
Before we get a motion, we have a speaker. And so we have Brian Brennan, who I believe is speaking as the executive director of Beacon, the Beach Erosion and Control Authority that Ventura County is a part of.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the board, Mr. Powers, Brian Brennan, Pro Bono Executive Director of Beacon, Beach Erosion Authority, and Clean Ocean Nourishment. What appears here to be a very benign public works project holds one of the keys to resilience on our coastline. I want to commend Watershed Protection District for acknowledging that this is it's outdated, and also that there's other opportunities to utilize the area. But when it does rain, those sand and sediments that stay will find their way, the bits of it stay in the system and come out to the coast and help re-nourish our coastline. This is a poster child, really, when you look at it was built in 1957. There's a number of debris basins all along both this county and Santa Barbara County, and really all over Southern California. This is how we did things in the past, and if you look down now, the coastline is suffering from just the lack of the sand and sediments continuing to come to the coast. Beacon advocates for this and wants to commend Public Works for this project, and actually, and they're looking at other ones also, and also the opportunity to retrofit debris basins so that the heavy debris would stay in the basins, but the sand and sediments and some of the water would continue down. I think that's something we need to pay attention to, and I, again, want to commend Watershed Protection for the stockpiling, taking the sediments out at Cayugas Creek. I wanted to just say the one thing that Beacon is looking forward to doing is getting a permit to actually start putting sand and sediments once they have them in trucks and they're cleaning out these debris basins, is actually taking it into Magoo Rock and putting it in the water there and letting it work its way down to the coastline of South Ventura County, which is desperately in need of sand and sediments. If you've been down Pacific Coast Highway in the last month or two, you've seen where Caltrans has actually had to move Pacific Coast Highway inland. And because the road was, highway was being undercut, that's only going to continue. And certainly, I think projects like this are some things that sort of wake us up to the idea of removing dams that are really not needed anymore. And I just hope that what we're doing here, we can replicate with Matilaha. Thank you very much.
I'd like to add to the board, we do need to, as a board, start to think about policies that will ensure that the natural sediment flow in in our county, more of it starts to make it to the beaches. And one of the, it's a very interesting sort of equation that we have out there, and that is there are situations where we trap the debris, then we pay somebody to take the debris away, and then we pay those same people to bring the debris back to us when we need it for a construction project or something someplace else. The whole thing ought to be viewed as this is a public resource, the sediment that's moving down, and this public resource ought to be protected in some way, or have some kind of the public's good, the public benefit of it ought to at least be recognized somehow in the equation. So it is something Beacon is working on, and we will be bringing some Beacon policies with regard to that to the board here in the future. But this is consistent with what the comments of Mr. Brennan and with the efforts here of Watershed Protection District. And Watershed Protection District, I know, is very much on board with the concept of Matilla dam removal and trying to have natural sediment flow where it's appropriate. So with that, we're ready. Supervisor.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Supervisor.
I want to thank Watershed for an excellent presentation, and also I want to thank Brian for doing an excellent job for Beacon. You know, Beacon is a JPA between Santa Barbara and Ventura County that helps in replenishing sand, you know, to the coastline, and especially the Ventura Harbor, the Channel Islands Harbor, the city of Hueneme. And now currently we're going to be working with Point Magoo because they have an erosion problem there that's major. So I just want to thank Brian for the good work that you do, Brian. I know that your work is volunteer work for Beacon, and also want to thank the city of Ventura for helping us too, and also the county for helping us with some of the financing, bookkeeping, and so forth. But I just want to commend Brian for doing an excellent job, and he really does a very. You didn't put me up to it, but I just want to share that with you because I've been a Beacon member for many years, and you're doing just an excellent job. And thank Supervisor Benedict for allowing you to help us out.
Well, thank you. I just want to say we look forward to coming forward, bringing some of those policies that will help fight both with climate change and will help make our coastline resilient, which will equate to dollars saved in the future. Supervisor Bennett expressed it very succinctly, but let me just point something out quickly. I know a lot of us during the debris flow of the Montecito, it was absolute tragedy, and there's no silver lining in anything like that, but the debris flow increased the size of the beaches in Montecito haven't been seen in 40, 50, 60 years. That being said, there was loss of life in this, so there is no silver lining, but a lot of that debris was taken down here. It was sorted, or it was taken to inland sources and stored, especially cobble and rock. A lot of that was taken away. Now we, as Public Works, and as we will go and spend our money to bring that back and have to pay for it. And I'm just saying that, as Supervisor Bennett said, it belongs to the Commons. It belongs to all of us, and it's going to be a tool that we're going to need to utilize as we go forward. So I do look forward to bringing some of those policies too.
And Mr. Chair, you know, I thank to Watershed folks for Public Works for doing their work because that's helped us a lot, and especially when we had those big rains, and we might have some more big rains that help us, you know, avoid a disaster that we had over in Santa Barbara.
You can be very proud of your Watershed Protection District in being proactive in this regard. I think also for a while there, just a little while back, you actually okayed the purchase of property where you've been paying to rent the space to keep storing the sediments you're taking out of the creeks. Now, some of that sediment, whether it can be utilized or not at the beach, that's the question. But once it's in the truck, that all the most expensive thing to go 2 more miles.
That's right.
The space is almost 2 miles from the ocean. To go those 2 extra miles would cost very little to take it to Point Magoo Rock, and we realize that would be a huge benefit for the coastline of southern Ventura County and certainly in Los Angeles County, because in the past, you've heard a lot about Broad Beach. Broad Beach used to get sand and sediment from Ventura County. That's why, and over the years, it's absolutely shrunk because of the changes we've made at the port of Hueneme with putting the groins out. So that being said, this is a way to rectify it, and you've got a very forward-leaning Watershed Protection District in that regard. Thank you very much.
And as you mentioned, Broad Broad Beach too, you just kind of think of the perversion of taking Grimes Canyon, a mountain over there, and trucking with, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of truckloads to get it to the beach, and that's kind of the end result if we don't do things like this.
If you put it in the water of Mugu, in about 6 years, it would find its way down to Broad Beach. And along the way, it's going to Thornhill, Broome, all that southern coastline of Ventura County, and those homeowners that live down by county line, I mean, they're living on toothpicks to go into basically, it'd be a while, but it would certainly benefit them also. So,
And, Mr. Chair, I just want to share one more thing because I really believe Beacon is doing such a great job in watershed. But I think in maybe future agenda items, we might want to have Beacon give us maybe a 15-minute, 20-minute presentation on what's happening with our sand and the JPA we have between Santa Barbara and Ventura County, and how we're doing all this good work to protect our shores.
be happy to do that and bring some policy considerations perhaps at the same time.
Well, and thank you too. I just want to say, working with the different counties as well. We have to work with our partners to ensure that as water flows, it's going to the right spot. So thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Los Angeles Times did an excellent section on the whole issue of the coast being battered and stuff, and certainly restoring as much of the natural sediment as we can will help mitigate to the impacts. The impacts are still going to be there, but it certainly would help. So with that, I'm going to close this public
Thank you, Watershed.
comment period. And
again, thank you for the outreach to the community and move the item.
we have a motion and a second, and we're ready to vote. That motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
And we have finished our time certain items. We now have quite a few regular agenda items, but I hope we can move as promptly as possible through because we have an Air Pollution Control District meeting and then a 1:30 item and closed session. We also, Mr. Bada, have closed session items. So we're going to try to get all of that done before 1 o'clock. So item 51, Harbor Department, and this is ratification of a harbor director's execution of a consent to a new encumbrance in favor of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China.
Good morning, Chair Bennett, members of the board, CEO Powers. For the record, I'm Mark Sandoval, the Harbor Director. The item here before you is a ratification of a new encumbrance for a lease in the harbor. The lessee is the Bright Casa Serena LLC, and the leasehold in question, ready? Very short PowerPoint. So the leasehold in question is the Hampton Inn, which is currently the only hotel in the harbor. And it's located here on Peninsula Road. And the action is basically a refinance at the request of the lessee, Bright. And what they want to do is they want to change their debt from the Land Bank of Taiwan to the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China. And they've made that request. We have vetted the ICBC. We've worked with them on their documentation to make sure it's adequate and proper with deference to the lease. We are in support of this change and are recommending approval by your board. That ends my presentation, and I stand ready to answer any questions.
Any questions? It's been moved and seconded. We're ready to vote.
I just hope they move quickly, get it done.
Well, this is the Hampton.
Yes.
And Mark, thank you for your good work out there at the harbor.
Thank you.
You're doing a lot of good work for us.
All right, and that item passes 4-0 with Supervisor Parks out of the room. Item 52, Human Services Agency. Good morning, Mr. Zimmerman.
Morning, Chair Bennett, members of the board, Mr. Powers. For the record, Barry Zimmerman with the Human Services Agency. Before your board today are two items. There are two grants that we are honored to be participating in. One will target employment services for veterans, and these will be for 55 veterans that have barriers to employment. And with that action is also a fixed-term position to go along with that grant to be focused specifically on this program. The other grant is a prison to employment grant that we've been awarded, but there's a procedural aspects that we need to work with EDD through time and need a delegated authority to ratify that grant as we work through the details associated with that program. It is a longer program, about 2.5 years to 3 years, and it will serve about 100 individuals reentering from the judicial system.
Great, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Zimmerman?
No, just thank you for getting those grants and the opportunity to help those veterans and others that are getting out of prison, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Barry.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We're ready to vote. That passes unanimously. We're at item 53. That's Supervisor Parks' item. Supervisor Parks?
Yes, just ask the board if you'd please accept my nomination of Russell Goodman to the Waterworks District Number 38 and reappoint Dick Hibma and Nathan Stockmeyer.
So it's been moved and seconded. We're ready to vote. That passes. Item 54 is also Supervisor Parks' item.
Yes, this is a request that is a follow-up on a previous discussion we had at our Board of Supervisors, and this would be to send the attached letter to SCAG, the Southern California Association of Governments, emphasizing how we grow in Ventura County in a way that protects farmland and open space as they look at aligning their regional housing.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded, and we're ready to vote on that item. And that item has passed unanimously. We're now at item 55, Supervisor Long's item.
Thank you. I'm recommending the appointment of Dave Wareham to the Citizens Transportation Advisory Committee.
It's been moved and seconded, and we're ready to vote on that item. And Supervisor Long again for item 56, because that last one passed unanimously.
Yes, this recommendation is to appoint Kevin Ventura to the HIV AIDS Advisory Commission.
Been moved and seconded, and we're ready to vote. And that item has passed unanimously. Supervisor Long for 57.
Yes, this recommendation is to appoint Lisa Ann Harmon to the Bardsdale Cemetery District.
And moved and seconded. We're ready to vote.
Thank you to everyone for your support.
And we're now at item 58.
Was she dying to get on it?
That's an annual joke that gets made here, and I've resisted, and Supervisor Parks grabbed it this time, right? All right, we're at item 58, and it's approval of a recommendation to appoint a member of the Board of Supervisors or designee to the University of California Cooperative. I just want to be clear, slight modification. The way I read the way this was written, it sort of implies that if we approve this, we're approving the board chair to appoint somebody. And what I think our policy is, this should just be one of those committees that we have board members serve on. And so this should be where the board chair nominates, but the board actually has to vote to do the approval of the appointment. So I want to make sure that that's
Are you making the differentiation of having it be a board member as opposed to an appointee of the board?
Well,
It
would still be, the point is, whoever the board chair nominates needs to be approved by the board. I
Right,
just want to
okay.
make sure that that's clear.
that's
Right. All right, but whether it is a board member or a designee
Okay.
is up to us as
Right.
we do this. So
And-
after we hear this presentation, I'll then entertain, if it passes, I'll then entertain, have board members tell anybody who's interested, and I'll come back in a week or two with recommendations. So you can contact me either privately or here if you're interested in it. But let's hear from staff first, all right?
All right. Good morning, Chairman Bennett, Board of Supervisors, and Mr. Powers. I'm James Importante, Management Analyst with the County Executive Office. Just a brief background on this item. In June 2015, your board adopted an agreement between the University of California regarding the responsibilities of the county and our local Cooperative Extension Office, also known as our Farm Advisor. The Cooperative Extension serves as a bridge between our local ag issues and UC research with programs such as Ag and Natural Resources, nutrition, and education programs such as Master Gardeners and 4-H. Consistent with many counties in the state, the county has historically provided services and supplies in support of the UC Cooperative Extension programs. And however, unique to this agreement is a requirement for the director to convene an advisory committee twice per year to present its accomplishments from the prior fiscal year, as well as a draft work plan for the coming year to a body representing ag interests in the county. However, due to turnover and extended vacancy of the Cooperative Extension Director position here in the county, the advisory committee has not been convened. However, a new director, Dr. Annemiek Schilder, who's in the audience today, has committed to convening the committee and is asking the board to make that appointment. And that concludes my comments, and if there's any questions, be happy to address them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I know the UC Hansen Group, I've worked with them several years, and they do a wonderful job for our community and so forth. And I know that our ag commissioner is very much about working with them and so forth. I would like to put my hat in as a nomination for being on this advisory board with the ag being so much in my district. And
I'd like
just
to,
you have the
not that I have any opposition to you as opposed to any other board member, but I kind of like the idea of having a representative of the Board of Supervisors for two reasons. One, if you look at the list that we have here, we have someone from our county executive office. We also have the ag commissioner on it, and both those positions we oversee, we hire. And I like them to have that independence. You know, if the board member is espousing one position, you know, the other two members might be uncomfortable in that situation if they don't agree. So I was thinking of someone like someone from our planning department, for example. And I think about some of the things that we've done with the UC extension, the rooster ordinance, which we just recently passed. There was a lot of inaccurate information that was being put out by the UC extension. They didn't quite understand the planning aspects of it. I also think of other things that the UC extension, that group can do that could really gain from an understanding of the land use requirements, things like setbacks, things like our requirements on water. I think there's a lot of different connections with land use that is missing from this that I think would add to it. And that's just a thought that I had. A Winston Wright or someone just kind of who has a real understanding of all the different applications of our laws and how they would apply, I think would be beneficial.
So I think we have two different actions, right? And one is, how are we going to appoint somebody to this committee? And that's the item that's in front of us right now. And so the recommendation that staff contacted my office on was we should do it like we do the others, which is the board chair nominates somebody, takes request, and then ends up nominating somebody, and that happens. So first, I think we have to decide, is that how we want to do it, or do we want to, we could have the ag commissioner make this appointment, or we could have anybody, but do we want to do it this way? I'm recommending that we do it this way, which is like we do the others. Then a separate item is who actually is going to be the person that represents the board on this. And so that would be an item. So I appreciate hearing Supervisor Long's insight. I appreciate hearing Supervisor Parks' idea. And so people share those with me, and then I'll come with a nominee, whether it's acceptable to the board or not. We'll find out at that point in time. All right. So I'd just like to make the first motion, which is that we accept the recommendation that it'll be the board chair. It says Supervisor Bennett, but it really should just say the board chair, because it'll be a different board chair in the future. So unless you guys want to empower me for the rest of my life to be the nomination person for this, right? But it would be the board chair would nominate a member to the Board of Supervisors for...
Right.
No, nominate to the Board of Supervisors
Right.
a person to represent the board at the UC extension, right? But I'm only making a nomination, and not making the appointment.
And
I don't think we want to have one supervisor making the appointment. I don't think we want to have the board chair make the appointment on their own. It needs to be ratified by the board.
Correct, and I would like to add it to our yearly list that we do for our committees and so forth. I think that way we don't lose this.
But then the
Make sure
board
that
from their
it's
own.
done.
The board chair from
Added
their
to our yearly
Yes.
list if it is a
Do you want it to
board
be an
member.
annual position? So as I'm looking
Yeah.
at where I'm going, which is like someone, like the planning director picks who it is, for example, that person doesn't necessarily need to.
Yeah,
How long the
so,
term?
yeah, I don't want to add that yet. Let's see what we do, right? I mean, if we're doing a designee and not a board member, I'm not sure we want to have it follow onto that list. It'll just follow the same format. What is the term of this appointment? Do we know?
The agreement doesn't speak to a specific term.
Good, so we'll make our own term for this, right? Okay, in terms of doing that. So that's the first motion, right?
So
So
it could be then on that list, and we just would annually reapprove it.
Yes.
Right?
Could be, right. All right,
Do you
so,
want to make that part of the motion then, so we do?
not yet.
Just take this
I
one.
think,
got
I
it.
think we do that with I think we do that after, because it may be, if it's a designee, it may be that there's a better way to do that stuff. I just
Okay.
think that through, right?
Mr.
All
Chairman, if I
right, so it's
He has a comment.
moved and seconded.
Just want to make sure I'm clear. Me too. Somebody restate the motion, so it's clear to everybody.
I was just going to ask you, could you restate it?
Sure.
Thank you.
It's to have the board chair nominate to the Board of Supervisors a board member or a designee to represent the board at the University of California Cooperative Extension on their advisory committee.
I got a second.
It's already been moved and seconded. I just had
Thank
just
you.
had the pleasure of stating it. All righty. Okay, so let's get that done first, all right? All right. I mean, again, we're saying, yeah, we want to have the board do that. Okay, so then if anybody has anything else you want to say in public about how we do this, I'll come back with a nomination in
Yes.
a few weeks. I won't do it next week because that's
Yeah.
only one day, right? So is there anything else anybody wants to say? I appreciate
Yes, I would like to state, I think it's important that we have a member of the Board of Supervisors on the committee. I think it's important that we're advocating for our community as a whole. I think that our ag commissioner does a great job with advocating for our farms and our farmland and making sure that that is there. And then we also have our CEO that is there, supporting all of the different departments that could be affected, one of them being planning. So I think that it would be a bit more beneficial to have a Board of Supervisors on there. But we could agree or disagree. Not a problem, but I just wanted to make sure that you know that I was interested.
Good.
and would like to do it.
Any other thoughts from any other supervisors? Supervisor Parks?
I actually voted against my position, which is having I like the idea of the planning director selecting someone from the planning department. So that wouldn't necessarily have to be a nominee. How would that work?
Well, yeah, well, I mean, the board could have voted to say, we're not going to have the board chair make a nomination. We're going to ask the planning director to make the nomination. We could have done that, but we didn't.
So I would just ask if there's any discussion on that concept. Are you not prepared to consider that at this time?
It's a new enough idea. I'd like to think it through a little bit, right?
I would suggest that the CEO has every right to ask one of their staff to come to meetings at any time. So I don't know if it has to be a mandate that they're there, but I do know that they would be able to be in attendance.
So when it says CEO, I just assume it's someone from the CEO's office, not someone from the planning department, but you're suggesting it could be someone from the planning department?
That would be up to the decision of the CEO.
Well, I'm not sure that it says the CEO or his designee. It just says the CEO, correct?
The agreement does say
Yeah.
CEO or
It
designate.
it doesn't.
Or designated.
Doesn't allow the CEO to designate his vote on the committee. The CEO can always bring accompanying staff if the CEO chooses, but his vote on the committee wouldn't be up to a designee. Supervisor Parks, the reason I just want to think this through a little bit is you made the point that, if a board member's there, it's going to be hard for the CEO or somebody else to vote in opposition to that. Well, the same thing would be true for the planning director. If the CEO is there, it's
I
hard for
recognize
the
that.
planning director to not do that. So I'm actually thinking that maybe an independent person that represents the board, but whether you can find that person that actually we feel like would be representing the board's interests. So I think it's something to noodle on. So it's not impossible that
Right.
the nomination might be to that might meet your interest in terms of that, but I need to think that one through some.
Well, I do want to state that we, as all Board of Supervisors, have different opinions.
No.
And our CEO has to do what's right for the community. So I want to make sure that we're not influencing his vote or any of the other county officers. I just want to make sure that that's clear. That I believe would never be any of our intent to do that.
I guess I see it a little bit differently. I think the CEO represents the Board of Supervisors. So anyway, things to think about, but I'll come back with a nominee in a while. All right. And so anybody have anything else you want to say about this?
Do we know when the first meeting will be? So we can make sure timing-wise, we have the appropriate people there?
I think the first meeting will be in September.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we've thoroughly exhausted that topic. Item 59, authorization to transfer 2 allocations from IT to CEO for human resources.
Good morning, Chair Bennett, members of the board, Mr. Powers. I'll be very brief. Today I'm before you to recommend the transfer of the 2 allocations from the Information Technology Services Department to CEO HR. In recent years, the human resources function, and the adoption of the resolution approving the transfer, I apologize. In recent years, the human resources function has been, in the IT department, has been performed by IT staff in some measure. At the request of the CIO, the County Chief Information Officer, and after a collaborative review, we've mutually agreed to request and recommend this transfer of the employees, thereby centralizing in large measure the HR function of the IT department. We think this will produce greater efficiencies and opportunities of cross-training. And upon your board's approval, we'll conduct that transfer and reclassify the staff to the appropriate classifications of CEO HR.
I have a question for IT, if you wouldn't mind joining down there. In the 18 years that I've been here, and you could also, I'm going to ask both of you this, the 18 years I've been here, and neither one of you have been here the 18 years. I've watched this swing back and forth. It gets moved, this recruiting function gets moved into HR, and then there's frustration with HR, and it gets moved into the various departments, and then there's frustration with various departments or problems, and it gets moved back. And so I just want to, seems to me, am I correct, that when it went to IT, and again, you probably don't know this when it went to IT, but Mike Pettit does, probably. Why don't you come down also, Mike, if you wouldn't mind? What I'm curious about is, why does it move out of HR to the department? Is it the speed of the recruitment, or is it the fact that IT knows these candidates, or knows the field and can find candidates better somehow? Can you tell me, why did it move out? I'm perfectly fine, by the way, with this recommendation to move it back, particularly if IT is making the request. I just want to understand what we're gaining and losing as we're switching back and forth with this. And Mike, can you, since you were here when it switched to IT?
Gosh, I probably was. I don't know that I was that closely involved with it in my position at the time.
So you don't have any recollection? Or?
But I do think that, I recall some of the conversations, as you mentioned, speed and some of the backgrounds, but I think that changes too with the organization and the structure of, the past in how we've approached HR. And I think the environment that we have today in CEO HR with many of the efforts we've taken to modernize our recruiting practices and the approaches that we've taken and the close alignment between the personnel and the departments, I think it's really not like we're moving it. It's just strengthening those partnerships. So I think that we have an environment today that supports exactly the goals here.
And I appreciate that. So because it's actually reassuring. If the major reason was speed, and speed is not an issue any longer because of the way things have changed at HR.
And we measure it.
Yeah, then this is healthy, and this might be the end of this shifting back and forth. Who knows? But it's a sign of a problem somewhere. If it if it was shifted, I shouldn't say a problem, but a belief that there was a better way. But it would be normal that it would be through HR. I mean, normal companies don't have their IT departments doing the hiring, do they? They normally have their HR departments doing the hiring, a normal corporation?
I think that it can be any combination of things, Supervisor. And if I may, may I address what I think is a question? I think we have an exceptionally good team at this county. This county's proven to be very nimble in meeting the current needs of the organization. Right now, the culture is, and I'm not just saying these words, it's a very collaborative culture. So what we're doing is when we have resources, the benefit of having local control is that they have local control and they're really in tune. I think we have the best of both worlds. Our people report to their main client and they report to the department head and all the interested parties there, but we also are able to lend additional expertise when they need to without going through all the bureaucracy that we would normally need to do.
So, I'm asking these questions not because I pose this at all or see any problem. I'm really trying to get a long-term perspective and stuff. Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Chair Bennett and board members. It's a great discussion, and we discuss it a lot in our office because you do see it evolve back and forth. And I come from the healthcare agency, which had its own HR department for a long time, and they felt for good reason, partly, bless you.
Thank you.
Local control, but also I think that what they were feeling was expertise, that they're going to have a lot of experience in recruiting nurses, phlebotomists, that kind of thing. And that's perfectly reasonable. But I think then over time you monitor it and you see, well, actually HCA asked to come back to centralized HR. It was their request to come back. Because I think what you get is this greater overall, bless you, this greater overall capacity of skill sets and cross-training and just, when you have an HR department of 70, 80, 100 folks, that's going to bring a lot of capacity that a smaller standalone department, even though HCA is huge, it's still standalone. You know what I mean? It's not going to have that same number of folks and same, overall level of capacity and expertise. So I think what we're doing is we're trying to listen to the departments as well, and remembering also that ultimately your board, this board, our office, and HR is responsible for compliance with civil service rules. As we just got audited, a very successful audit by the state. But remembering all the while that that's our ultimate responsibility to make sure we're also being compliant, but also that we're responding to the department's needs in terms of recruitment. And as Mike mentioned, we do measure it. We really, I think, pretty relentlessly in terms of recruitment times and so forth, times to get list. Now, sometimes we hear things, and we heard like Animal Services had issues. Partly that's because VCM, they're part of HCA, and VCMC was having a freeze, and Animal got caught up in that. So, but I think overall, really just assessing each department and listening to them and looking at how things are working. And for us, and for these departments, IT right now, I think this makes sense for them. We're happy to do it. There are still other standalone departments that we work even though it's delegated, we still work very closely with them. It's not like, well, good luck to you. And it's, we still work very cooperatively with them. So it's I think it's a healthy process to take a look every time that we do. And I think I commend Sean and the HR team for just the quality of the work that they're doing and really listening to departments and measuring. And I appreciate the question. It's a great discussion. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We appreciate it. We have a motion and a second, and happy to vote for this. We have item 60 now, and we're going to hear item 66 at the same time that we hear item 60. And this is approval, modification of, oh no. Be 61 that we wanted to do together. So this is the administrative manual, item 60. Right.
Good morning, Board. Good morning, Chair, CEO Powers. My name is Mike Kumazawa. I'm with the County Executive Office. So the item before you this morning is approval of modifications to the 2008 Ventura County Admin Policy Manual. So the Admin Policy Manual is a compilation of policies and procedures that basically govern all of the internal operations of the county. The updates before you today, there's pretty much 6 primary updates, and I'll try and go through them pretty quickly because I know we're kind of behind schedule. The first is an update in reference to an item your board approved on June 18 of 2019 regarding the MEO and the reporting structure from VCMC to the CEO. So all policies that reference county departments and department heads have been updated to reflect the medical examiner's office. There's an update regarding advocacy groups and policy language regarding engaging county legislative staff before taking any positions consistent with current policies for professional organizations. So that language has been made to be consistent. There's some updates for GSA fleet services, for telematics and data-driven analysis of the fleet. Some refinement, I guess you would say, of determinations and analysis for vehicle replacement and acquisition. And I think also some language, Supervisor Bennett, regarding your item and EVs. I think some of those policy updates have been addressed. The fourth update is for the purchasing agent. So that delegated authority for contracts for services that was updated on January 1st for government code from 100,000 to 200,000. That amount has been updated. There's been an update for employee travel reimbursement. So parking for employees that are now traveling overnight and need to pay for parking at an airport, that's been increased from $20 to $25. And then meal allowance has been increased by $3 per day, so 57 to 60. And then high-cost locales has been increased from 68 to 71. And then finally, the admin manual and policy had language in there regarding reimbursement to supervisors for training, but there wasn't anything in there specific to supervisors-elect. So that small change has been made. So those are the updates. If you have any questions.
I just wanted to say thank you. I really appreciated the inclusion of the training for the supervisors. As we know, for the next election, there'll be several new supervisors. And I know from my own experience, it was very helpful to be able to get the training that I did. So thank you. And then also I understood the per diem was $3. So that's $1 a meal per day. I just wanted to make sure that we put that in there too, because I know that helps with all the staff that travels for us. So thank you.
Right.
I have a question.
Sure.
I'm on some state boards.
Okay.
And they also require, for example, ethics training for a couple of hours at least. So the county has its ethics training, and then the state has it, which means I'm doing twice as much.
Right.
So wouldn't it, as it reads, and I'm looking at this, it looks like it's sufficient to just do one course of 2 hours, whether it be directly with what the county requires or what the state requires. Do you have any thoughts on that?
No, I'll have to go back and look. I know that these updates to the manual specifically were for training that the county would provide for supervisors-elect. So for that particular.
Okay, it's a personal question. I mean, we can talk about it later.
Yeah, sure, I can definitely research it.
As I read it, it looks broad enough. It just says at least 2 hours of training in general ethics principles.
But you'd like to know, Supervisor, if our local training would qualify for the state requirements and so forth?
Or vice versa.
Exactly. Okay.
Probably
Well, let us
vice
find out.
versa.
We'll find
because
out.
I have to do the state one.
Okay. We'll look into that.
Thank you.
Okay, any other board members' questions or comments? All right. We need a motion to We have a motion and a second. Ready to vote? And that item is approved unanimously, and we're at item 61, and we're doing item 61 along with item 66 at the same time. We have 3 speaker cards on this item, and go ahead with your presentation.
Good morning, Chair Bennett, members of the board, and CEO Powers. I'm Christopher Melton. I'm the GSA Deputy Director for Fleet Services, and I'm here to present item number 61. In this item, there are 5 recommendations before you. The first is to receive and file the GSA Fleet Services Department strategy for electric vehicle transition. Second, approve and authorize the GSA Director to sign the agreement with Southern California Edison for participation in the Charge Ready program. Third, approve and grant an easement for vehicle charging station infrastructure subject to review and approval of County Council for the County of Ventura to Southern California Edison and authorize Public Works Agency Director to execute the easement. Fourth, to approve a contribution of $146,668 from the general fund to GSA Fleet Services to fund a partial offset of the cost of electric vehicle charging stations, electric vehicles, and installation of those charging stations. And then fifth is to authorize the auditor controller to process the necessary budget transactions. Exhibit 1 of the board letter is a very detailed 28-page transition plan that I'm going to go through in the next few slides. In the past year, Fleet Services has partnered with the CEO's sustainability team and VCREA, and I have also volunteered with Electric Drive 805 on their project to create the Ventura County electric vehicle blueprint. Okay, and here we go. All right. So this strategy had 4 main focus areas. We wanted to do a fleet analysis. We wanted to look at our infrastructure, to conduct a cost-benefit analysis, and then to go over a transition plan. We developed this strategy in support of state goals like greenhouse gas reductions and county policy for alternative fuel vehicles being cost-effective by conducting a total cost of ownership analysis. We started the fleet analysis by limiting our scope to vehicle applications which have a current market available EV. Our county fleet's comprised of 1,209 light vehicles and 891 pieces of heavy equipment. We excluded public safety vehicles, heavy equipment, pickup trucks, minivans from the analysis and focused on the 201 sedans in our county fleet because those do have a market available EV today we can purchase. And here is the makeup of our sedan fleet. You will note that 38% of the fleet is either hybrid or plug-in hybrid today. Our goal was to focus phase 1 of vehicle electrification on areas where we can get the best return on investment. So the attributes that we looked at in selecting phase 1 EVs were high utilization, utilization rates above 60%, a large density of county driver demand, captive demand of drivers, that's drivers that don't have other options to be able to do for transportation, and vehicle usages consistent with current market available EVs. The top 2 utilization groups for county vehicles are in the GSA-administered central motor pool and in the remote motor pools. The draft, just for a note, the draft Ventura County Electric Vehicle Blueprint noted that the break-even point for electric vehicles on a total cost of ownership is 12,000 miles or greater. So we're So when we were putting this together, we wanted to look at what the county vehicles were for countywide, which is the table at top, and then the central motor pool vehicles, which is the table at the bottom. we looked at this both by sedans and also by minivans, and we wanted to figure out where the best location was to prioritize our phase one for electrification. And through this analysis, we identified the Central Motor Pool as being the ideal location for this phase one transition. Our strategy in Exhibit 1 goes into a very detailed selection criteria relating to our selection of electric vehicle for this project. There were many factors that went into our selection decision, including the size of the county, the geography of the county, vehicle ranges that are currently available, and then also wanting to increase and promote driver adoption of electric vehicles. We only gave consideration to electric vehicles that have 200 miles or greater of range, and that's due to the differing missions of the county. The Central Motor Pool, various users of all departments, any county employee has access to it, so they can go anywhere in the county. So we wanted to be able to accommodate that. There's also differing weather patterns across the county, different topography, driver concerns over range anxiety, and we also wanted to create a hedge against battery degradation. Of the vehicles that we evaluated, we chose the Chevrolet Bolt due to our status as a GM certified repair facility, the fact that the Bolt is also on statewide contract, which we get a discount of about $3,000 per vehicle, and the ability for GSA Fleet Services to repair these vehicles in-house through our certified repair facility program. And that gives us also access to GM training and GM proprietary tools to be able to work on these vehicles. To accommodate the 14 new electric vehicles in Lot E of the Government Center, we'll be adding 7 dual-port charging stations at a 1-to-1 ratio of charging ports or plugs to electric vehicles. Due to the nature of the Central Motor Pool, vehicles come and go throughout the day multiple times. They require the ability to plug in and disconnect sporadically throughout the day to meet the missions of our various customers across the county. So we wanted to make sure that these dedicated charging locations, that they are essential to the successful implementation of electric vehicles in our county fleet. Substantial infrastructure upgrades are required to power these charging stations. GSA Facilities and Maintenance estimated the cost to be $418,000 to install these charging units. However, we have a great opportunity to defray $327,000 in costs through the Southern California Charge Ready program, where Southern California Edison installs all of the infrastructure up to the stub out, where we then connect the electric vehicle charging station. Participation in this program drops the cost to the county for the infrastructure from the estimated $418,000 to $83,668. And that covers the acquisition and the installation of those charging stations. And Exhibit 5 is an example of a grant of easement that will be required for participation in this program. So we evaluated several factors relating to cost-benefit assessments for EVs, and we wanted to start by looking just at the reduction in fossil fuel usage. We estimate a savings of $753 in fuel costs per vehicle per year, or $10,542 in annual fuel cost savings across the 14 new electric vehicles we're proposing. We also wanted to look at reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, and we estimate that these 14 electric vehicles will save 54 metric tons of carbon from entering our atmosphere annually.
Could you, what is the estimated life expectancy of the EVs?
So we're going to talk a little bit, a couple of slides later. We were trying to get down to about 5 years on our analysis. We generally keep our fleet longer than 5 years, or it's in about the 8-year range. However, there are some unknowns because this technology is so new. So we wanted to try to put it at 5 years if possible.
So for the life of the car, if it were $750 annual savings in terms of operating cost, and it's 5 years, you're talking basically about the $3,750 cost savings that could be applied to the purchase price of the vehicle, in a sense.
There is the cost savings. I don't know the exact relationship of being able to apply it to the purchase price over time. I mean, these vehicles get put onto rates, and so when we acquire the vehicle, the rates are based on that acquisition cost, and then as time goes on, as the cost savings come in, we're able to lower the rates, but it's the initial rate that we're really concerned about. So that's why we want to try to keep all the costs, especially on the front end, down so that we can pass that savings along to our users.
And is there added cost associated after 5 years, say replacing the battery and all that kind of stuff? Because I understand the mileage goes down if the battery is going down. It doesn't charge as long, something
The batteries
like my phone.
That's correct. The batteries do degrade over time. The Chevrolet Bolt, for instance, is so new that we don't know what its battery degradation is going to be yet. There's some literature about the Nissan Leaf and about the Chevrolet Bolt. Some of the first gen electric vehicles, we're kind of in the second gen of electric vehicles, and so they're pretty new. So they're estimates that people use. However, when we get into, and I'll have a slide where we talk about end of life cost a little bit, it is an unknown. We've seen currently the highest depreciating vehicles are electric vehicles, and so that's why we were looking. However, there are benefits as well as costs with this, so we were just trying to map them all out through our cost benefit analysis, just to try to weigh both of them to get to the right decision. All right, so this is we went from greenhouse gas reduction, so we estimate 54 metric tons saved across these 14 EVs annually. So in cost considerations for maintenance, we used a maintenance reduction factor of 37%, meaning that we estimate that an EV will cost 37% less than a similar internal combustion vehicle. With that estimate, we expect to see a savings of about $400 per vehicle per year, or $5,614 in annual O&M savings across these 14 EVs. And we derived this 37% reduction factor by averaging 4 industry studies and by using actuals from our own data on our electric vehicles that we currently have. You'll note in the footnote, I think I put 3 in there. I forgot to add in a New York City study that we also included in this. So I want to apologize for the omission. So we developed an analysis tool to incorporate acquisition cost, rebates, fuel cost, maintenance cost, and utilization to model the break-even point for an electric vehicle versus electric vehicle internal combustion and hybrid vehicles. The model does not account for end-of-life costs such as resale value, as these vehicles are new to the industry and we don't have a good model or estimation to use yet. Like I said a minute ago, the EV depreciation is high. In Nissan Leafs, for instance, they're up about 70% depreciation over 5 years. And then the Chevrolet Volt is right behind that at 69% over 5 years. I don't know what the Chevrolet Bolt will be, but there is a lot of concern for the end of life. So consumers are a little hesitant to buy battery electric vehicles. However, that can all change as more of these come into the market. It is, like I said, a little bit of an unknown.
Can I ask a question? We have solar panels out there. Does this account for the use of the solar panels to help charge the cars?
So,
because it seems like a lot, $2.77 a gallon equivalent.
So $2.77 a gallon, that is what, at the time of writing this, that was what our county fuel price was. So I think today it's at $2.94 a gallon. We do not take into account the solar panels. However, the electric cost of $15 or 15 cents per kilowatt hour is what the county is paying. So we just wanted to map it because this project will be fed from an Edison transformer into the vehicle charging station. So it will not be tying directly into the solar panels.
I know also you do it, the time of use plays in a major factor too, but it would be to our benefit to be charging these in the middle of the night, for example, right?
That is correct. And that's one of the considerations that we put in. We wanted to have a vehicle that could charge overnight in the off-peak hours to get a full charge, to be able to do a full day of county business.
Good, thank you.
So as you can see from this graphic, and this was written at the time when our internal fuel cost was $2.77 a gallon, this factors in a $2,500 rebate for the Clean Vehicle Rebate Program from the state of California. And the break-even point where, and this is the point of inflection where the gasoline vehicle and the electric vehicle cross, came in at year 9. However, And if we were asking for a contribution of $4,500 per new electric vehicle. And by applying that $4,500 contribution, you can see that the break-even point moves from year 9 to year 5. There are several factors that led to us to ask for the contribution, the first one being rates. By reducing our initial acquisition cost, we are able to keep the rates that we charge our Central Motor Pool customers, which are own county employees. We're able to keep those at a cost-competitive level with other forms of transportation available to county employees. There's also end-of-life costs. These vehicles are new. End-of-life scenarios are unknown. There is a lot of literature about the possibility of what can happen at the vehicle retirement age. We just haven't gotten to the point where we've seen that yet because of how new this technology is.
I'm sorry to go backwards again, but so this is using Edison, not Clean Power Alliance energy, is that right? Or it's using the transmission lines, but it's still a Clean Power Alliance.
I can't speak exactly to the source of this. I went back to our county electric bill to find out what the cost that we pay for electricity.
The gentleman in the back says, yes, it is.
It is Clean Power Alliance.
Okay, thank you.
So Greg Bergman helped me a lot with the power.
Right, yes, and can I ask a question on this? You're stating that the electric vehicles have, then it's a 5-year. What is our gas or hybrid without this additional contribution? The life of the vehicle?
So
just I understand
generally
there's
runs to about,
policy.
it runs to about 8 years. The hybrids are a little bit different. The hybrids, we're not seeing the resale value on it, and if we get to a point where we have to replace a battery, we just got an estimate a few months ago for a Ford Escape hybrid. It was a $10,000 battery replacement fee, so it had a very large end-of-life cost. So our goal is to try to move these out before we get to that large end-of-life cost if the batteries do become completely defunct. With the internal combustion engines, we're generally about 8 years, and that depends on usage.
Okay, so then to buy more electric vehicles, we would have to make more contributions from our general fund?
We're asking for this contribution because this is the way that we saw to make this to be cost effective. Over time, the cost of electric vehicles are going to continue to come down, so I can't speak in the future whether we'll have to ask for the contribution or not. But I'm just, for today, then that is what's required to get us to what we consider to be a cost effective point.
Thank you.
I have a question. Any idea who will buy the cars after 5 years?
Any idea of who is buying
That's
them?
part of the.
People that are looking for a really good deal on an electric car. I know of people who have bought used electric cars for as low as $5,000 and $6,000 that still have good range on them. So I think that if you're a consumer and you're interested in an electric car, look at the used car market because it's flooded with used electric vehicles that are inexpensive.
So you think we're going to have a good market because we're buying them at what was it, 36,000 or?
These are at 35,000. That's
35,000.
with tax included, and that's off of the state contract.
So in 5 years, somebody can probably buy it for $4,000 or $5,000, you know?
Right.
Potentially.
That's potentially. And I'm optimistic that some of the recent literature on electric vehicles, the longer range the electric vehicle has, the less depreciation that you have. So some of the older ones, they had 80 or 100 or 120 miles, and they've seen a steep decline, whereas the 200-plus mile range vehicles just haven't been out there.
The mileage is important, yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
Can I ask, after 5 years, what's the estimate of the total miles that'll be on the car?
So Central Motor Pool vehicles run 9,444 miles per year on average. So you're looking at just in my head, a little south of 50,000 miles. This can always, our plan is to adjust this over time as we look at how the batteries do degrade and where we think that the optimal resale point is going to be, because we want to sell that vehicle onto the secondary market when its resale value is still pretty high. We don't run the wheels off of them. So we have yet to decide that. These are based on estimations that we've made, though.
Okay, and so then the longevity of the hybrid or the gas, you're saying is 10 years?
I would say 8 years.
8 years, so
Yes.
that would be, at least we get 80,000 miles on those.
Correct.
Just trying to, we'll make our choice, but I want to make sure we knew all the numbers.
And that's one of the reasons by presenting this program is at a certain point, we need to start collecting data on these vehicles. We need to start using them and collecting data on them. And that way I'm not up here talking about estimations. I really would much rather be up here talking about the actual data that we've seen. So this break-even point, like I said, what things that we were concerned about was rates. It's the end-of-life costs, and then it's also in the county policy. We just want to make sure we adhere to county policy and cost-effectiveness of evaluating our vehicle choices. So part of the ask of the contribution is just to bring the cost down to where it can be considered cost-effective with an internal combustion sedan. So we also wanted to talk about some hindrances to driver adoption and having a few electric vehicles in our fleet already. The ones we've seen for driver behavior considerations are range anxiety and just unfamiliarity with the vehicles. So we've come up with a plan to try to overcome both of those. The very first one, what I mentioned earlier, is only looking at vehicles with 200 plus miles of range on a single charge. That will, generally people start getting anxious when it starts hitting 50, 40 miles. So this will allow us to have a vehicle that can get through the entire day's business and then come back and charge overnight without that range anxiety.
My apologies for interrupting. So I buy a car and I travel 150 miles, and I'm going to come back in an hour or two. How long is it going to take for that battery to charge to come back?
So depends on the type of charger that you're using. If you're on a level 3 charger, you can get to 80% in about 20 minutes.
Oh, really?
That's it's called a DC fast charger, and there are not a lot of those out there. If you're on a level 2 charger, which is 220 volt, which is what the charging stations we're looking to put in, we figure about 6 hours to go to get a full charge on that vehicle. So a partial charge would be less than that. So you're looking at the course of a couple of hours to be able to get
To come back.
To be able to come back, right?
But eventually, I'm sure that's going to expedite the charging of the batteries, you know.
That is correct. And one of the chargers that we're looking at is through ChargePoint, and ChargePoint gives you access to their entire network of chargers, similar to the gas cards that we have in some of our travel vehicles. You'd be able to scan the card and be able to charge at a ChargePoint charging station, of which there are several of those throughout the county.
Good.
And speaking of the chargers, so what's getting put in is only for our fleet vehicles to make sure that those are being charged. And so when they're out in public, they can use certain public ones, but they'll have a credit card.
That's correct.
Okay.
If you use the ChargePoint charging station, then they would come with a card that integrates both with the ChargePoint network and into our own fleet management system, which is AssetWorks.
Okay, I just wanted to ask, because I know when we use our gas, we use the credit card to get the gas, and so I just want to make sure it's easy for our employees to utilize.
So ultimately, we're going to have chargers like we have service stations.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're going to charge, we figure a charging station 50 miles up ahead or something.
It takes a little bit of planning now. As public charging stations become more prolific, then it'll take a little bit less planning.
That'd be the service station of the future.
Potentially.
Thank you.
So we wanted to look, like I said, we looked at the Chevrolet Bolt because it gave us just that ability for that longer range. There also, I've been in it, it looks like a small car. It's actually pretty usable. So one of the big complaints we got with the Chevrolet Volt was the limited size of the back seat. This one can actually fit 2 adults in the back seat. As we did when we rolled out the Chevrolet Volt, we'll be offering support to our customers to overcome unfamiliarity through promotional displays and events where we can answer their questions directly and receive feedback. We also, on our motor pool website, we publish and we keep training videos and tutorials that have specific operations of how these vehicles work. So if there are any questions of what do I do, it is online at the same site where you book the car. You can see all of the information of how to operate the car. And then, of course, if there's any vehicle issues, a quick call to Fleet Services, and we come and we help, we get you to your destination to continue with your business. These are just more examples of some tutorials that we put together when rolling out the Chevrolet Volt. So I also wanted to talk about technician training because we gave consideration to the impact that electric vehicles are going to have to our own County of Ventura technicians. Being that we are a certified repair facility for General Motors and Ford. And by selecting the Chevrolet Bolt, we can continue to work on these vehicles in-house with our technicians, even for warranty repairs. If there's a warranty repair, we get a credit back from the manufacturer. This allows to assure that our vehicles can turn around quickly, and in the event of a disaster, that is an extremely valuable tool. Our vehicles aren't stuck at another center waiting on a technician. We can use our own technicians to get them back out in service. We also have access to the full GM library of training materials, and we have the ability to purchase the tools to work on the vehicles, the same ones that they use at the dealership. We estimate that the cost of the tools to work on these electric vehicles will be about $11,000, and that the training will be for our technicians will be between $25,000 and $35,000. However, we've discussed this cost-sharing opportunities with neighboring fleets such as Santa Barbara County, Santa Barbara City, City of Ventura, through our Gold Coast Fleet Managers Association. And so we're open to conducting joint training sessions to try to reduce the cost to the County of Ventura. And then all costs relating to tools and training will be paid for by Fleet's O&M budget. So we are recommending a targeted, measured, and phased approach to EV transitions. The cost associated with infrastructure installation is extensive. EV offerings today are somewhat sparse, but will continue to grow in size. There's 45 electric vehicles that are slated to come online within the next 5 years. In the model year 2020, Ford is going to put out a hybrid pickup truck. 2022, both Ford and GM say that they're going to have a fully electric pickup truck available. So what we want to do is we want to identify the locations and vehicles where current EV offerings are acceptable and build out infrastructure to progress along that path. While also analyzing, we want to analyze our fleet data so that we can start looking at what the next targets are for installation of these, where the vehicles make sense and have currently a current market available EV to purchase. We're also going to use this opportunity to increase the size of our central motor pool by 7 vehicles, and that addresses our number one complaint that we get in central motor pool, and that's that there are not enough vehicles available. Our central motor pool is the most in-demand set of vehicles in the entire county. So after the initial phase of EV installation, we want to evaluate future phases for vehicle electrification, starting with the remote motor pools, as they are the second leading group for county vehicle utilizations. Like I said earlier, Ford and GM are coming out with pickup trucks. So when those vehicles become available, we'll evaluate them and see how they can be integrated into our fleet. We're also planning to look at agency-assigned vehicles for opportunities where they can go electric. And then we're also keeping an eye on emerging technology, anything that it's a very, very dynamic time in vehicles. So all of these factors are going to play into helping us to get to a carbon-free transportation system. In conclusion, I just want to reiterate that this proposal is a first significant step towards vehicle electrification and comes with a noteworthy financial opportunity from Southern California Edison to help install the electric vehicle infrastructure, and that our county central motor pool is the ideal location for this to occur. In support of this, I just ask that the board receive and file the strategy for EV transition, authorize the GSA director to sign the SC Edison Charge Ready program, approve a grant for easement for SC Edison, approve the contribution of $143,668 for electric vehicles and electric vehicle charging stations and their installation, and then also approve the necessary budgetary transactions. And with that,
Can I ask a question? On the charging, you stated that the $4,500 per vehicle. I have a hard time with that coming out of general fund when we have so many unfunded mandates that are coming down from the state level and the federal. It makes me anxious. And I'm wondering what opportunities that we have with the state of California as they want clean, they want all electric vehicles. What kind of rebates are they coming to the county, and is it better for us to wait so that they have those coming in with the rebates or with the SE&E? I'm just trying, I appreciate the slower approach. And then there's also a question of technology. If technology is upgrading and we have better chargers in a year from now, is it better to slow? So I know I just asked a couple questions, but I just wanted, if you could hit some of those for me.
Okay, so in terms of the charging stations, I don't think that they're going to see any leaps over what they currently are. You have level 1, which are kind of out of scope for us. Level 2 is what we're looking to apply for. Level 3 charging stations, which are very expensive, they're $30,000 per or above. In terms of, trying to remember your first question.
So it was just the state providing more rebates.
So
help out.
there's a sporadic group of monies available for electric vehicles. One of the biggest ones, the federal tax credit, which we're exempt from. We cannot apply for that. We have applied into this, the Clean Vehicle Rebate Program, which we do apply for, we can get that money. That's $2,500 per vehicle. There are other ones on the VW Mitigation Fund. That's in heavy equipment and very large vehicles, trains and semi-trucks. So it's a little out of scope for what we do right now. So we do look at the monies that come available, but in researching it and finding the ones that are available for municipalities like us, we've only been able to find that today the Clean Vehicle Rebate Program applies. I can't say what's going to happen tomorrow, what might come down the pipe. I know that there are infrastructure programs that are coming online through SC Edison Charge Ready 2 proposals. Doesn't exactly apply to the vehicles. That's more on the infrastructure side.
Mm-hmm.
What I do is I just try to find the most amount of money that we can to defray the cost of this, because it is expensive. So if we have any opportunities to get a significant contribution from the federal or state level or utility companies, we're going to bring that to your board to ask for that.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's important that we do this. I think it's important that we take the approach and look for ways to this is going to be the future.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you have right here, for example, SC has the Charge Ready program, which we're going to use, and also the Clean Vehicle Rebate program, so we're going to take an opportunity. Just want to share with you that I belong to Gulf Coast Transit District, and there's mandates there. The buses have to be 100% electric by, I think, 2030 or 40, I can't remember the number. But we're getting ahead of the program, and I think the county's going into the right direction, trying this and making sure that we have the data. What's the payback on 5 years? What's it going to cost us between the traditional vehicle compared to the electric vehicle? The question that I have, in a traditional car, we have an engine.
Mm-hmm.
And in this car, are we going to have a big battery? Or
It has an engine as well. So you have a battery. The batteries, consider that your gas tank. And then you have an electric motor, and you consider that your engine. That's what propels
That's your
the wheels.
engine, yeah.
Correct.
The battery's going to be in the back like a Tesla or something like that.
That's correct. So the battery's your gas. Think of that as your gas tank. So
The gas tank is the battery, and then you have maybe in the future you can bring a photo of that, too.
Okay.
So we can compare the engine to that, too. But I think it's an excellent program. I think it's the future. I think we need to go in that direction. An excellent
I know
presentation.
that we have another agenda item right after this that deals with the policy questions. And one of the things that I'd like to see is being able to have the public use them. If we're going to be putting them out there, particularly if we're going to be focusing on charging in the evening, the public will be here during the day. So if there's a way that we can work that, I think that would be good. We have to always think beyond just the county family, but actually look at our services to the public. So that's something that I would like to look at. And then I have an electric car, and it is amazing how much you save in terms of gas. You don't have to pay for gas. You charge at night. I think we pay roughly $30 a month to charge, because when we are doing it and not being able to have solar panels too. So these kind of combinations can really help as we watch gas prices rise to over $4 now, and the uncertainty of that. I think this really gives us actually more stability in the future. I think Supervisor Long's questions are right on too, in the sense that the technology just keeps getting better. We're going to be able to go more and longer miles on our cars, and faster charging. They're watching what Tesla's doing. You can get a full fast charge now in probably a half hour. You know, they've actually got it down from 45 minutes. So it's just, it's amazing what you can do, and I think that it's definitely where the future holds, and would like to look at the next agenda item too to see, I don't know if we can do it with these charging stations, but making them available to the public makes a lot of sense to me. Can you answer that one?
So these charging stations are what are considered fleet chargers. So they don't have the ability for the public to purchase power off of them. It's going to have a meter that gets billed to fleet to run these plugs off of, and we're putting in what are considered to be dumb chargers, because we're paying all off of that meter. So the intent of this program was for fleet chargers, and the chargers that we can use are dictated by Southern California Edison because of the program that we're trying to get into. I know that public chargers have been a conversation in GSA. It just falls a little bit outside of fleet because fleets, I kind of have a fence around county fleet as opposed to what we make available to the public.
And we all sit on the Air Pollution Control Board, and we regularly give funds for public chargers. So that might be a source for the county to look to for funding here at the Government Center.
Can I also ask, in the EV breakdown, your cost, how come we don't have the cost of the chargers included in the cars or the amortization of the cost? Because we're basically absorbing the 433, we're paying for that, but it doesn't go to the cost of the car. Is that correct? I mean, so how much money is that on a 5-year basis?
So our goal was to reduce the initial acquisition cost of the vehicle, what we charge the rates to the customer, because what we didn't want to do was to see the motor pool rate spike like $1 per hour or X number of cents per mile to make it to where it's not competitive to the current internal combustion motor pool vehicles or personal mileage reimbursement. So we wanted to grow the adoption of the vehicles, which is why we did not include the chargers in why we asked for the contribution.
Okay. And the reason why I'm sensitive on that is I have healthcare that's in Santa Clara Valley is looking for money and trying not to shut down an OB. And then I'm saying, okay, well, we're going to have almost 500,000 come out of just general plan so that we can have electric vehicles. And I'm trying to understand the needs of the community. And I say that for the board's perspective because I hear that all the time in my district as to what is the county doing and the needs of the county.
That's an enterprise fund, right? Not a general fund?
Not this
Right.
5.
No, the Senate Pollen.
And it's interesting, there are actually state mandates that are requiring electric vehicles, for example, buses, right? I think that was by 2030, all the
That's right.
buses, public buses have to be electric. So it's going to happen.
It's going to happen.
Unfortunately, and the sooner the better, both in terms of greenhouse gas emissions and noise, and there's so many benefits to them.
And I think the county is going in the right direction, going slow, because going back to Gold Coast Transit, we're buying a couple of electric buses. Subject to what Los Angeles is going to do, they're buying about 200 buses and let them take all the bugs out and so forth, and we learn from that. And that's basically what you were concerned about, too. And if we, start slowly, then we eventually, other cities are going to do it, too, and we'll find out what's the best route to go for maintenance and so forth.
So I'd like to jump in here. We have 3 public speakers that want to speak, and as Supervisor Parks pointed out, we've combined 2 agenda items here to hear these all at once. So I believe we've at least had a reasonable opportunity to ask questions of our staff about item 61 that they brought forward. So I'd like to just present this addendum item so that then our public speakers can speak to either of the 2 items at the same time. And then we can go back and have our final conversation. Hopefully we can get this done and the other agenda items for the board done before we get to 1 o'clock. We also would like to get into closed session and try to get some lunch in us before we get to 1 o'clock also. The item 66, the addendum item, I think speaks pretty straightforward. don't have, a long board letter in terms of, I think it speaks pretty straightforward about what it is. But so I want to frame it in terms of this. Myself and my staff have had a significant amount of conversations with Transportation Department, with Fleet, about this movement towards electric vehicle acquisition by the county of Ventura. So we've had a lot, and I would summarize it by this. I'm impressed with how our staff has been methodically moving through this. And it strikes me that they're hitting that balance that we're trying to look for in general. And that is, some people would want us to go all electric right now, this moment, and other people wouldn't want us to do that at all. And I think that they're trying to say, hey, where are the best opportunities right now to move? And they're coming up with a reasonable strategy with this request. But they also have, I think, a reasonable approach to the implementation so that we get the best of both worlds that are out there as technology improves. There's going to be some benefits to, when do you buy that computer? When the next computer is going to be a little bit better and all of that. That's, but I do believe we have to get moving. And this gets us moving. So that's how I feel about this item. I believe that they're not, trying to grab all the apples on the apple tree at this point in time. They're trying to grab the ones that are the most appropriate. But in working with them, I also recognize that they're still working with the old board policy about adoption of hybrid vehicles, et cetera. And it's time for us, I think, to give them more flexibility. And I feel confident in giving them flexibility in that it feels like they're using that flexibility pretty appropriately. So this board letter doesn't mandate a whole lot, but it is an attempt to try to give them more flexibility so they don't say, which sometimes comes up, well, that's not board policy yet. We can't really do this. And so I'd like to give them more flexibility to be able to do that and respect the fact that that I think that they'll use that. So it's to, number one, ask them to proceed to the next steps in preparing for the future. It takes a lot of time, all this stuff that they did in terms of doing this analysis. And so if it takes some cost and some more analysis to get started and to come back with a budget request so that we can at least know what our plan is before the next charge-ready grant applications come. That doesn't mean that we'll necessarily do everything, but we'll know what plan we have, right? So I think some good thinking has been done, and so recommendations A and B deal with that in terms of doing good planning. Then C, give conceptual support for additional fleet conversions to EVs and seeking grants for this purpose, right? Recognize that the administrative manual, which says cost effectiveness, can right now be limiting, and should be updated to provide some flexibility. I don't have all the exact words for that here, but what's the appropriate amount of flexibility to put in there? I'd like to have staff think that through and come back with that. Express a willingness to consider having the general fund cover some of these higher costs, just what you're talking about, to try to have this. It's a more rational implementation. The way you're talking about is for us to just recognize there's some costs that we need to buy down so that we can have smooth rates for our users as they're going forward with this. And we're encouraging conversion without ramming it down everybody's throats faster than we can digest. And then discourage the addition of new gasoline sedans to the fleet, while recognizing there's still going to be some exemptions. I'm sure we're going to hear from the district attorney, as we heard last time when I came forward with a policy about hybrids, which was a long time ago, 16 years ago, we came forward with that policy. It was, well, our undercover operations need to have certain kind of vehicles and et cetera. So, and encourage the replacement of van SUVs and light trucks where it's practical. And I think that means let's see what else is going to be coming up soon in terms of those new models. And then give conceptual support for installing employee and public EV chargers, the issue that Supervisor Parks was just bringing up. I think we have some responsibility to not just take care of our fleet, but also to make sure this is a place that that helps the public make this conversion over, but it's and try to get the grants for that, and hopefully we can get APCD to come up with that grant funding. So all of these are conceptual moves to increase the rate that we do this, but in an attempt to try to do it in a way that is that allows for staff to use the good common sense that they've been using up to this point in time. So that's the recommended board action. When we talked with county council about whether we could talk about these modifications while staff had this presentation before us, they told us no, we couldn't. They said, you can't have this conversation about board policy and all this stuff. And we thought we could. And so when we got that information back from them on Thursday, we went ahead and put this together, which is why it came out late on Friday, because county council said it would be far better if you made this a separate agenda item. And so we made it a separate agenda item. Quite frankly, I thought we could probably have these things all part of this agenda item, and so to be safe, we did it that
Good
way.
idea that they're separate items. Let there be some clear policy direction on this as well as this particular
Sure.
request.
Yeah, so anyway, that's what's out there, and if board members, okay, great, if you have questions about that, and then we have public comments also, right?
Can I ask a question on your policy? Mike, I have a great concern of having the sheriff's fire department included in this when they would need their vehicles. Is there a way, I would like to suggest that we exempt them from this? And then also the question I had was on the cost effectiveness with our general fund, to state that we get rid of that and put more flexibility gives me angst. Because the cost, like you just gave us, almost $500,000 a year, where are we getting that funds from? That's taxpayer dollars. So I'm concerned that we don't remove cost effectiveness, because that needs to be put in there, because we are stewards of the taxpayers' dollars. So I want to make sure that that's kept in there. And then I wanted to ask GSA if you have any examples of this public policy going through. I know Santa Barbara County has been going through this type of policy to move all to electric. And I wanted to ask if how are they doing? Are these benchmarks going to help you in moving us forward? If you could just elaborate on that.
So I can say, we've talked to a lot of different counties about how they're looking at their electrification. And the thing that we consistently come back to is that it's the infrastructure that's the stumbling block to putting in electric vehicles. In Santa Barbara County, there was a vote to replace internal combustion vehicles with electric vehicles. And now they are having to go back to ask for money to be able to put the infrastructure in to be able to support that mandate, because it makes no sense to purchase a vehicle that you can't fuel. In San Diego County, they're also doing the same thing. It's a very large-scale electrification project that they're proposing. Now, this is what I heard was $28 million. That's both for electric vehicles and for charging stations. So other counties, it's every place is different, and the cost of electrification is different for every location. There's a lot of variables that go into it, but I can't say that it's the infrastructure costs that are really the largest hindrance to widespread adoption to electric vehicles.
Okay, thank you. So I would suggest doing the exempt on F for sheriff and fire, and then also on A, when we state public, that cost has to go towards them. As I hear the cost associated with infrastructure, county could pay for the county's infrastructure, but I have great concern on us also paying for the public, unless that was with grants or something.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Huber.
Yes, Thank you, Chairman Bennett, for bringing this item to the board. Very much appreciate it. The time is right for this board to lead by example and step up the transition away from purchasing internal combustion vehicles for our fleet and move forward towards purchasing electric vehicles and hybrid vehicles where it makes sense. I agree with the chairman that it's important that for this board to communicate that general policy direction to the CEO, GSA, and county staff. I mean, move it forward as quickly as we can. Thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you. All right. We have three, now looks like we only have two speakers. What's that?
Yeah.
Well,
61.
well, yeah, I want the speakers, just like we're talking about both items, so have the speakers speak to both items here when you come up. Speakers, I think that just makes sense. They're so intertwined in terms of this. So let's go ahead with Phil White. And we only have three speakers. I'm going to go with 5 minutes.
Hello, Supervisor Bennett and members of the board. My name is Phil White. I live in Ojai, and I'm here to speak for electric vehicles. I drove my electric vehicle, a Chevy Bolt, here today, and it's plugged in out here in the charge point charging station in the parking lot here. Ventura County suffers from two major environmental problems. The first is ozone air pollution. The second is climate change caused by global warming. Both the air pollution problem and the global warming problem are largely caused by motor vehicles burning gasoline and diesel. The solution to both of these problems is electric vehicles. I'm speaking here in favor of both of these items on your agenda today, 61 and 66. I think they're great steps forward to get the county to do its part for attacking climate change and for reducing air pollution. I would like to commend the CEO's office and VCREA and GSA. GSA did a really impressive analysis that I conclude shows that it does make a lot of sense economically to convert to electric vehicles. So I urge your board to approve both of these items.
Thank you for not using your whole time since we're cutting it close for time also. I appreciate that. Are you finished with your comments?
What's that?
Are you finished with your comments?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Our next speaker, Russell Sidney, and also if you can be brief, great. I know you got two agenda items, which is why I'm making this 5 minutes total.
Thank you so much, Supervisors, for the opportunity to speak and giving me 5 minutes. My name is Russell Sidney. I'm the co-founding organizer of the Electric Vehicle Advocates of Ventura County, as some of you already know. I'm also an author of a book on electric vehicles. I've been in this space for more than 15 years. And I want to totally support both of the items here. Having the policy put forward is a wonderful starting point so that we can really start to look at how we can deal with this. And I am so very impressed by both the proposal to bring in the bolts and the transition planning. I think taking the step-by-step approach that is being put in place is the best way to help everybody get on board with what needs to happen here. So in point of fact, I'm so impressed by the transition plan that I would encourage us to consider how we can get that to all the agencies and all the government bodies in the county so that they can come up with their own similar plan, and also to encourage the EV blueprint to move in the direction of such a practical approach. So one of the things that the EV Advocates does is we do a lot of showcases around the county, as I'm sure most of you have experienced at some point or another. I certainly know, I remember meeting several of you at them. So, and we just supported the opening of the Tesla Supercharger station up in Ojai, which was a wonderful event. And what happened there was that we were able to recognize that the Tesla vehicles and the Tesla Superchargers have, in fact, laid the groundwork for establishing what Mr. Zaragoza was talking about, which is the fueling stations of the future with the electric vehicles. And there's the Bolt, the well-chosen BOLT, is a vehicle that is coming close to having the capacity of the Teslas, and the DC fast chargers, the level 3 DC fast chargers that staff mentioned, can in fact create the fueling station of the future. So I would encourage us to look at how we can integrate that into the next step beyond this, trusting that the existing chargers coming in will fit in with those DC fast chargers to create a comprehensive fueling station for the electric vehicles. And one of the quick things I can throw in here is the part where if we simply take these chargers and put an extra space between each of these chargers, that would open the door for some of the things that Supervisor Parks is concerned about. The nature of the chargers that were described would mean that space would probably best be used for workplace charging. So the employees that come during the day can charge their EVs, and the overnight charging would then be used for the county vehicles. One of the things that can be done, even with the charging systems that are being chosen, is to use a parking permit as a way to enable the employees to use those spaces and pay for the electricity that they receive, rather than going to a smart charger. So all of these things are well within our reach, and this is such an important step to take, given that the urgency that is being expressed with over 800 cities signing on to climate crisis emergency resolutions because of the acceleration of what is happening all over the planet. And Ojai just adopted a climate crisis emergency resolution last night. So that's within our neighborhood, and I think that our experiences of the fires show us that, in fact, there are elements of this that are a crisis and elements of this that are an emergency. So thank you so much for taking such solid and prudent and wise steps forward with these two resolutions, provided you guys all accept them, of course.
Thank you very much, and thanks for not using your whole 5 minutes. And our final speaker is Michael, and I can't pronounce your last name.
Good afternoon. It's Michael Chiakos, and I'm the Director of Energy and Climate Programs with the Community Environmental Council. And my team and I, we lead electric vehicle readiness activities across Ventura, Santa Barbara, San Luis Obispo counties with the air pollution control districts and many of the other agencies for the past 8 years. And we're just wrapping up a California Energy Commission grant that I wrote and we received for the EV blueprint for Ventura County. And we really appreciate Mr. Melton serving on our blueprint stakeholder group with a couple dozen other stakeholders here in Ventura County. And last October 2018, I briefed Mr. Sasick and Mr. Melton and 5 other GSA and energy staff on electric vehicles, talking about SCE's Charge Ready and other funding sources. And it's really great to see the very excellent work that's being done to move EV adoption forward. So the County of Ventura will need over 100,000 electric vehicles on our roads by 2030 to meet our state's goal of 5 million by 2030. And the good news is that we're going to get there. About 10% of new vehicle sales are now electric vehicles, and that has to ramp up to around 30 to 40% in the next 10 years. The state has large amounts of funding for prepared and aware agencies, so it's really good to be taking these steps. But smaller agencies are doing a lot more than the County of Ventura. The city of Santa Barbara is getting 44 charging stations through Charge Ready. The County of Santa Barbara has applied for 50. And their Board of Supervisors earlier this year directed staff to only purchase electric vehicles and come back with a report next year on the actual costs and savings. So while this EV plan is a good start, we'd like to see the board allocate this funding and also support Supervisor Bennett's board letter policies. But we would like the board to direct staff to add more electric vehicles to the fleet, but also to build out workplace charging stations for the county's 8,000 employees. And for the public. And also what can be done to reduce costs. The County of Ventura's EV chargers are the most expensive out of any agency. So looking at these bolts that are being considered, they're being considered in price to a Focus when they're really a much nicer, better car, so more like a Fusion, which is about $5,000 more and really reduces the price differential to zero after the fuel and the maintenance savings. And each EV reduces greenhouse gas emissions by about 40 tons over 10 years and produces zero tailpipe emissions, so at very little cost. So I'm also asking, are there other vehicles that would have faster paybacks? You know, the pool vehicles travel, if they were used 250 days out of the year, about 38 miles a day. Are there caseworkers with social services or building inspectors that are driving 50 or 100 miles a day that would have faster payback? Is there a way to share chargers to reduce this cost? So an EV going 30 miles a day only needs an hour to charge. And so it's an inefficient use of resources to only charge one EV per charger. Could you have a dedicated spot for that fleet EV to charge up overnight? And could there be spots for workplace charging on either side? Or even on the other side of the aisle, you could conceivably charge 3, 6 EVs with one charger, and that would really reduce the costs a lot and help to save taxpayer money. There's tremendous demand from county employees. There was a survey that went out through our blueprint, and over 1,000 employees, county employees, responded to it. 170 of them already own electric vehicles. 60% would consider one for their next vehicle. The problem is that a lot of people can't charge at home, and they need workplace or multifamily charging. And that's where you can really help with that workplace charging. I heard that the solar carport, this tremendous asset you have out here, wasn't pre-wired for EV chargers, which isn't a best practice. The expensive part of putting in chargers is trenching through the large parking lots, but solar carports usually have extra conduit to allow this, as well as you can hang the wires on the carport supports and even down onto the pedestal, so you don't have to put a standalone pedestal, so it can really reduce the cost. So I would like someone to double check and just make sure that you can't put workplace charging stations very affordably out at the solar carport, and to make sure that any future solar carports envisioned for county sites are pre-wired to make EV charging very inexpensive, and then you can pass that cost savings along to county employees and also to the public. Thank you.
Mr. Chiakos, I had a question for you. With your experience, are you also looking to push law enforcement and fire into having electric vehicles? Because my concern is they're running 24 hours. We had the Thomas fire, we had the Hill and Woolsey fire. When would they? I wanted to get your question.
We talked a little bit at the GSA meeting, and right now there's some hybrid vehicles that get around double the mileage. Maybe they're better for detective cars or not for pursuit ready. There are some plug-in hybrids that can use electric for the first 20 miles and then use gasoline, and they may get over 100 miles per gallon equivalent when they're in electric mode, and then around 40 miles per gallon when they're in hybrid mode versus 15 or 20 when that a normal gas car would get. So those might be good options in the meantime for law enforcement, because they do have that backup gasoline engine and can travel longer distances if needed. There will be more pursuit-ready electric vehicles. Ford is coming out with them, so that's the near future.
Thank you.
All right.
I would just say there's few cars that go as fast as a Tesla. To have our sheriff's department be able to have one of those, they'd be able to catch them. Not that I'm advocating those at this point, but that's the future for sure, is being able to have those vehicles available to everybody, right?
Right, and the same conversation is always cost effective and what the cost is versus
Absolutely.
what it is. We had an article, what was it, a $3 million bus from Los Angeles County for electric that couldn't go up the hill. So I just want to make sure we watch out where we're going, that we do that in good measures.
Right, and make sure we got the technology. And I am interested in hearing back at a future time, if necessary, about the ability to use our solar panels that are out there, if we can make those available for employees and public for charging stations. I don't know if we have that easily accessible or not.
Well, I'd like to thank the three speakers. I think each one of you made some points that are important for us to hear. And I also agree with you, the issue of how we use our solar panels in the parking lot and trying to make sure that we're most effectively using those for the charging side of it in terms of stuff. So I hope staff will be looking into that. That's not part of our official motion, but it makes so much common sense. I assume that you guys will be taking a look at that. I'd like to address both motions that we have in front of us so that we can move ourselves closer to a vote here. I think everything that staff has presented in item 61 it makes sense and is something that I would be supporting. With the recommendation that I have here, I'm hearing this suggestion that we need to exempt the sheriff's department, exempt the fire department, and now we've also been communicated that the probation department wants to be exempt, and I'm sure there'll be other people who want to be exempt. And I think that that's an overread of what this policy is. I remember the exact same thing when we adopted the hybrid policy here 16 years ago in the boardroom. There was this concern that it was going to completely hamper all this, and it hasn't. There's nothing in here that says any department, particularly a separate elected official like the sheriff, must do any of this stuff. Sheriff can contract with anybody to do this stuff. There's nothing in here that says all of the cars will do this. We're not saying we refuse to buy anything except an electric car. Where are the exceptions? Pursuit vehicles. I don't think anybody would say that it makes common sense yet for us to say we demand that we're not going to buy another electric pursuit vehicle in the sheriff's department at all. But to say these departments should be completely exempt from common sense efforts, what about vehicles that aren't used for pursuit or anything else, and they could get by with a hybrid? Maybe it's time for them to look at a hybrid. So I just think that it's an overreach for people to to think that we need to go to an exemption because there wouldn't be common sense ways that these departments could begin to move this direction if they choose to move, if a separate elected official like the sheriff chooses to move with the county this direction. So again, there's nothing in here that mandates something. We're just trying to create more flexibility. We haven't even gotten the language back on the flexibility in terms of that, but we'd like to have staff come back with that language. So I think both motions stand, and Supervisor Huber has just made the motion for item 61, so I'll second that and call for a vote on item 61.
I appreciate you reviewing and making sure you acknowledge that it is not a mandate. I think there's a lot of concern on that, and we want to make sure we go through the checks like every other department to get vehicles.
Yeah, I think if people read what something says, if it doesn't say mandate, it's not a mandate, and I think it's legitimate for people to ask, but appreciate we have a motion and a second. We're ready to vote on item 61.
Just want to compliment GSA, a real extensive, thorough analysis and good conclusions, so thank you.
All righty, and that motion passes. And now, Supervisor Huber, we're at item 66. You want to make another motion on that? All right, and second that. And we're ready to vote on item 66.
And also, thank you, Supervisor Bennett, for bringing this forward. It's good to have a policy in place so we can have that good direction.
I agree. Thank you for bringing it forward.
All right. Both of these motions pass unanimously. Thank you again to GSA staff. Challenging topic, but it's one that we must embrace. We need to put county efforts, resources into embracing this issue. And you brought a common sense approach for us, and hopefully we'll keep tweaking this as we go forward. So thank you. We are now at item 62, and that's my recommendation to cancel the October 8th meeting and replace it with a meeting on October 22nd. What's that? Well, it's because of a lot of reasons, I guess, right? Okay. Yom Kippur would be one of those, right? So I'll not limit the reasons, but anyway, that's the motion. But I wanted to know whether it worked for the board members, right? And it sounds like it does. Great. And then Supervisor Huber and I both have a recommendation to add an additional board meeting to the calendar at 6 p.m. on November 19th, which he would like to hold in the Moore Park Community Center in the city of Moore Park. Oh, there we go, on 62. There you go. Great. And then item 63 is Supervisor Huber and I's motion to have the meeting in Moore Park on November 19th. Mr. Huber, here we go. We're ready to vote. And then we have a closed session. We have correspondence agenda item 65. Won't we vote on that quickly? We need to move the correspondence agenda.
This is what I mentioned during our board comments, this letter to the head of the DOE asking for him to consider cleaning to background levels and do it soon at Santa Susana Field Lab.
We're voting on item 65, the correspondence agenda?
That's correct.
And what are you
That's
saying?
one letter, and I just referenced that letter again.
You just want to reference it?
Yes,
Okay,
that's
got it.
it.
All right, good, thank you. I thought you were asking us.
Nothing new.
Okay, great. All righty, good. And staff, have we missed anything on the agenda, or we go to closed session? And so then this board will come back into session hopefully at 1:30, but we'll see how it
APCD at
goes.
1.
We're going to go into closed session right now and eat lunch. I'd like to communicate to APCD staff that we will not be back out at 1 o'clock. We'll be a little bit after that. What's that special meeting? Good afternoon. I'd like to call this meeting to order. For the benefit of the public, we're running a little late because we had a completely full morning, and we broke at 12:50 at the end of our board hearing for lunch and closed session with a 1 o'clock time certain air pollution control district hearing that just finished a few minutes ago. So that's why we're running late, but I hope you'll have some understanding as board members may have to run to the restroom or whatever. We've been sitting here all morning from 8:30. A few things just to begin. So for all of you, we have over 60 speaker cards, and more speaker cards I'm sure will come in as they have in the past. When we have this many speaker cards, we've been limiting people. Thank you. We've been limiting people to 90 seconds. And I know for a lot of people that seems exceedingly short, but we found that people really get right to the point, and it has worked reasonably well for us for our other long hearings. So if you're here thinking that you have a longer speech than 90 seconds, please use this time, because there will be a significant time for staff to present this material to try to pare your comments down to the 90-second range. Second thing is, if you hablan Espanol, we have a translator back there, and she will be happy to translate for you. Or if you want to listen to all of this testimony in Spanish, she will be doing ongoing translation while the testimony is going on. So please contact her back there, get your headset if you would like to do that. The other thing that I would like to ask everybody is that for some people, it can be a real challenge to speak. To feel like the audience is going to intimidate people in any way can make it very difficult for people to speak. So I'm going to ask everyone, people speak, and we don't have cheering and hooting and hollering or interruption or calling out, et cetera, during the hearing, and that way we're most respectful of everybody to be able to make their points and have their points be heard and be carefully considered by the board. So I ask you in advance for your cooperation from that standpoint. And with that, unless there's anything that anybody else has, I want to begin this hearing by turning it over to County Counsel to give us some brief statements about the applicable legal principles that are at play here today in this hearing. What's that? This is a continuation of the hearing. Thank you very much for that, though, Bob. But yeah, it's a continuation of the board hearing that we had this morning. All right, so County Counsel.
Thank you, Chair Bennett. So this is a de novo hearing. De novo means hearing anew of a request by Renaissance Petroleum for the granting of a modified conditional use permit and approval of a mitigated negative declaration addendum pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act to authorize Renaissance Petroleum's addition of 4 new wells, oil and gas wells and related equipment to an existing oil and gas facility located at 3214 Edding Road near State Route 1 and Pleasant Valley Road. And it's also for your board to consider a related appeal of the Planning Commission's decision regarding the same matter. Because this is a de novo hearing, the issues in the appeal completely overlap with your board's consideration of the permit request itself. And so the appeal is part and parcel of the requested permit. So the 2 main issues for your board's consideration today are, number 1, has the permit applicant satisfied the standards of approval for granting the modified conditional use permit? And number 2, under CEQA, is the addendum to the mitigated negative declaration the appropriate CEQA document, and has the appropriate level of CEQA review been conducted regarding the requested project? And staff will get into the details, but that's a brief overview.
Thank you very much. And now, board members, we need to make any disclosures we have about this item, disclosures of communication with advocates on either side of this issue.
Mr. Chair, I had a couple of CFROC members go over to my office.
Okay, Supervisor Long?
Mine too.
Okay. Supervisor?
And I'm sorry, regarding the meetings with the CFROG members, you should really state, whether you were told anything that's not already included in the record regarding facts, or whether it's, your discussions were basically went over the same facts that are already included in the record before you.
No, the same facts, and in fact, in my part of it, it's just a listening venue, and they were discussed, nothing other than what was on the agenda.
Mine was a meeting yesterday in which Robin Marin, the executive director, were there for an introduction, and they told me some facts. That was it.
All right, you had none, and Supervisor Parks?
I was left out.
I have no disclosures either. And now we'll open up this public hearing, and this is for staff to give us the staff report on this item. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors, and Mr. Powers. My name is Bonnie Luke, and I'm the case planner presenting this project. Case number for you is PL 14-0103, and as Jeff Barnes went over so well, this is a de novo hearing regarding request by Renaissance Petroleum for the expansion of an existing oil and gas facility out on the South Oxnard Plain. The current facility has one oil well. They're proposing to expand to 4 oil wells and some minor modifications to the facility, and for an extension of time for that facility. So with that, my presentation may be a little bit long, given that there's a lot of ground to cover, so please bear with me. I'm hoping to get it under about 25 minutes or so, and away we'll go. So we're going to start with just giving you some project context and a description of what's going on. Then we'll dive into the analysis and permit findings, and then cover the 2 hearings that have come previous to this one, the Planning Director and Planning Commission decisions and the subsequent appeals of those decisions, and then to your board's de novo review today. The project that we're looking at is located at 3214 Edding Road in Oxnard. This is located down on the south end of the Oxnard Plain. As you can see from the slide, there's a bunch of little green specks up there. Those represent the over 33 oil fields that are known and documented within Ventura County and are the locations where these resources are found for us. The Renaissance Petroleum Project taps into the Caprio oil field. This is one of 5 known oil fields located on the Oxnard Plain. This oil field produces both light oil and gas, and the wells that are being drilled under Renaissance Petroleum are currently fairly deep wells. They go below 5,000 feet is the producing zones that they're targeting. The relative location to other events that have been going on that you may be familiar with are that the well drilling moratorium area that the board designated several months prior, looked at in April, and then extended, is located about 1.5 miles to 2 miles to the north on the plain. The slide's a little bit grim, but the project site is located at the very southern section of the central part of this slide. You can see also where the city of Oxnard and the city of Camarillo abut the plain and are in fairly close proximity to where the rural agrarian areas of the plain intersect with the cities. The land use and zoning for the site in question, this is a 26-acre site, and the Renaissance Petroleum project takes up 1 acre within that 26-acre site. The general plan designation is agricultural, and the zoning for this site is AE with a minimum lot size of 40 acres. You'll notice that the site is located just north of Highway 1 and just south and east of Pleasant Valley Road. The site itself is fairly contained, compact. In the middle is the existing well, the Nauman number 1 well, storage tanks for produced water and oil, fire water storage tanks, an emergency gas flare, and additional production equipment that kind of outlines on the eastern side of the site. This is what the site looks like on the ground. That's the Nauman number 1 well. The project history to date is that the planning director heard this proposal back in, whoops, sorry, I meant to go further back than that. This site's been around since 1986. The CUP, the original CUP, is 4384, and this was granted by the planning director in 1986 and authorized 1 exploratory well and the associated facilities. The environmental document prepared at that time was an MND. Subsequently, the planning director granted an adjustment to that CUP that authorized the redrilling of the existing well, as well as the drilling of 2 additional exploratory wells. That was in 1989. Neither of the 2 additional wells ended up getting drilled at that time, and so their entitlement expired. Later on, in 2007, the planning director granted a modified CUP that allowed the drilling of 1 additional well and authorized the connection of gathering pipelines between a neighboring facility to the north, the Rosamond drill site, that is also operated by Renaissance Petroleum. That site is covered under CUP 5252. The existing pipelines and infrastructure that are supporting this site, the project site is down at the lower right-hand side of the slide, and you can see where oil and gas that are produced from the site are processed lightly on the site, and the oil, if it is saleable to SoCal Gas, actually goes directly in at a metering station that's located on the site. Approximately 90% of the oil that's produced, or sorry, the gas that's produced, meets SoCal's specs and goes directly into that distribution line. And that line is shown in orange at the south end of the site, going down south of Highway 1. The gathering pipelines that I just discussed connecting the other site to the Nauman site are shown in green on the slide. And you can see where they go underground, below ag fields, up to the other site, which is about 4,000 feet away. The consolidation of the production of these 2 facilities is something that is encouraged and authorized under our NCZO by Section 8107-5.5.4 of the NCZO. And here, this chart gives you an idea of how much of the gas that's produced at the facility is flared versus being sent directly into SoCal's gas pipeline. The flared component is shown at the lower dark dots on the chart, and the amount that is sold is shown in green. So you can see that the vast majority of the gas that is produced at this facility goes directly into the SoCal gas pipeline. What's before you today is proposed facility modifications. They're proposing the installation of 4 new oil and gas wells and modifications to the existing equipment on the site, including relocation of the gas flare, relocation of the fire water tanks, and replacement of some produced water and oil storage tanks on the site. What's happening is that in order to accommodate the drilling of the 4 wells in the central area of the site, they're going to have to shift where the current oil and gas storage tanks are. So they're going to be moving those things further south or to the perimeter of the site in order to accommodate the new wells. The gas flare will also be moving a little bit from the central part of the site slightly down to the southwest. However, there's no expansion of the site being proposed. It's still going to be remaining at 1 acre, and there's no other additional things outside the existing footprint that will be taking place. There's a couple additional changes that are also being proposed with the project, and these are operational. The applicant is requesting an extension of the time limit to 2049. They're also requesting to amend the time limit on the drilling phase, which is how long we allow somebody to go and get those additional 4 wells drilled. Now, as I mentioned previously, they had once before been authorized to drill additional wells and had not drilled them. So once that expired, they no longer got those on the table. The timeline that it takes people to drill and to be able to get the permits and other things lined up often takes a little bit longer. And the request to amend the time limit on the drilling phase is actually intended to bring this permit more in line with what we've recently permitted on other permits. So it would be making it consistent with previous decisions. This also proposes a limit on daily tanker truck traffic. Now, the current permit does not have a limit on tanker truck traffic. So with this modification, this would be actually helping cap future traffic that's expected with this proposal. What's proposed is a maximum of 10 truckloads per day, 3 truckloads per hour, and no more than 2 truckloads per hour during peak traffic periods, which for most people is 6 to 8 a.m. and 4 to 6 p.m. One final thing with the trucking would be to allow the trucking to occur 24/7. Now, currently, the hours of operation of the facility run a little bit, they're not 24/7. And so allowing trucking to occur outside of peak commuter hours and peak work times would help facilitate spreading that burden of trucking and additional traffic outside of potential areas of times of conflict. That was a bit wordy, so we'll go to the summary slide because that should help focus it a little bit better. Currently, you'll see that the days of operation, not planning to change. We're going to have 4 additional wells, and there's no change to the hours of operation for regular maintenance that's non-emergency. But the trucking days would be expanded from what they are currently, which is Monday through Saturday, to allow them to truck on Sunday. So that would be a one-day difference. And the trucking hours would be requested to change from 7:30 to 6:30 p.m. to being 24 hours a day. And again, that would allow them to more reasonably have opportunities to avoid peak commuter hours. Currently, there is no daily truck trip limit. And as I've discussed, there will be several different parameters that would be limiting the amount of truckloads that would leave the facility each day. And then the permit term, which would be extended to 2049 from the current term, which ends in 2037. So even should your board choose not to approve this modification, the current permit is still and will remain in effect through 2037. So when we do our permit findings and analysis, the staff goes through both CEQA, and then we dive into our general plan policies, and then we dive into, in this case, the non-coastal zoning ordinance. And there are 7 general permit approval standards that we need to make in order to approve or recommend approval of a permit. Additionally, because this site is located in the AE zone, there are 3 additional standards related to ag uses and compatibility that we also make findings for. And these are all found within the Planning Commission staff report, and there has been no change to those findings and staff's determination of consistency with those findings since the previous 2 hearings. I'd like to dive a little bit into the access to the site. In the previous hearings, trucking has been something that is one of the larger things that's changing, and how things get to and from this site has been something that has been brought up as public comments and concerns. The site is accessed via Edding Road, and then trucks either come in or leave via connection with Dodge Road or Hales Road. And they access the regional road network at Pleasant Valley Road, which then connects to Rice Avenue and the US 101 or to Highway 1 going south. Dodge Road is a signalized intersection. Hales Road at Pleasant Valley is not, and staff has, following particularly the planning director hearing, did more substantial research into what the traffic patterns were in this area of South Oxnard Plain and where trucks would or wouldn't be going, as well as what times they would be traveling at in relation to other existing traffic on the roads. So in the case of the comparison of the intersections that we're looking at, Dodge Road and its access to Pleasant Valley has both a signalized intersection and a dedicated turn lane, which makes it safer for trucks to come in and out of that intersection. Hales Road has a stop sign and no dedicated turn lanes. The cross traffic there is, I believe, a posted speed limit of 55 miles per hour. There had been at the planning director hearing, following that hearing and public comment, the applicant had actually, for the planning commission hearing, proposed a modification to their proposal that would prohibit them from trucking on Dodge Road. Staff was unable to support that proposed change given our analysis of these intersections as well as the traffic flow that we saw. The area trucking routes for the South Oxnard Plain are identified in the City of Port Hueneme and Oxnard truck traffic study that was done in 2008. And you can see this is a slide taken exactly from that report, which is a little bit out of date because those of you that are familiar with the area will notice that Highway 1 is still listed as going through the center of Oxnard. Now, in 2014, the City of Oxnard relinquished that roadway as Highway 1, and Highway 1 is still, I believe, pending being translated over to Rice Road, which is going north here in blue. Pleasant Valley Road is the purple stretch going up this way. As you note, all three of these are listed as designated truck routes within this study. They are preferentially requested that people attempt to use them. These service both this site, all the local ag, various commercial businesses that are down in the area, as well as providing a substantial amount of trucking that goes from the Port of Hueneme. Our dive into the traffic data, we looked at Rice Avenue, Pleasant Valley Road, Edding, Laguna Road, which is off to the east of the site, and Wood Road, which is also off to the east of the site. As you can see from this slide, Rice Avenue and Pleasant Valley Road are both highly trafficked. Rice Avenue has over 30,000 vehicles per day, and of those, over 2,000 are trucks. Similarly, Pleasant Valley Road has a volume of over 15,000 vehicles per day. So we recognize that these are the connections that any vehicle traffic from this site will be taking to get to the other destinations that they need to go to, and what the shortest routes will be are off of Dodge Road via Edding. So for what the project is doing with these 4 new wells, how much is trucking actually increasing? And when we looked at the numbers and we took Dogger data for how much oil was generated that would need to be shipped off-site and produced water, and then we looked at the actual on-the-ground figures that the applicant was able to provide for one of those years, cross-correlated that data, and determined that the actual increase in trucking that would occur with these 4 additional wells would be 1.1 truckloads per day. Now, on the slide that you see before you, you see what is the existing average going from the site is approximately 2.45 truckloads per day. With the additional 1.1, that brings us to 3.55 truckloads per day. The red line at the top of the slide shows you what the proposed daily limit that would currently be proposed to be enacted with the approval of this modified permit. In looking at trucking from the site, it's important to note how much is going and of what. So of the products that are produced at the site, we have oil, natural gas liquids, and produced water. I think I just replicated myself there. The largest component by far is the produced water. It accounts for almost 2/3 of what comes from any of these wells. And it's, of that amount, we're still looking at 1.1 truckloads increasing. Now we come to the director decision. This project was first heard by the planning director in February 23 of 2017. At that time, the planning director granted the modified CUP that was before them, approved the project. This was subsequently appealed. The planning commission We took it back in September of 2017, and very similar to this, we did a de novo hearing, and the Planning Commission similarly approved the project. The vote was 3-1 in favor with 1 abstention. We received another appeal of that decision, and we are now before you today to revisit again. But we'd like to run through what the grounds of appeal were that were presented previously, because they do have relevance to today's hearing. Items that were brought up as grounds of appeal for the planning director decision included that the decision violated CEQA, that the decision violated state environmental justice statutes, that it was not compliant with the non-coastal zoning ordinance, violated other regulations and policies, and that the county failed to provide due process of law. So we're going to actually work backwards, up from the bottom of those. Public noticing was provided for both the planning director, planning commission, and this hearing. We noticed property owners within 1,000 feet of the project site. The state requirement is 300 feet. Additional noticing was sent to the cities of Oxnard and Camarillo, as well as other interested parties that had requested to be notified. These included 2 of the mobile home parks that are near to the site. Advertisement was placed, as is our general policy, within the local paper, and both of the previous hearings, as well as this one today, help provide due process. Numbers 3 and 4 on that last slide, that the decision violated non-coastal zoning ordinance and violated other regulations, policies, and procedures. There was no additional information submitted by the appellants to support either one of these 2 grounds. Therefore, there was nothing staff could reply to in that regard. There was no one statute, no section of the NCZO that was called out that staff had overlooked or not abided by in their review and decisions for recommendation. So that leaves us with 2 grounds of appeal that we'll dive into a little bit more fully, that the decision violates CEQA and the decisions violated state environmental justice statutes. In looking at CEQA compliance, staff evaluates that the whole of the action under review is 4 new wells at the Nauman facility. There's no substantial evidence in the record or that has been brought forward since the last hearing for a significant impact that's related to the addition and expansion of this facility for 4 additional wells. Pardon me, I have to catch up with my notes. The appellants determined that the planning director's decision violated CEQA and contended that preparation of a full EIR was required, and that some of the basis they were making was that the Nauman and Rosamond drill sites should constitute one project under CEQA. That's why it's so important for us to be able to call out that the Rosamond drill site is independently authorized under CUP 5252. It is not part of this action today. The action before you is for the modification to 4384 and the 4 additional wells with this facility. CEQA's prohibition against piecemealing applies to artificially dividing a single integrated project into segments. In this case, we could have another operator come and take over the lease at the Rosamond facility, and it would be able to stand on its own and still be operating. What seems to be confusing people is the connection of the gathering pipelines. Gathering pipelines and the consolidation of production facilities is something that is encouraged by the NCZO in order to avoid a proliferation of unnecessary storage tanks on each and every site nearby. CUP 4348 was modified in 2007 under case number LU050086 to allow the installation of those pipeline connections and the transport of fluids between the two sites. The consolidation is encouraged by Section 8107-5.5.4 of the NCZO, and there are no significant impacts on a disadvantaged community that were identified during the analysis that was performed. The requirement for substantial evidence in order to determine that there is a significant impact requires that the existence, it states that the existence of public controversy over the environmental effects of a project will not require preparation of an EIR if there is no substantial evidence before the agency that the project may have a significant impact on the environment. An EIR in this case is not required because the criteria specified in CEQA section 15162 was not met and no adopted threshold of significance has been exceeded. It's also important to note that there is no change to the nearby Rosamond facility that is proposed. Substantial evidence that would support a decision other than having the M&D addendum as the appropriate document would require somebody to present evidence that either there's additional information in the baseline that has changed substantially from what was evaluated under the M&D, that you have new information that is substantial to the record. Argument, speculation, unsubstantiated opinion or narrative, or evidence that is clearly inaccurate or erroneous or that is not credible shall not constitute substantial evidence. On this point, we get to the next ground of appeal that's been raised on multiple occasions, that of the project violating environmental justice statutes. So the first question is, what is environmental justice? And environmental justice is the fair treatment of all people, races, cultures, and incomes with respect to the development, adoption, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policies. And in short, that no one is being targeted unduly when we apply the rules and regulations that we have before us. There are numerous laws that have come to bear in the last decade that have components of environmental justice incorporated within them. I'll give you a brief overview of a few of the key ones that are relevant to this project. And then I will discuss how the county evaluated environmental justice and some of our concerns about the appellant's points that they have raised with regards to specifically the CalEnviro screening tool. CalEnviro screening tool. Legislation that is related to environmental justice includes Assembly Bill 32, which is the California Global Warming Solutions Act of 2006 that requires California to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions by significant amounts by the years 2020, 2030, and 2050. Several years later, Senate Bills 244, 353, and Assembly Bill 1550 were passed, and these predominantly address what to do with the money generated by funds that came out of Assembly Bill 32 and its cap and trade program. Specifically, Senate Bill 244 requires cities, counties, and local agency formation commissions to identify disadvantaged communities and provide analyses of service, needs, or deficiencies for those. Senate Bill 535 directs those agencies to make investments that benefit disadvantaged communities and directed the California Environmental Protection Agency to identify disadvantaged communities for these investments. Assembly Bill 1550 directs funding of AB 32 cap and trade proceeds to projects within and benefiting low-income communities or low-income households statewide. So again, trying to figure out what are the communities that would benefit from the funds generated by the cap and trade program. Then we get down to the most recent one, Senate Bill 1000. This requires cities and counties with disadvantaged communities to incorporate environmental justice policies into their general plans. So as I just stated, Assembly Bill 32 is the California Global Warming Solutions Act of 2006, and it shows the reduction targets that California is hoping to meet and the implementation of the cap and trade system that was designed to help us get to those goals. Forward, not back. And Senate Bill 1000 requires cities and counties like ours to incorporate environmental justice elements or related elements into our general plan if we have a designated disadvantaged community within our jurisdiction. So how do we figure out what those communities might be? CalEnviroScreen is a mapping tool that was developed by the Cal EPA and is intended to help agencies identify communities for greenhouse gas funding opportunities. A lot of other agencies are now using that tool in order to identify these communities and address the policy needs that are related to them. What CalEnviroScreen does is it identifies 25% of the census tracts within the state and prioritizes them. It uses over 20 different parameters in order to compare pollution burdens, socioeconomic factors, including how many people might speak English as a first language at home, whether or not they have a high school education, how many nearby water bodies may be listed with pollutants, and it scales them. And so each of the census tracts in the state is then compared with all of the other census tracts in the state to arrive at this lovely map before us. Now, the project site is located, if you look at the inset on the slide, in an area that is designated as a light orange. This ranks as within the 77th percentile of the state for the CalEnviroScreen mapping tool. And of the 20 different parameters that are used to evaluate and create that ranking, some of the ones that put this particular census tract most highly in the 25% disadvantaged communities are pollution burden of pesticides and, And that has to do with the fact that the pesticide application is high in this area due to the agricultural uses. And you'll notice that throughout the state, you'll see a lot of the communities that are listed in the disadvantaged communities under this screening tool have similar characteristics in that they have agrarian economies or have a lot of ag-related going on, as far as you have both the mixture of people that will be meeting the socioeconomic parameters that are of concern in CalEnviroScreen, as well as pesticide burdens and potential water quality issues and things. However, there's some caveats to using CalEnviroScreen. As I've said, it was created in order to help target funding. When Cal EPA created this screening tool, it was very specific about what its uses were intended for and what they were not intended for. And it actually listed within both the CalEnviroScreen versions 1 and 2 very distinctly the following caveats, and that's that CalEnviroScreen is not meant to be a substitute for cumulative impacts analysis under CEQA, that it is not intended to restrict the authority of government agencies in permit and land use decisions, and that it's not the appropriate tool to guide all public policy decisions. And these are very important caveats to remember in that staff goes and we have to do CEQA analysis. We go through the policies for both CEQA findings, which do contain environmental justice as an integral component of the process. The whole goal of CEQA is inherent healthiness of the community for all. It does not distinguish and divide up specific population groups that would be targeted or left out. The other big thing to note about Cal EnviroScreen and how it's used is that Cal EPA's definition of cumulative impacts is different than CEQA's. Cal EPA's definition of cumulative impacts is much broader, and it allows for and incorporates a lot more of socioeconomic parameters than are applicable under CEQA. And so it becomes a case where sometimes the verbiage and use of the terms, although they're the same word, have different meanings under the different rules. Following the Commission's review of this project, they voted to approve staff's recommendation. There have been, since that time, it's taken us 2 years to get here. There have been several updates to the MND addendum that staff prepared for that hearing that I'd like to apprise you of within your packet. You'll notice that there was an update to the section regarding a health risk assessment. 2 different memos were prepared by the APCD to dive a little bit deeper pursuant to both public comment and concerns that had been raised at previous hearings. There's also additional information that staff has provided in that MND addendum regarding noise analysis and regarding compliance and assessment of general plan consistency on subsidence. And lastly, sort of in the middle there actually, there's been a change in the operation at the facility itself that was taking place at the time of the last commission hearing, but has now gone into full effect. And that's that at the nearby site, Rosenmond, Dogger has authorized and approved an injection well. And so one of the oil wells that was not producing substantially for the applicant, they opted to propose converting into a water disposal well. That was initially approved back in mid-2017, but was still in a testing phase at the time of the Planning Commission hearing. We've opted to leave in all of the information that we have about trucking and analysis for that as a conservative baseline for your review, but want you to be aware that currently no trucking of produced water is happening from the site as a result of this injection well coming online, and that the 1.1 truckloads that were anticipated to be occurring are actually further reduced even than the baseline, because all of the produced water is not getting trucked out now. And although we want to make sure that it's clear that, you know, the analysis that's been done is meant to be conservative, because Dogger will continue to evaluate, and the applicant will be working with Dogger throughout the future to ensure that if anything changed with the performance of that injection well, that we've still evaluated under CEQA, and for your benefit, what that trucking would be if they didn't have it. So what's before your board today, the scope of your de novo review, is that there's 2 primary decisions, as Jeff outlined earlier for you, to decide whether to approve the MND addendum as satisfying the environmental review requirements of CEQA, and to decide whether the request for the modified CUP should be granted with conditions or denied. The appellants for both the Planning Director hearing decision and for the Planning Commission hearing decision are Seafrog, which is, oh, I'm going to botch it now. They've just changed their name recently. Climate First, replacing oil and gas, and Food and Water Watch. The appeal was filed September 15th, 2017. The grounds of appeal that were submitted for the Planning Commission decision are as follows. In this case, they were shortened and abbreviated from the last appeal, and so we only were given 2 grounds of appeal. The Planning Commission used an incorrect standard of review in finding that the project does not require an EIR, and that the correct fair argument, CEQA standard of review, requires the county to prepare an EIR for the project. As you'll find in the previous staff report, there is no substantial evidence in support of a fair argument that the project will result in a significant impact. Therefore, staff continues to maintain that the MND addendum is the appropriate CEQA document for this project, and instructs that traffic, air quality, and health risk have all been evaluated. In fact, substantially more than is generally done on a project of this scope. An EIR is not required because the criteria specified in section 15162 of CEQA is not met, and no adopted threshold of significance has been exceeded. The appellant's recommended action is that your board, the appellant's request that your board take the following actions: to grant the appeal, deny the project, and require an EIR. Staff proposes the following, which I will not read in detail for you, but certify that you guys have considered the staff report and all the exhibits there too, including the proposed M&D addendum and all of the comments received both during the process and during this hearing. Find that none of the conditions described in section 15162 of the CEQA guidelines calling for the preparation of a subsequent M&D have occurred, and approve the M&D addendum, and that you make the required findings to grant the requested modified CUP, and grant it subject to the revised conditions of approval, and that you deny the appeal in its entirety. And I'm sure that I have forgotten all kinds of things. There are one last bit I want to make sure that I read into the record, that in addition to the packets that you guys received previously, there are several exhibits to be read into the record. These are exhibits 27 through 30 that you will have received before you. Exhibit 27 is a memo to the board dated July 22nd that is a response to numerous form letters that were submitted, and details staff's response to those form letters. Exhibit 28 is a memo to the board dated July 23rd, 2019, that details staff's response to a statement submitted by Seafrog that staff received yesterday morning. And Exhibit 29 is additional information that was meant to be part of Attachment 8 of Exhibit 22B, the MND addendum. Staff managed to forget to put that one packet or page on, and so we would request to add that. That's greenhouse gas emissions calculation for one generic oil well, the drilling, and we had APCD prepare additional information that would kind of help model that we referenced in the MND addendum. Exhibit 30 is the additional public comments that have been received on or after July 22nd. So everything that was received essentially yesterday morning from about 10:30 on, as best as staff was able to accommodate. And with that, I will wrap up and provide open to any questions you guys have.
Questions from Supervisors? Supervisor Long.
Yes, in your board letter, there was a discussion about a recent court decision. You didn't speak on that in your presentation. maybe county council can elaborate on what was that recent court decision and how that pertains to this case?
Let's see, that's not ringing a bell. I think what that might have referred to is a decision that was highlighted by CFROG, the appellant. And so that has to do with the CEQA standard of review. I'm pretty sure that this is the case. And so I'll try to make this as simple as possible. CEQA can get complicated. And so a lot of times, as you've already seen, when projects come before your board, there's an existing CEQA document, whether that be a negative declaration, mitigated negative declaration, or EIR. And so so here, for this project, there's a mitigated negative declaration that was approved for this facility. And so the case involved the CEQA standard of review when the lead agency, which here is the county, is determining whether that previous CEQA document is still relevant and can be used for a modification to the project, or whether you might need a new CEQA document. And so that case said, in a nutshell, when you're dealing with a mitigated negative declaration, then the CEQA standard is this fair argument standard that Ms. Luke has mentioned in terms of determining whether you need a new CEQA document. And so the fair argument standard says that when there's project changes that may cause a significant new environmental impact, then you need some sort of new CEQA document. And so that's called the fair argument standard. And so that specific issue hadn't been addressed in the California courts before. And so that is called the College of San Mateo. And you'll see that referred to in CEQA case law. And so staff's always agreed with CFROG. That is the relevant CEQA standard of review here.
And what is a fair argument standard?
The fair argument standard is when there's substantial evidence, meaning actual facts and not just opinions, that support a fair argument that a proposed project may have a significant impact on the environment, then that triggers a need to do more CEQA review. And so even if it's not, ironclad that there is going to be a significant impact, they call it a fair argument standard because if someone brings forward substantial evidence supporting that fair argument, that's enough to require more CEQA review. Okay. Even if there's evidence on the other side that says, at the end of the day, there's not going to be a significant impact. So it's a lower standard of review than what's called the substantial evidence standard of review that comes into play when the first CEQA document is an environmental impact report. And so when that's the case, then the lead agency's determination that you don't need more CEQA review is upheld if there's substantial evidence that supports the lead agency's determination, even if there's evidence going the other way. And so again, the fair argument standard is lower than that, but the planning divisions determine that fair argument standard has not been met in this case. But it's ultimately up to your board to make that decision either way.
Okay, and then with that, just to clarify, so the health risk assessment analysis was done by the APCD?
Yes, APCD has prepared 2 additional memos that you'll see were dated October 2018, and I think you'll find them as I think it's attachment 11 of Exhibit 22B, the MND addendum.
Okay, and there were no health risk factors? Because I understand the mobile home park is very concerned about that, so I'm wanted to get clarification from the APCD.
We actually have an APCD member, Ali Gassemi, who's present in the audience that can probably better respond to that if you'd like him to.
Yes, if you could. I think we need to make sure we address that.
Hi, my name is Ali Ghassemi. I'm a APCD Planning and Rules Manager. Yes, I conducted the health risk assessment for this facility, for this project. It is not a normal operation that we do. We usually do another priority score, which the priority score, if less than 10, we do not assess that the facility doesn't have any adverse impact on the environment. In this case, we thought it is important, so we did a detailed health risk assessment, and the health risk assessment result proved that there is no significant impact on. There was a residential sensitive receptors where there was one residence which was about 200 meters from the facility. There was the mobile home was about like 1/3 of a mile from the facility, and the maximum cancer risk was calculated to be less than 1 in a million, which is insignificant. And the non-cancer risk was estimated to be less than 1 as well. And the significant threshold based on air quality assessment guideline, APCD air quality assessment guideline, are 10 in a million, and for non-cancer is 1.
Okay. Thank you. Those were just my questions I wanted clarification on. Thank you.
Any other questions of staff before we go on to, yes, Supervisor Parks?
Are they using directional drilling or slant drilling, or is it just vertical?
Most operators these days do some form of directional drilling.
Do we know the length of the direction from the drill?
Specifically, I can definitely look that up and get back to you guys on that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? All right, well now, thank you very much. Appreciate it. It's a lot of work to pull all of this together, and that was well done. We're now ready for the applicant's presentation. Then we'll have the appellant's presentation. The applicant has 15 minutes, and the appellant's going to have 15 minutes. Then we're going to do public comments, and then the appellant will have a 5-minute rebuttal after the public comments, and then the applicant will finish with 5 minutes after the appellant. So I saw some of you having trouble hearing. I'll just emphasize that again. So it's the applicant for 15 minutes, and the appellant for 15 minutes, and public comment, then the appellant for 5 minutes, and then the applicant for 5 minutes. Then closing comments by staff, and then we will close the public hearing. And what I'm going to do right now is open the public hearing, all right? And you're on. Welcome.
Chair Bennett, can I confirm we have 15 minutes for this?
You have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chair Bennett, Board. My name is Mark Trout, and I'm president of Renaissance Petroleum, LLC. I'm a geologist by profession. I have advanced degrees in science and geology and business. As a scientist, data, facts, and analysis are important to me. With me here today is my sister Maureen, who has been engaged in all of REMPET's land use actions. REMPET is a family company. We are not big oil. REMPET produces light oil and gas from the Cabrillo oil field. The gas we produce is used by nearby residents and businesses. REMPET is a part of the local economy. We pay property taxes, royalty payments to lessors, and we have local employees. REMPET is part of the local community. Besides community involvement, much of our natural gas is used in South Oxnard, heating homes and stoves in local residences. In 15 years of operations, REMPET has no violations. We take pride in fulfilling our obligations to lessors, to the various agencies we regulate, our activities, and to the public. Our recent facilities inspections are shown on this slide. REMPET is in full compliance with its CUPs, the Ventura County Non-Coastal Zoning Ordinance, and state regulations.
Again, Maureen Carson. I'm the land use planner for Renaissance Petroleum. I've got almost 40 years of experience in the doing local governmental land use, most recently as Community Development Director for a Northern California city. RenPet has 2 drill sites, not 3, has been claimed in some statements by the appellants. The Rosamond drill site, Bonnie went over, that's at the north part of this slide. It's fully permitted, legally vested for 15 wells through the year 2032. That permit is not open for review. The Nauman permit, which is the subject of this hearing, is in red on the screen. That's our second and one of our only 2 drill sites. It's also permitted at present for 1 well and legally vested through the year 2037. I want to point out that the county standards for compatibility with nearby uses is consistent with county codes. So, for example, the mobile home park that's about 1/3 of a mile away from the drill site is well beyond the 500-foot minimum standard that's set forth in county code. The closest school is over 4,000 feet away, also well beyond the minimum 500-foot setback standard that's set forth in your county code. And I'll also note that there's number 2 on the site, number 1, the Tanaka residence, and you're going to hear from Mr. and Mrs. Tanaka later today during the hearing. So the entire project before you really comes down to what is really minor changes to the existing permit. Adding 4 new wells at an existing drill site, 1 acre, no expansion to that drill site. And extending the permit for 12 more years. As Mark explained, the RenPet is operated without any compliance issues with its existing permit, without any violations. There's no grading associated with this permit, no increase to the size of the drill pad. So even if your board were not to grant the permit modification, the present operations will extend through the year 2037. However, it would be without the more rigorous recommended standard conditions of approval that are before you, and those include the truck trip limitations that your staff presented, as well as precluding fracking activity at the Nauman site. In terms of correcting some things into the record, for the past 2 years, project opponents have made a lot of statements regarding the project that have not been true. And most recently, there was an op-ed in the local paper, made statements that there's 50 active oil wells within a 1-mile radius of the mobile home park. There's actually only 6 that are active, that the new production facility is being built. That facility is already in place. That gas produced will be flared. Gas produced at the site is actually sold directly to Southern California Gas and delivered to local customers. And finally, that there would be more truck traffic in the area. The new conditions of approval limit the truck trips, as Bonnie had explained.
Pardon me, are you saying that it says gas produced will be flared? That's what the appellant claims.
So are
you saying they're not going to be flared?
So there's emergency flaring if gas cannot be accepted by Southern California.
Okay, so there will be some flaring.
Right, and
Thank
it's
you.
about 10% or less, which is pretty good for a drill site this size. And then yesterday afternoon, we became aware of an 11th hour document submitted by the appellants that contains additional misinformation that was mentioned by Ms. Luke during her presentation that your board may wish to explore more with staff.
Okay. I'm going to talk now about some things that are new since the Planning Commission hearing. And I'm going to start by talking about a reduction in truck trips. In 2017, RenPet was approved for water injection of produced water. That operation started in May of 2017, and water is now transported by gathering line from the Nauman drill site to the Rosamond drill site. The change has eliminated approximately 1.1 to 1.2 trucks per day from the Nauman drill site, and it amounts to a total of 700 trips over the last 2 years. The next item on the ticket here is the flare pilot flame. The flare pilot flame was eliminated in February of 2019 with the installation of an electronic ignition system. So now there's no flare pilot flame, there are no flare pilot emissions, and we have improved aesthetics, nighttime aesthetics. The next item is the emergency flare temperature. In May of this year, a third party was contracted to measure the temperature of the emergency flare and obtain gas samples during a simulated emergency event, a flaring event. The temperature was found to be 1,600 degrees. The APCD witnessed the test. All toxic VOCs in the gas stream have thermal destruction temperatures less than the flare temperature. The VOCs in the gas stream are effectively destroyed by the flare. In November of 2017, the APCD acquired 2 ambient air samples adjacent to the Nauman drill site. Those samples were compared to the APCD CME station annual totals for 2017. And with respect to toxic VOCs, the Nauman drill site ambient air quality is better than that at the APCD CME station. Now, these samples were also then compared to Southern California, and the spot sample average from the adjacent to the Nauman drill site has the lowest concentration of VOCs compared to all Southern California CARB stations. As Ms. Luke discussed, there's been a health risk assessment. That was done in 2018. Importantly, we note that the assessment assumed future flaring and oil production at maximum permitted volumes. The APCD's conclusion was that toxic emissions from the project would not result in a significant adverse impact. Now, we've heard a lot about CalEnviroscreen, and the appellants make significant use of CalEnviroscreen. I'm going to show you some of the flaws and inconsistencies associated with the data that make it an improper or inappropriate tool for CEQA. On this slide is the drill site and the census tract outlined in yellow where the information, where the census tract is, the operative census tract. That census tract has a score for groundwater threats of 68%, which weighs on the overall pollution score. There are 8 sites that impact the scoring of groundwater threats. One of those sites was very interesting to us, number 7. It's across from the Nauman drill site. That site doesn't exist. It was there by mistake, and it was brought to the attention of the Water Board. It has been corrected, and however, CalEnviroscreen has not been corrected. Impaired water bodies, you're going to hear a lot about those today. Same census tract. The scoring for this census tract is 97%. The 2 impaired water bodies for this tract are 1 and 2. Importantly, impaired water bodies are rivers, streams, and lakes that are used for drinking, swimming, subsistence fishing, or aquatic life protection. But 1 and 2 are a man-made drainage ditch and a flood control channel from Revlon Slough. And I think it's obvious that neither of these are used for drinking, swimming, subsistence fishing, or protection of aquatic life. Lastly, I want to talk about pesticides. Same track, certainly 4704 has a 99% pesticide rating, which can be rationalized by the fact that this is an almost 100% agricultural tract. What's surprising, though, are 5 tracts off to the west within the city limits of Oxnard that have very, very high scores. So high, you've got to ask yourself the question, how can that be? CalEnviroscreen says that those scores are 97 to 81%. It can't be. And for these reasons, and for the information that I've just shared, I think we provide evidence that CalEnviroscreen is not a tool to be used for environmental analysis.
So in summary, staff has left literally no stone unturned, and their review before you was a very rigorous fact-based analysis that supports your approval. RenPet has also made important operational changes in the interim since the Planning Commission hearing for what is really a small project with 4 new wells, extension of the existing CUP for 12 years for a small business with a good track record. Finally, some considerations that I ask for the board in your review, some questions to ask. Does the administrative record support your approval? Yes. It is complete and is fact-based. Is the project consistent with your Ventura County General Plan? Yes. Do fact-based findings support your approval? Yes. All findings, including those for project compatibility, are met. Does the project comply with your own oil and gas regulations in the code? Yes. No exceptions are requested. And does the addendum to the MND satisfy CEQA? Staff spent a lot of time reviewing that. And just to remind you, or us, Ventura County has adopted local thresholds of significance to consider and doing CEQA review. Not a single threshold of significance is exceeded for this project, not one. And lastly, there's obviously a lot of public controversy regarding this project, and CEQA does point out that public controversy over a project does not require an EIR if there is no substantial evidence that the project may have a significant effect. Substantial evidence must be based on fact, not emotions, not conjecture. So with that, I'll leave you with a few seconds to spare. Thank you for your time. We appreciate your consideration. We ask for your approval, and we'll be available for any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony.
I have 2 questions, if I can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
2, okay. I thought I heard that SoCal Gas will not take all of your gas. Is that right? And is that a fact?
We need to put that in context.
Okay.
What we are required to meet significant and pretty rigorous quality standards to be able to meet the standard for SoCal Gas to be able to enter into their distribution system. We meet those standards, and we meet those right now well over 90% of the time. If we get out of specification, we have a mechanical upset and get out of specification, gas goes to flare. If SoCal Gas has a upset in their pipeline system such that they get packed due to weather and can't take our gas, that gas goes to flare. So it's a dynamic situation.
So you're stating that 10% of the gas does not go into the SoCal Gas line for various reasons.
Well,
and then that would be the emergencies that you were talking about when you're using the flare, and that's what you're defining as emergencies. Okay.
Correct.
And
right
then
now it's
the
less
second
than
question I have is regarding what I asked our staff regarding slant drilling or directional drilling.
Yes.
Do you have an idea how long of that goes horizontally? You know, does it go to a mile? Does it go?
It varies. It's on the order typically of thousands of feet.
Not depth, but
No,
slanting away from the site. So thousands of feet
You
from the site?
picture it this way. We're talking about 5 locations on one drill site. We can't
Correct.
commercially and effectively produce from
So
small
do you
areas.
have a more precise number than thousands of feet?
Not at this time, no.
Okay, and we can imagine that's horizontally from the drill site?
They are laterally from the drill site. They are not
Laterally.
horizontally. So they are going out in a shape,
Yes.
not perpendicular to the surface of the
It
ground.
takes a slant, then it goes
And
horizontally.
it doesn't go out
It's
horizontally.
always going on a slant.
It continues to go out in a slant, or we turn it vertical.
Thousands of feet, and you don't know how many thousands we're talking about.
Not until we design a well.
Okay, thank you.
And I just want to add, and that's all subject to Dogger review.
Can you elaborate a little bit on the flare? Supervisor Parks was talking about the 90%, and the 10% would be flared. And you stated that, so that would be considered an emergency, and you stated that all of the emissions is then at almost zero. Is that clear, or does that change depending on the volume of the gas?
Two things. First, at this point in time, it's far less than 10% of the gas that's being flared in an emergency or a pilot basis. Now, with respect to an emergency flare, what we found with the flare test is that temperature of 1,600 degrees is very, very effective at incinerating the majority of VOC toxics that are in the gas stream.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant? All right, now the appellant, 15 minutes. Thank you.
I can ask the clerk to hold for a moment. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Robin Gerber, the chair of the board of Seafrog. Mr. Chairman, we would ask your indulgence if it's possible for us to get an extra 10 minutes, which we will not use the whole thing, but I would point out that staff's entire presentation, of course, was in favor of the applicant, and we do have two appellants here.
Thank you very much, but we have consistently applied 15 minutes, and unless county council tells me there's something different, I would be loath to change the rules of the game here at the last moment. County council staying at 15 minutes.
That's within your discretion. Make that call.
Okay. So I'm sorry, I'm going to have to stay at the 15 minutes. Yeah.
5?
Sorry, I'm going to have to, I need to treat both sides equally.
All right, I will turn it over to my colleague.
Definitely understandable. Is there a way we can split it up so it's 7.5 minutes then too, so the time of transitioning is not?
Absolutely.
Perfect, thank you. Because I'm also going to be bringing up an expert witness for Dr. Bob Dodge. Cool. Thank you. So, does everyone have their packets in front? Staff, perfect.
No, we don't.
Yeah, so.
Hold it till we get it.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. So the presentation that I was going to be presenting today was not going to be able to be projected, so I have copies for the audience too to spread around. Can I spread these before we start? That's good. All right, and I'll go through with you guys one at a time with this. Okay, I'm ready to present. My name is Tomas Morales Rebecki, and I'm a senior organizer for Food and Water Watch. And myself and dozens of volunteers have knocked on hundreds of doors over the past 2 years, many within a mile or two of this project. And the overwhelming majority of people do not want this project and do not want any oil wells in their area, period. That's why over 1,700 local residents and over 20 organizations and leaders that you can see on our PowerPoint have signed onto our petition to appeal these wells. This includes Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez of Oxnard, Councilmember Lopez, the Ocean View School District, which represents many of the schools located within a couple miles, California Nurses Association, Ventura LULAC, UFCW, Local 770, CAUSE, MyCOP, and many more. Some of the local residents are here today, but many couldn't make it because of work, school, or even health issues. So hopefully you will hear their concerns just the same despite of their lack of accessibility to this hearing. in the packet, the next picture is a picture of Meza and Maria Case, who actually live in the corner of the park closest to the current project. I talked to many residents just like them, and they can see the flare at night from their house and have been living there for over 15 years. They're not able to make it out today because they're working, but I promised them I'd make their voices heard. They doubted any of the elected officials are going to listen to them here today because they've been complaining about the spraying and the nursery right next to them for years, and no one ever listens to them, or they say it's in their other jurisdictions, Oxnard, Camarillo, but they're tired of seeing more oil wells and any new pollution, and they do not support this project. I also talked to Nancy Bernier, who, if you flip the page, has lived here for over 30 years in Oxnard Pacific. As you can see, she has oxygen. She's in her 80s. She has COPD. And she also is tired when her and her son drive around the Oxnard Plains. They say it seems like there's always new oil wells or new flares, and she's tired of seeing that in her neighborhood. So there's been a growing amount of evidence over the past decade and even the past couple of years since these oil wells have been approved that show the harms of living near any types of oil wells. And there is a growing scientific consensus that there needs to be a health and safety buffer zones between oil wells and homes. I'm going to call up Dr. Bob Dodge. He's the president of Physicians for Social Responsibility, and will speak to the health effects of living next to any types of oil and gas wells. And the report PSR has recently compiled, listing over 1,500 peer-reviewed studies showing the harms of neighborhood drilling. So,
thank you. Oil production sites make use of and emit toxic chemicals that are known as carcinogens and endocrine disruptors. These are harmful to multiple organ systems. In addition, these facilities emit fine particles and vapors that combine to create ground-level ozone or smog. Our latest comprehensive compendium on the health research of fracking summarized 1,500 scientific articles and was released last month. This is an encyclopedic overview of all the current data on oil extraction and drilling processes. We identified more than 200 airborne chemical contaminants detected near drilling and fracking sites. Of these, 61 are classified as hazardous air pollutants, including carcinogens. 26 are endocrine disrupting compounds that have been linked to reproductive, developmental, and neurologic damage. Oil extraction involves the well injections, transportation, on-site storage, and in some cases aerosolized applications of toxic chemicals, including but not limited to crystalline silica, formaldehyde, hydrochloric acid, hydrofluoric acid, naphthalene, and xylene. Additionally, facilities emit as byproducts health-harming volatile organic compounds, VOCs, along with other chemicals such as benzene and toluene. Exposures to these pollutants are known to cause premature death, exacerbate asthma, contribute to poor birth outcomes, and increased rates of hospitalization and emergency room visits. Many of these chemicals are carcinogenic and can cause increased risk of lung cancer and leukemia. A recent study shows a link between proximity to any type of oil extraction and development and childhood leukemia, as well as adverse outcomes like neural tube defects, congenital heart disease, and preterm births. Toxic emissions are highest at the source of the pollution, at the point of extraction, thus increasing health risks both acute and chronically to residents living in nearest proximity. The public health risks of exposure to toxic air contaminants such as benzene are most significant within 1/2 mile or 2,640 feet of active gas and extraction sites. A human health and safety buffer is necessary to protect health of individuals who currently live within that 2,500 feet of an active well. Oil gas production is also a major driver of climate change. Oil operations are known to release methane, a super pollutant, with at least 84 times the warming effect of carbon dioxide over a 20-year period. Climate change is one of the greatest health challenges that we face in this century, threatening our air, our water, food, shelter, and security. The health impacts resulting from climate change are and will continue to be felt first and worst by low-income communities of color living near to oil operations who bear a disproportionate burden of health impacts associated with fossil fuel production and the multiple surrounding pollution sources. These are cumulative effects. They accrue from the pesticides, to the air traffic, to the traffic and the highways, and the oil production. Ventura County, through your leadership, has taken a leadership role in the fight against climate change and has made clear a commitment to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions through equitable transition to a healthy, clean, renewable energy strategy. Drilling for oil and doing so despite negative health impacts to the communities underserved is antithetical to those efforts. The rapidly expanding body of scientific evidence compiled cries out for decisive action across a wide range of parameters, from air and water pollution to social disruption and environmental justice to greenhouse gas emissions. The data continue to reveal a plethora of recurring problems and harms that cannot be sufficiently averted through regulatory frameworks. Every one of our reports, year after year, shows worsening effects from the effects of carbon addiction. This new evidence adds even more toxic exposure to the cumulative impact on every man, woman, and child in proximity to these wells. As physicians, we, like you, must protect the public health of our communities. I urge you to deny this expansion. I also encourage you to continue a leadership role in California, as the state is doing, and move for a 2,500-foot buffer zone to all oil and gas production. Thank you so much.
So briefly, I'm going to finish up. These oil wells will live on longer than most of the people involved in this project and will impact generations of kids growing up in the area. Who will clean up this mess when the smaller oil companies pack up, like Peak and Rincon here in our county? Just because these antiquated methods of approving wells have been the status quo doesn't mean we have to ignore health studies, physicians, and the community. I'm asking you to have the courage to deny these oil wells and go even further and start the process of implementing the 2,500-foot setbacks Dr. Dodge has talked about. So I'll hand it over to...
Thank you. Thanks, Tomas. We could get that PowerPoint.
Stop the clock for a second. Yeah.
Thank you. You have a tough decision today, yes?
Yeah, I'm just saying, stop the clock for a second. I want to, since we have multiple speakers like this, I just want to say, do board members have any questions of the speakers that we heard? Because we said we'd stop at 7:30 and kind of separate.
And Bob is actually taking time away from patients too, so his time is limited for right now. So yeah, you have questions for him. So
does anybody have questions? I have a question for Dr. Dodge. I have a question for you, but yeah. So you brought up the 2,500-foot standard and
yes,
cited factual information about the impacts. What's the gradient that you're aware of in terms of the impacts? I mean, I assume there's more impacts at 100 feet than there are at 300 feet.
Absolutely.
More impacts. But do you have a sense of what that gradient is in terms of the impacts from at least from the studies that you have?
Yeah. So from the studies that we've gleaned, again, primarily that within the 2,500-foot mark, okay, that's where the dramatic. So it falls off after that 2,500-foot mark. Again, you see a dramatic reduction. So, but within that, again, so the health effects are much higher. Again, air, in terms of asthma, respiratory, cardiovascular, tumor effects.
How about that? But there is a drop between 100 and 1,000.
Yes. Yes.
Do you have any statistics on what that percentage drop is?
I don't per se, but I can get them for you. But yeah.
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Can I ask if the state or EPA, has anyone taken that in yet?
Which is that?
The 2,500.
Yes. So the County of Los Angeles is looking at that through our leadership. The state of California is actually considering that as well. Yeah, there's a bill currently before the state legislature. And nationally, this is going to be taking effect. Okay, this report comes out of our Washington, D.C. office, so communities around the nation are taking effect. These are dramatic health effects that we can control and we need to control. And you, the leaders, we need to have to step up and do that.
So nothing has been put in place yet, though, correct?
Actually, yeah. Other oil-producing states, even like Texas, South Lake, Texas has 2,000-foot setbacks. Dallas, Texas has 1,500-foot setbacks. So even the city of Arvin has implemented setbacks too. So 2,500-foot is the bill that's currently AB 345 that's moving through the assembly, and they hope to pass it by next year.
Thank you very much.
Doctor, so the appellant was saying that 10% of the time they flare the excess gas.
Yes.
That's about 10%. That's about computations here, about 36 days out of the year. What effect would that have on the health of the individuals there?
Well, so again, when those they're volatilizing and burning off some of the toxins, but that also releases gases into the atmosphere. So it has a climate change, a global warming effect, if you will. So, yes.
Yeah, so that would be about 36 days out of the year that they're flaring, And
as I heard, again, I think that's the estimate, but it may be more, maybe less.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, now I think we're ready to switch over for the
Thank
7 minutes and 30 seconds. All right.
You are faced with a tough choice today between the permission to drill or the constitutional right to health and safety. We've been talking about, are there any unstudied environmental effects which will cause significant adverse impacts on humans? And yes, it has to be proved by substantial evidence. And County Council ably stated that it's fact, and reasonable assumptions predicated on fact, and expert opinion like you just heard. We heard conclusions from the county staff, we heard conclusions from the operator, but we're going to show you some real facts as we just did. I'll skip fair argument, you did a good job on that, Mr. Barnes. And what is the operator's burden here? Well, the circumstances in which an addendum is appropriate is only if you find there are minor technical changes or corrections. Minor. Instead, what do we have in this project? Yes, we have 4 unapproved wells not considered under CEQA. We have an increase in trucking limits, and let me say that this increase is the calculation for this we take question with. Please look at our statement. It is unclear to us how big are these trucks going to be. Why is the calculation based on 9 trips instead of 4 to 7 as the oil drilling is? There are other concerns with this. Please look at it. The potential for increased flaring, Supervisors Zaragoza, we don't know how long Southern California Gas is going to take this gas. Let's be clear. 2 power plants have already closed. We're talking about going decades ahead, 2049. There's going to be more flaring. We have no data on this. How much is going to be flared? What if that happens? We need to know. There's doubling the size of the storage tanks on this facility, 500 to 1,000 barrels. I don't know why you didn't hear about that, but that's going to mean expanded processing. Processing for the whole Cabrillo field, Nauman and Rosamond, and by the way, there's another lease called Dowd, and yes, it isn't in operation now, but it could be at any time. And CEQA requires you to look at past, present, future, and probable operations. So the health risk assessment, that's what the staff is relying on, what the applicant's relying on. Well, CEQA doesn't say you can only rely on one document or one set of facts. This is one set of facts. But it doesn't consider all the project-related emissions that I just said, past, present, future, probable. Doesn't consider all 3 of these sites. Doesn't consider the fracking. And by the way, there has been fracking on 3 wells at Rosamond and the effects on the nearby people or the excessive flaring. It also doesn't consider the susceptibility modifiers. We have the pesticides and the truck exhaust, and this is adding to that. And CEQA says that you have to look at the cumulative effect on susceptible modifiers, the people who are beset by these additional impacts. You must look at that. You must look at setting and this cumulative impact. So the health risk assessment, as far as it goes, is okay, but it's of limited usefulness. It's kind of like that, whoops, sorry about that. It's kind of like that elephant in the blind men, you know. The health risk assessment is looking at the trunk and thinking this is a snake, and it's not. It's much more than that. So what do we know about the health risk? Well, you just heard from Dr. Dodd. He talked about the Physicians for Social Responsibility study. We know that within 1 to 3 kilometers, you're going to have low birth weight babies. We know about the fine particles and the problems they cause, and he just talked about the problems with flaring, preterm births. And what's CalEnviroscreen? CalEnviroscreen is where every CEQA study starts. You have to start with it. It's the best scientists in the state putting together just a screen that tells us areas to look at that will have environmental problems. And this confirms the facts that we have just given you, the facts that you must rely on. So does this project have unstudied environmental effects which will cause significant adverse impacts on human beings, either directly or indirectly? Let's remember that fair argument standard. It's a low standard, as Mr. Barnes told you. It's a standard where you can look at the facts and reasonable assumptions based on the facts to say, yes, there's a fair argument that there could be a significant adverse impact on people near this site. Or you can decide otherwise. You could think it's all coincidence, but we don't think so. The additional pollution from this permit modification should be considered significant. There is a high pollution burden on this community. If you don't believe it, talk to some of the people in this room who you will hear from. This is no coincidence. you can make the reasonable inference that there's a problem here and deny this permit and at least require an environmental impact report. There is a right decision here and a wrong decision here. The right decision is in favor of healthy children and healthy families and healthy communities. And that's what we're asking you to give today. Thank you.
Well, that's pretty remarkable. You didn't use your whole 7 minutes and 30 seconds, right?
And you asked for 10 more.
You didn't use your whole 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Imagine what would have happened if I'd have given you 10. You'd have been 11 minutes with a surplus. Thank you very much, both of you, for keeping your comments concise and pushing to try to respect our consistency in terms of time limits. I appreciate that. We're now ready to turn to, do we have any questions? That's right. Do we have any questions for the appellant? Thank you. All right. We now turn to public testimony, and I want to remind the appellant that after public testimony, appellants, you will have 5 minutes after public testimony. I hope that will somebody tap the appellants on the shoulder and tell them that, right? And applicants, you'll have 5 minutes after the appellant. So the appellants there, you may want to decide how you're going to divide up that 5 minutes as we go forward. Okay. To make this efficient, we have a chair right here in the front row. So I will call one person to be the speaker. I'll call the second person to be on deck. And we would ask you to please move down and sit right there so that when that speaker finishes, you can step right up and begin your comments, and we don't have a long wait for people to work their way down. So our first speaker is Carrie Assit. And on deck is Tevin Schmidt. And again, I'd like to ask your cooperation in terms of no applauding or comments so that everybody feels comfortable speaking. And if you don't need your full 90 seconds, everybody will certainly appreciate that. Right? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Carrie Aced, as in aced the test.
You know, they spelled it different. I know.
I'm a substitute teacher in the city, and I'm also a community activist. I rode my bike here. I live just 2 miles away. So I live here in Ventura, where we don't have this sort of repeated assault on our citizens, where we have to fight off the influence of people who are here to make money, no matter what the cost to people's health. I, as a very privileged person in the county, who's a citizen, who's a voter, I understand that I have an obligation to speak up for people in Oxnard who are subjected to this over and over. Now, my kids asked me, didn't we stand up and protest against this and get it shut down in the past? Why are we voting on this again? Or why are they voting on it? And I had to say to them, because there's bullies here who are not backing down. The people from Renaissance Petroleum need to back off, and you need to decide to support good health of our planet and the people in this county, and especially in Oxnard, where they can't stand up for themselves as easily as someone like I can, because I'm right here not working, when many of the people who are impacted directly by this are working. Meanwhile, I think that you all need to look at the fact that we have a climate crisis going on, and we should not be looking at supporting new oil wells going in.
Thank you very much. On deck is Jesus Vasquez, and speaking is Tevin Schmidt. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Tevin Schmidt. I'm the watershed scientist for the Wishtoyo Chumash Foundation. Wishtoyo's mission is to protect the culture of Chumash and indigenous peoples and the environment all people depend upon. The county has completely failed in its analysis of the project's impacts on groundwater. The 1986 MND states that there is a high groundwater table in the project area, but claims that there will be no adverse impact. The current permit modification only includes a spill prevention control countermeasure plan prepared by Dogger. The SPCC is insufficient to properly analyze the geology and hydrology of the project's wells and impacted aquifer. The MND and CUP do not include any sufficient geologic study of the water table possibly being affected by the injection of produced water. Produced water is known to contain oil and grease, volatile organic compounds, heavy metals, radionuclides, and other pollutants harmful to humans and wildlife. Groundwater supplies in Oxnard Plain are valuable to agriculture, drinking water, and groundwater-dependent ecosystems in the Cayugas Creek watershed. The county must prepare an EIR and include hydrologic and geologic studies to analyze the project's possible impact to groundwater resources in the Oxnard Plain. It is the County of Ventura's duty to inform the public of the environmental impacts associated with this project. The county will fail in this duty if it supports the modification of the conditional use permit without drafting an EIR to analyze the full environmental impact of this project. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. On deck is Damon Luzo, and speaking is Jesus Vasquez. Good afternoon, sir.
Hello. Okay, thank you so much for the board for giving us the opportunity to speak. My name is Jesus Vasquez. I was a former community member of this community in the Mobile Home State Park. I lived there at one point in my life, 10 years. It was between, I think, about 8 to about 18 or 19. And to speak specifically to that flare never stops burning. It goes on 24 hours a day. Sometimes it's bigger, sometimes it's smaller, but I have never seen a day where it was not burning. So that I want to talk about that. But what I also want to talk about is that I used to be, since being a community member, being there, I saw it, I lived it, I breathed it. And I would come, and even though I have lived away from there, I now live in Marietta, California, which is about 2.5 hours away. I came back to protect my community because they can't stand up for themselves, because they all have to work and they all have other jobs to take care of. So I just want to make sure to speak for them on their behalf, because I know what it was like to live there, and I don't want anybody any more suffering from these pollutants and these toxins, because we're also speaking not just about the oil and gas industry, we're also talking about the pesticide industry, and we're also talking about climate chaos that's happening at this very moment. And I am just pleading that you all hear us out and understand that this is not just the issue of like, oh, let's just keep extracting oil. It is time for us to end our dependency off of oil and move on to the renewable energy industry and protect our planet and protect our children and protect our future. Please and thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Supervisor Zaragoza.
You said that the flare, you live in the mobile home park and the flare's gone 24/7? It's on
24/7. I have lived there for 10 years, and there are other community members that can back up my claim. I'm not saying that I had a camera and would point at it for 24 hours a day, but it did not matter what time of day. I used to be a cross-country runner myself. I ran by there every single day in order to become the person I am today, and it was always going.
Thank you.
That's come up a couple of times. I just want to ask staff, my understanding from the presentation is the flare is now not going to be in existence 24/7? What's the latest on the flare? What's the latest accurate information on the flare?
That's correct. The flare, similar to your water heater, if you have a gas-fired water heater, you have a small pilot light, and then when the emergency flaring would be taking place, that flare would be higher. And so that has since switched, and they no longer have that continuous pilot.
Right, thank
That's
you.
the other issue I do want to talk about before I forget. I have
I'm sorry.
I have asthma.
You don't get to talk about it.
I have asthma. That's all I want to say.
Thank you.
So what,
Appreciate it.
What you're saying
Our
is,
next speaker, go ahead, Supervisor.
what you're saying is that the pilot's on, so consequently, if the gas comes through, then the flare goes on.
The pilot used to be on.
There was a pilot light, and so you would see a flame
There all
at
the
the
time.
top of the stack all the time, but it would be a fairly small flame. This is no longer in effect. They've switched to a different type that does not require a continuous pilot. A continuous pilot is a standard thing throughout the industry, and it would help, similar to if you had to go and relight your pilot light on your water heater, is less efficient than having it just burning all the time at a very low level.
Thank you, Jesus.
And you stated that there's a shield that covers, so has anyone been there at the mobile home park and seen the light now that the modification is there?
I'm here.
Thank you, Jesus.
Okay.
Just to clarify then, that 10% that we're talking about, they would just turn it on.
When they turn it on.
That's what we're looking at. Instead of having it running all the time, we just turn it on when they need to flare that 10%.
My understanding is that, yes, now that they have adjusted the ignition mechanism to be sort of an on-demand mechanism, that when they do flare under their APCD permit for emergency flaring, that it goes on. But you can confirm with them as far as if there's additional details.
And that flaring with some kind of ignition, that flaring, your estimate is that will be about 10% of the gas will be flared.
That's currently what has been the record for this particular development as far as what they've gotten out of, the well. So like anything else, when you tap into an oil and gas well, you don't actually know what you're going to get until it comes out. Certain of the oil fields within the county produce a higher ratio of gas to water to oil than others do. This particular field produces both natural gas and oil in fairly decent quantities that make it commercially viable.
Do we have any indication from Southern California Edison in terms of the issue raised by the appellant that they may not be purchasing the gas in the future? Is there a long-term contract?
SoCal Gas, you said.
SoCal Gas, yeah. Is there a long-term contract that is out there? Or do we have any facts?
I would not be able to speak to that as far as whether or not that's the case.
Thank you very much.
The natural gas is methane?
I beg your pardon?
The natural gas is methane?
The gas that comes from the facility
Flared?
I can confirm from APC records exactly what the components are that they have measured or that their concern is, and we do have APCD present.
Sure, I just want to try to be clear as we're going on.
If it is a pipeline quality gas, more than 90% is methane.
Okay.
90%?
Yes, if it is a pipeline quality gas.
Okay. And she asked, is it methane? Is there a difference between methane and pipeline quality gas?
No, this is when the pipeline quality gas, I'm assuming these are all being transferred to SoCal, but if it is SoCal is not going to accept it, it's going to come back. Either if they shut down the valve because they got too much, then it's going to be the same. But if it is a different type and they don't meet the standard, I wouldn't know.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, one more quick question. So 10% for wells, is that 40%?
No.
No. This is, let's say you produce so much oil. Based on that much oil, you have certain percentage of oil gas that you're going to produce. Out of that, based on this facility, 90% of those gas is being actually transferred to SoCal. It's commercially available. It's the pipeline quality gas. And 10% that either doesn't meet the standard or for some other reason it was not sold to SoCal is being burned to flare. Vice versa, if you don't burn it through the flare, that means all of those is going to be, all methane is going to be emitted to the atmosphere.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. On deck is John Haas, and speaking is Damon Luzo. Mr. Luzo, good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. Is there any way that I can allot my time to somebody else to speak?
No, we don't do that. It causes all kinds of problems for us, but thank you for the offer. Yeah. So you've got 90 seconds.
Okay. Let's see. My name's Damian Luzo. I am actually from, well, I'm not from, but I currently live in Redondo Beach, California. I was born in Kern County. I spent most of my life in Northern California, but over the past year, I've been doing a film about neighborhood oil drilling, which is taking place all over California. And a lot of it's taking place here. And one of the first folks we did meet was Jesse Vasquez, who you just heard the story from. And I just want to say that every single person that we've talked to hundreds and hundreds of residents from all over California that are living near these operations. There's not one that's okay with what's happening. There's not one. Everybody's dealing with some sort of health symptoms, every single one of them. Whether it's in conglomeration with all the background stuff that's happening, whatever's specifically causing it, like it's exacerbating what people are going through on a daily basis. Especially here in these rural areas, along with the pesticides, it's exacerbating everything. You're legally poisoning people by allowing this to happen. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. On deck is Elliot Gonzalez. Speaking is John Haas. Mr. Gonzalez, would you please come down to the front row? Thank you.
Likewise, my name is John Haas. I'm a resident of Long Beach, California. I'm a documentary filmmaker doing a documentary on neighborhood oil drilling. and I meant my time to go to someone else, but I'll say during my travels learning about this topic, I'm from the Midwest where we have incredibly clean air. It's in Missouri. Moving to California, I just thought it was a green state. I thought it was going to be a really beautiful state, and then traveling through Kern County, through Ventura County, seeing all this pollution and terrible air, it's kind of shaken my perception of this state. And then speaking to residents who have suffered body spasms, nosebleeds, all sorts of, a resident whose wife passed away from cancer weeks ago. I'm just seeing lots of terrible things and encourage you all to listen to the community members who are here. I'm kind of an outsider. I do live in Long Beach, but please listen to the people that live in your area, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you for your testimony. On deck is Danielle Montoya, and speaking is Elliot Gonzalez.
Hi, my name is Elliot Gonzalez. I'm a member of this crew and also a member of a coalition called Californians Against Fracking. I just want to talk about the climate denial that we heard by very wealthy people just came up here and denied climate change. Why did scientists, expert scientists, why did staff members not mention what everybody in this room needs to know? We have 5 to 10 years to act on climate. And if you don't do this, you are going to reach a point of no return. I want you to think about every precious child that you know in your life, maybe your children, maybe your staff members' children. I want you to think about them and what kind of future you're going to leave behind for them. Because the ice is melting in the Arctic, the water is melting, and the temperature is increasing year after year. This June was the hottest record on temperature. Last year was the hottest year recorded, but the year before that was the hottest year. And we are seeing an acceleration in global warming all over this world. This is climate denial. Why are we even talking about taking fossil fuels out of the ground if you know that oil causes climate change? Methane, what they call natural gas, which is a byproduct of methane, which inevitably leaks out of every single oil operation, is 84 times the effect of carbon dioxide. Imagine going twice the effect of CO2. Look at the crisis we already have with CO2. Also, methane is responsible for 1/4 of all global emissions. Why was none of this mentioned? You heard all these science experts. I'm not a scientist. I don't even have my degree. But I know enough about science to know about methane, to know about oil, know about climate change.
Thank you. On deck is Jamie. There's no last name. Speaking is Danielle Montoya.
Greetings. It's nice to talk to you guys, chair of the board and board members. I've been up here before talking about the same thing. Once again, I am a public health professional. I graduated with my degree at Loma Linda University in public health. I'm lucky enough to say I have these degrees, but I also live in Oxnard, California. So not only am I someone who understands the facts, understands that science and facts are important, but I also understand that living in a environmental hazardous environment is bad for you. I would like to mention that we had a lot of people talking about what are facts. I read up today before this, and I read a report by the Los Angeles Department of Public Health, and they were actually doing their own reports on oil wells and the health impact that would have on their communities. And one thing that stuck out to me is they mentioned that although not every well and not every permit needs to require an EIR, that oftentimes the health impacts do not show themselves until after it's been approved. So you could go in and see that, see their evidence of a health hazard report, showing that it doesn't have any seeable effects, but that paper that I read by the Los Angeles County, which is our neighbor, showed that after they put this into action, there could be hazards involved. And I want to concur with what the doctor said. Asthma, cancers, these are all things that can happen to our community, and I really implore you to deny this.
Thank you very much for your testimony. On deck, John Brooks. Speaking is Jamie.
Hi.
Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon. I'm a resident of Oxnard. In the map, they showed where the school is. I was from that school. That was my elementary. That's my junior high. As you can see, there's no kids here. There's nobody representing them. I feel like, as a member, I'm here to say that those kids deserve better. They are our future. And by you allowing them to be poisoned by this methane, this oil, it's an injustice to them. They're going to grow up and they're going to say, why didn't people stand up for us? Look at our future. Look at the time that we're living in. Why weren't people standing up for us? I feel like this message of oil wells, oil dependency, is something of the past. We need to look to the future. We need to invest in technologies that guide us into the future. Oil wells are not the future. They are not the future. That's it.
Thank you very much. On deck, Cynthia Salas, and speaking is John Brooks. Good afternoon, sir.
Hi, Chair Bennett and members of the board. First of all, welcome to the Graybeard Club.
Yeah, nice to not shave.
I hadn't seen that before. I was watching at home this morning, and you guys get it. You were electrifying the fleet. You were talking about charging stations for electric vehicles. You get it. So I don't have to lecture you on climate change. You know it. But let's take the next step together voluntarily. And I want to be respectful, but how many times will you allow applicants and staff to play the segmentation game? I've been coming up here to the boards for 6 years now, and it's obviously a means to avoid an EIR every time. The courts don't like that, by the way. This time I say no mas, no more. The county has not conducted a study of the cumulative impacts of this project. There'll be a steady piecemeal development of the Carrillo oil field, the whole field, which will allow the applicant to avoid findings of significant impact, which would have triggered an environmental review. If not now, when? Now, the fair argument, CEQA requires you to look at the past, present, future, and reasonably foreseeable probable projects, along with the location or setting in this case, next door to a community severely affected by pollution. You've heard the appellants and the new evidence that was not analyzed in the previous MND. You need to say no mas, no more. 10% of the gas will be flared. 10% of what? Has there been an analysis of how much gas in the field? 10% of what? No one has said what. How much is that? How much will these people have to breathe? You don't even know.
Thank you for your testimony.
EIR would tell you that.
Thank you
no
for your
mas,
testimony.
No more.
On deck, Laura Espinosa, and speaking, Cynthia Salas. Thank you. Good afternoon.
Before I start, I just want to make sure everybody has documents I submitted earlier today.
Thank you.
Okay, Cynthia Salas, Deputy Director of LULAC. Chair Bennett and members of the board, this comes to you from the League of United Latin American Citizens to deny the project before you. We have a long track record on environmental issues, initiating litigation, publishing reports, and adopting state and national resolutions. Our organization is opposed to the 4 new wells, the open flare, and processing facility. And the report before you, Latino Communities at Risk, published by LULAC, the National Hispanic Medical Associations, and the Clear Air Task Force, makes the case that Latino populations bear the burden of the negative consequences of the oil and gas industries. These impacts exacerbate the already high asthma rates of children in Ventura County. Latino children are 2 times more likely to die from asthma than non-Latino whites, and in South Oxnard, asthma-related complications resulted in emergency room visits of 102 visits per 10,000 population. LULAC District 17 stands with South Oxnard families who will gravely are impacted by this expansion. As the Board of Supervisors, you have a moral and legal obligation to protect our children and the future generations from the adverse impacts of climate change, as well as maintaining and strengthening strict limits on carbon and methane pollution. We provide our arguments based on health and environmental justice grounds supported by the County of Ventura Public Health.
Thank
2017
Thank you
health
very much for your
assessment.
testimony.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. On deck is Barbara Sponsler, and speaking is Laura Espinosa. All right. Ms. Espinosa is not speaking. On deck is Pamela Kraus, and speaking is Barbara Sponsler. Good afternoon.
Barbara Sponsler. Local energy production provides thousands of good-paying jobs for middle-class families right here in Ventura County. The industry is a major contributor to our local economy and provides millions of dollars in tax revenue that support public services we all depend on. It's also important to note that the producers of Ventura County operate under the strictest environmental regulations in the world. If we truly value environmental stewardship, then the sound policy choice is to support well-regulated local production rather than relying on importing energy from countries that don't share those same values. I urge the board to vote to deny this appeal and approve the project. On a personal note, our family back in Pennsylvania has 10 wells on our property, and there have not been any health issues. However, if I lived where it was running 24 hours a day, I would be upset too. So that needs to have a restriction. But I urge you to deny the appeal.
Thank you for your testimony. On deck is Kent Elder, and speaking is Pamela Kraus. Good afternoon.
My name's Pamela Kraus. I live in Camarillo. I'm here today to speak in favor of policies that allow for continued oil and gas production here in Ventura County. In-state oil and gas production provides Californians with a safe, affordable, and reliable energy supply produced in a manner that safeguards people and the environment. Local energy producers uphold this philosophy while providing thousands of jobs to middle and working class families right here in Ventura County. Supporting well-regulated local oil and gas production alongside newer alternative forms of energy is crucial for our local economy and our environment. Please take this into consideration as you vote on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. On deck is Jan Dietrich, and speaking is Kent Elder. Good afternoon, Mr. Elder.
Good afternoon. Chair Bennett, Board, I want to thank everybody for allowing me to make my statement. I'm going to keep it pretty brief because we have a lot of speakers that we need to move through. So, my name is Ken Elder. I work as a client relations consultant for Halliburton in the California region. I am a lifelong resident of Ventura County, and I'm third generation. I've worked in the oil industry my whole career. My father worked in the oil industry his whole career, and his father worked in the oil industry his whole career in Ventura County. I want the same thing as everybody in this meeting. I want clean air, clean water, responsible businesses operating in the county and state, and responsible government. The oil and gas industry has been operating in Ventura County for over 100 years and contributes significantly to our local economy with employment and tax revenues. It is also a vital industry in the county and the state that contributes to our economic well-being in the form of abundant energy for the population. I have worked with Renaissance Petroleum for a number of years in the Oxnard Plains. This company is a responsible business that operates safely and is environmentally responsible in its daily operations. It is an outstanding business partner in the community, and I support the Renaissance Petroleum project. And I urge the Board of Supervisors to approve the permit modification. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. On deck is Nancy Lindholm, and speaking is Jan Dietrich. Good afternoon.
Hi, Jan Dietrich from West Ventura County. There's a glut of natural gas, and it's not going to decline anytime soon. In fact, the projection, and it would be, I think, a very useful fact to have, and I'm sure that the California Energy Commission and the PUC could help provide, what are the projections for the demand for natural gas in the area? City of Berkeley just last week banned all gas connections in all residential, new residential construction in a phased-in plan to ban gas connection in all construction. They are only waiting for the California Energy Commission to finish evaluating how to go about their ambitious plan to decarbonize all buildings. There's a growing attention to the ability to move to non-LNG buses, to electric buses. There's, we're decarbonizing our electricity supply. Does this company have enough bond to clean up all these wells when their assets are stranded? Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. On deck is Helen Perry, and speaking is Nancy Lindholm. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Nancy Lindholm with the Oxnard Chamber of Commerce, and I wanted to comment on process.
After a negative declaration has been adopted and the time to file a legal challenge has passed, further CEQA review of the project is only available if the lead agency can show that further review is required under the exceptions described in CEQA Section 21166 and CEQA Guidelines Section 15162. These exceptions require substantial evidence of either 1, substantial changes in the proposed project, 2, substantial changes in the circumstances under which the project will be undertaken, or 3, new information of substantial importance that could not have been known earlier, showing previously undiscussed effects that new mitigation measures would mitigate significant effects of the project. Unless the lead agency can show that one of the exceptions are satisfied, it cannot reopen further CEQA review for the same project. So play by the rules, by the existing rules, just as Chair Bennett limited everyone to 15 minutes in their presentations. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. On deck, Ron Whitehurst, and speaking, Helen Perry. Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Helen Perry. I'm a resident of Ventura County. The highest calling of our government is the responsibility to protect the health and welfare of its citizenry. This is at odds with the goals of Renaissance Petroleum. Renaissance and the oil and gas industry want to maximize profits as their industry is on the wane before it's more profitable to leave these climate-threatening substances in the ground. Expecting residents already beset by air pollution and pesticides and associated diseases to subsidize big oil profits by sacrificing the health, even lives of county residents and their children is outrageous. The burden of environmental abuse and pollution inevitably falls on lower-income communities, as in this case. These residents often don't have the luxury of time and childcare to defend their homes. This persistent dumping of industry on low-income communities of color bespeaks a classist and racist view of these communities. Time's up on this backward, profit supremacist policymaking. Me and my neighbors are frustrated by pollution-friendly policymaking in Ventura County, and we are watching these issues closely. Thank you for hearing my thoughts and considering the health and welfare of Ventura County residents.
Thank you for your testimony. On deck, I can't pronounce this name, O-C-I-L, Ocil, or is it spelled wrong, right? There we go. And speaking is Ron Whitehurst.
Hi, I'm Ron Whitehurst. I live in the Ventura oil field. My house is about 150 feet from an active oil well. Would I want 4 new oil wells in my neighborhood? No. And I'm sure that the neighbors over there would not want 4 new wells in their neighborhood either. The house is on fire. We can have no more business as usual. I'm sure that Renaissance Petroleum principals go to church on Sunday are nice people, but it is not responsible business to continue extracting oil from the ground that will be burned and contributing to pollution. The fact that 4 new oil wells will have no health results, negative health results, is marketing hype from the petroleum industry that is propagated by your staff. I suggest that you look at facts, that when there's oil wells, there's leakage. Their industry standard is for 9% leakage of oil and natural gas from the wells. All of that is contributing more to the pollution in the neighborhood that causes suffering in the neighborhood. So I ask you to look at facts, not the fiction propagated by the fossil fuel industry and by the Renaissance Petroleum in particular. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On deck is Robert Hassebrook, and speaking is Osio Harajan. Good afternoon.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Nidia. My coworker had to leave, but we're here representing COS. So I'm a community organizer in South Oxnard. I also live in South Oxnard and in around this area where this project is being proposed. This week in particular has been very difficult for my community with recent threats to our immigrant community. And this weekend, I didn't see the usual kids and families playing, our families doing cookouts as usual. Instead, I felt a collective tiredness from our community. I come from a community that's tired. We're tired of long work. We're tired of constantly trying to make ends meet, to provide a roof over our families. We're tired of emergency room visits because our children have asthma attacks. And my community is tired of fighting. We're tired of having to prove our humanity and dignity, of constantly fighting for clean air. These oil wells neighbor the agricultural fields, the pesticides, the truck routes that emit diesel pollution in the air that we, our families, and our children breathe. We don't get the peace of mind knowing that besides our efforts to raise our children correctly, our efforts to put a roof over our heads, their health and ours is not in our hands, but in all of you. I'm asking that you all support the community, support our health, and take at least one burden off our backs. Oppose these oil wells. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time. I'm impressed at how many people are right on 90 seconds. You guys are really good. So on deck is Josh Ferris, and speaking is Robert Hasselbrook. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, board members and Chair Bennett. Thank you for the time, and you did well in the name. It's usually pretty bad.
One of the few. Right.
Yeah. My name is Robert Hasselbrook. I'm a resident of Ventura County. I've been working in the oil industry for about 39 years. I'm proud of the industry I work in. I'm involved in the oversight of employee safety and environmental compliance and sustainability for the company I work with. And then it's a pleasure for me every day to go to work in an environment where my ethics are not challenged in the completion of my task. I know there are about 80 families in my company that support me in support of this project. Based upon the merits discovered through the rigors of the planning process we've just witnessed, including the work from the planning staff and the other county agencies such as APCD that ensure that current operations as well as the planned operations remain safe for the community. I know the operators have been diligent in the pursuit of the highest standards of design and operations. They have maintained an open and line to community for air concerns, and they are committed to the continuation of this same level of operation going forward. In summary, California needs energy. We should recognize, reward, and show deference to the operators that demonstrate a commitment to safe and clean operations rather than despots in foreign lands to get that energy until we no longer do need it. Your approval of this project is a prudent and right thing to do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. On deck is Anna Rosa Rizzo Centino, and speaking is Josh Ferris. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hello, my name is Joshua Ferris. I'm the district manager for Western Wireline here in Ventura. My career in the oil industry started about 14 years ago after earning my engineering degree from Michigan Tech. Over the past 14 years of continual learning, hard work, and dedication, my career as a petroleum engineer has been able to, allow me to buy a home, start a family, and contribute to my community. So I support, Planning Director and Commission's decision to approve the project, and I urge you to deny the appeal in its entirety and approve the minor modifications. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. On deck, Steve Nash, speaking as Anna Rosa.
Good afternoon. My name is Ana Rosa Rizzo Centino, and I'm a mom of 2 young daughters. I live in Oxnard. I went over to the mobile home parks close by to this area where they want to increase the oil wells. And I have to tell you, there's not one person in those mobile home parks that supports these oil wells going forward. The sentiment that I got going to the different doors is más. Más means more. Why more? We already have so many. And kids that have asthma, I personally have asthma, and I felt my asthma being triggered when I was on the property. It is not okay to diminish the health of a community just for profits. It is immoral. So I ask you to not hide behind technicalities, because sometimes what is legal is not right. Just like how you all decided to move forward with working with DHS earlier today, which is not okay. Brown people need to stop being criminalized, need to stop being pushed out of our communities. Our health needs to be respected. We are human beings. So please stop denying our humanity.
Thank you for your testimony. On deck, Adam Vega, speaking as Steve Nash.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Steve Nash, a proud but angry member of Oxnard. Please listen to our Latino community members. They're really the only ones you should be listening to. You know, it's funny that your staff and the applicant tried to marginalize Cal EnviroScreen, but this is the document that allowed us to turn back the Point A Power project. You know, I had to laugh when staff brought up the fact that, you know, petroleum has been a part of Ventura County since 1920. Well, you know, we can't base today's decisions on what we did in 1920. So I was a member of the City of Oxnard Planning Commission for 6 years, and I learned pretty quickly when, you know, we received a staff report that was BS. In my opinion, this staff report was BS. It gave a very one-sided presentation from a captured staff, if you will. So, you know, please listen to the people that are telling you, you know, that CEQA it deals with significant impacts. We want you to make a decision based on cumulative impacts. When is the straw that breaks the camel's back? When does the water finally get hot enough to boil a frog that's immersed in it? So please oppose this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. On deck, Pat Brown, speaking, Adam Vega. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, County CEO, board, staff. My name is Adam Vega, lifelong resident and Ventura County Friendly Neighborhood Organizer and Region 5 Vice Chair of the Chicano Latino Caucus for the State Democratic Party. Kelly Long, I urge you as my representative to vote against this proposal. Please, we'll be watching. I'll be watching. Extending the production would significantly add to the greenhouse gas emissions for the county. Doing so until 2049 goes against the current general plan process, which is looking at ways to transition to a resilient energy future for our county. You have the power today to begin the path forward for a true, just transition. The transition itself must be just and equitable. No redressing past harms. We need to create new relationships of power for the future. Just transition describes both where we're going and how we're going to get there. For too long, the Oxnard community has suffered from this, this pollution. It's a sacrifice zone. And what do we get out of it? A cool little presentation at the school and a couple of dollars kicked back to the community for all the asthma and cancer? Yeah, come on. Small company, not big oil. Check Renaissance Petroleum. They're based in Bakersfield. Why are we letting people from Bakersfield come in and capitalize off our natural resources? Funny. So a couple sentences ago when I was talking about the extractive economy and, that we're stuck in, yeah, these guys got to go back to Bakersfield and go extract out of there. We got to stop letting these out-of-towners come out and take our oil and harm our communities for it. I got 3 seconds. All drains lead to the ocean. Come on, we know that. Thank you.
Thank you. On deck is Robert O'Reilly. Speaking is Pat Brown. On deck is Lupe Aguiano, and speaking is Robert O'Reilly. Good afternoon. She's going to speak in front of you. She's up now. You're second. She's on, right? You paused too long, Mr. O'Reilly.
Was it him or me?
You. Oh, you, absolutely.
Well, I'm sorry, I'm hard of hearing. I think enough has been said to deny the project, to offer to have this project go to rest. And I want to plead with you, our Oxnard plead, and that is enough is enough. We started with Exxon, that turned out to be a scandalous issue, then LNG, and then Clearwater Port, and then we had the coastal issues, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I just, why Oxnard? Why Oxnard? The other issue that I'd like to mention is that the leaving out of the geological study that really found the gases coming through, and the company packed up its bags and left town on Surgeons Road and avoiding due process and investigation. The other issue is the fact that that this project is very close to Vista del Mar, Rio, the school district of, and so there's a lot of things that have many holes that have been left out of this report. I wish
Thank
we
you.
had more time
Thank you for your
to
testimony.
talk about that.
On deck is Dave Grau, and speaking is Robert O'Reilly. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Hello, my name is Robert O'Reilly. Thank you, Councilman Bennett and Supervisor, or
Yeah, we're supervisors, Mr. O'Reilly, if you want to.
what did I say?
Council members.
Oh, for crying out loud. I'm sorry.
We
Different meeting, I
We know you're
apologize.
new to the podium.
That's on the other life that we.
Right. Well, I'm here speaking on behalf of Councilmember Carmen Ramirez of Oxnard. What I'm going to do is read a letter that she emailed to Supervisor Bennett and to the rest of the members of the board. Dear Chairman Bennett and members of the Board of Supervisors, I write to you in my individual capacity as an Oxnard City Council person and not on behalf of the City Council or the city itself. But I do write to you on behalf of the residents of Oxnard who are being asked to live with the impacts of the continuous operation and expansion of oil well operations near their homes for the next 30 years. The Oxnard officially did express a concern about the potential harm to the health of residents in the past from such operations. As you may know, the people of Oxnard suffer the burden of industrial, agricultural, and traffic pollution as a result of proximity to the existing oil field to a much higher degree than other parts of our county. In particular, this project is less than 2,000 feet from a low-income residential neighborhood. There may be existing harm occurring to residents and the possibility of even more harm to these families should the permit be approved by your board. As the health of people is at stake, I believe that it would be prudent to require a full environment impact report before the permit is granted. I thank you for your consideration of this request. Sincerely, Carmen Ramirez.
She wrote a 90-second letter. Pretty impressive. On deck, Manuel Bustamante, and speaking is David Grau. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is David Grau with Taxpayers Association. The Ventura County Taxpayers Association believes that the oil and gas industry is a vital part of Ventura County economy, and we support the planning staff's findings concerning the project. The project has already been approved by the County Planning Director and Planning Commission. A health risk assessment was performed by the Ventura County Air Pollution Control District, who determined that emissions from this project would not result in a significant adverse impact. The county's cost to process the appeals so far for both the Planning Director and Planning Commission decisions for this single project is in excess of $76,000. I believe at this point we have the factual, and now we hear a lot about the emotional side, but I think we need to keep the factual side in focus, particularly as laid out by the planning staff. Therefore, the Ventura County Taxpayers Association asked the board to approve this project and deny the appeal in its entirety and to decline to refund any appeal fees. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. On deck, Monica Gonzalez, and speaking, Manuel Bustamante. Good afternoon.
Hello. I've spoken to you, this is the third time. And what I brought up the first couple of times is that I live here in Ventura, but I was brought up in the San Fernando Valley, where we had smog alerts during the late 50s, early 60s. And I look at that and I go, wow, that was, what, 70 years ago, 60 years ago? And we haven't done anything. And we were having smog alerts on television with the orange, the most critical for people with sicknesses, and young kids had to stay inside. We were called in by our family, by our mother, to come in because of the smog. Sometimes we came in on ourselves because it hurt our lungs. This, you know, we were 10, 11 years old. The presentation that was given by Ms. Luke was written by the fossil fuel company. I've seen the same thing happen in Santa Maria, where Dogger did a presentation. Same thing. It went all for the fossil fuel company. I don't know if there's money involved, but you didn't bring up the fact, one fact about the residents in that area, about climate change. So I don't know what these staff members are looking at, but you got to look at both sides. You just can't look at one.
Thank you for your testimony. On deck is Celeste Gambino, and speaking is Monica Gonzalez. Gamino, I'm sorry.
Hi, I'm Monica Gonzalez. I'm a community organizer with Seafrog and also a resident of Oxnard. I was out there in the mobile homes talking to people who live there, and some of the comments that I heard from them was that, first of all, most of them didn't even know that they had plans to build new drills out there. Many were surprised, and like Ana Rosa said, a lot of them said more. Also, a lot of people commented on how they could see flares from where they were, and it was 24/7 kind of thing. Many were concerned for the health of their kids. Their lungs are still developing, so air pollution affects them more than anyone. I think that it's so easy to come up here and talk about how it affects people and how it doesn't, but ultimately, none of you guys are the ones there. None of you guys are the ones who are affected, who will be affected health-wise by the decision you take today. So I think that just representing not just the people that I talk to, but also just myself as a resident of Oxnard, I would urge you to please not build new oil drills in Oxnard. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. On deck is Margot Davis, and speaking is Celeste Gamino. Celeste Gamino here. On deck is Douglas Johannes, and speaking is Margot Davis. Good afternoon.
Margot Davis. Last night at a special meeting, Ojai City Council passed a resolution introduced by Extinction Rebellion Ojai, declaring a climate emergency, thereby joining more than 800 other jurisdictions that have also done so. In the city staff report, Ojai City staff report noted an inconvenient fact for us.
All right. He's ready.
Under prevailing scientific evidence and continuing business as usual in our extractive economy, we are on track to increase global warming 1.5 Celsius from pre-industrial levels by 2026. The inconvenient fact is that we only have a chance for 6 years until 2026 to prevent an unstoppable chain reaction of melting ice and rising seas.
Thank you so much for your testimony.
That will destroy civilization on Earth.
Thank you for your testimony, ma'am. I'm sorry.
These permits,
I'm sorry your time is up.
only this fact that you need to know.
Ma'am, your time is up. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Would you please turn her speaker off? Thank you. On deck, Frank Naumann, speaking, Douglas Johannes.
Good afternoon. I'm Douglas Johannes, longtime resident of Ventura. I will be very brief because I intended to actually just leave a written comment card. So I'm just going to say that I oppose these new wells and I am against global warming. So we got to get off fossil fuels and onto alternatives. And thank you.
Thank you for your brief testimony. We appreciate that. Ann, on deck is Ann Lipso and Devil, and speaking is Frank Naumann.
Said they were going to bring a mic.
Oh, there they go. Good afternoon,
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Nauman. I presently live in Camarillo, but for most of my 75 years, I lived on our family farm at 2295 Edding Road. Ocean View Junior High School is across the road, and Colony Mobile Home Park was built on our farmland in 1964. All three of these parcels are a short distance west of the subject Nauman drill site. I am a Renaissance Petroleum lessor and a concerned citizen for responsible oil and gas. Renaissance Petroleum is a responsible company that produces the natural resources of Ventura County in an environmentally sound manner consistent with county, state, and federal regulations. Mark Trout is honest and straightforward. The oil and gas industry is vital to Ventura County economy. Renaissance provides lease and royalty payments to many county residents. A local school district has received royalty payments since 1992. I support the Planning Commission's staff and findings. I support Planning Director's decision. I support Planning Commission's September 7th decision to approve this project. I urge you to deny this appeal its entirety. I am confident you will protect my right to develop a natural resources that is vital to Ventura County.
Thank you for your testimony. On deck is Danielle Aguirre, and speaking is Ann Lipso. I couldn't hear you.
¿Podría agarrar un traductor?
Oh, here she comes. Un momento. This is going to be, yeah. This is going to be 3 minutes so that we have time for both the translate.
Aquí la grave consecuencia es.
The serious consequence here.
Okay, muchos estudiantes en mis escuelas han
So many of the students in my school have had problems, and I see that my communities are plagued with contaminants.
No entiendo.
I don't understand. There are so many problems, like these young people have said. I come from that very parking lot. I can't imagine why other corporations are here. And also, nothing happens, nothing changes, including all those pesticides. Can I actually say it in English?
Okay, so the thing, there is just
move in front
a
of the
lot
microphone.
of schools just get plagued. I've seen that, and a lot of contamination. There's leaks. There is leaks. I am well educated. I know both sides. There is problems on just the beach is washing up in shores. At least I don't care about these oil rigs, but Oxnard oil rigs down Channel Islands. Last time I went, the ocean was plagued with oil. I mean, this is not just the main problem, but I have asthma, like big times, since I was born. So I'm saying, I'm here. So it's just, we need to be really educated that these are really bad consequences. Like the first lady that was speaking here, she said we need to find environmental. This can't just be another 1%. We need to stop. They are enforcing us propaganda to use their oils. We don't need their jobs. We don't need their STEM. I know our kids. I'm a politics science major. I'm native Mexican, and I see how they're just infiltrating us. And there's more problems. I'd rather go to every single assembly. So there is too much jobs that we don't need. We don't need these petroleums. And honestly, we don't even need, I see a lot of just, that we don't need oil. We're contaminating our whole planet. In Nigeria, it's getting contaminated for oil for private jets, for these rich men to have their rich limousines. So I'm just saying, we need to really be conscientious of our action, do our own part.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Our next speaker is Jack Bucher, and on deck is on deck is Jack Bucher, and speaking is Daniela Aguirre. Is Daniela Aguirre here? You are Daniela Aguirre?
It was a written.
Okay. All right. So I guess now we have On deck, Jennifer Rivera, and speaking is Jack Puker. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Jack. I live in Ventura, and I'm a proud father of 2 French bulldogs. I'm here speaking today on behalf of Ventura Citizens for Energy Independence, speaking in favor of the proposed project, and we also submitted a formal statement for the record. Ventura Citizens for Energy Independence and its member companies are committed to in-state oil and natural gas production that provides Californians with a safe, affordable, and reliable energy supply produced in a manner that safeguards both people and the environment. We are leading the way in a new energy future which incorporates all forms of energy, including oil and natural gas, but also renewables like wind, solar, and hydroelectric power. We recognize that renewable energy sources are a vital part of California's energy mix, along with traditional energy to meet today's energy demands. With this in mind, we affirm that local production is a sound environmental policy choice for Ventura County, and this should be taken into consideration when voting on this issue. As recommended by both county staff and the planning commissioners, which you all appointed, we urge you to vote to deny the appeal and allow this modest project to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. On deck is Bill Hickman, and speaking is Jennifer Rivera.
Thank you, Honorable Chair Bennett and members of the Board of Supervisors. The California Independent Petroleum Association is here in support of Renaissance Petroleum and urge the board to deny the appeal. The minor permit modification, case number PL 14-0103, has been approved by Ventura County planning staff with a mitigated negative declaration environmental document. The appellant argument on Cal EnviroScreen is unreliable and should not be considered a point of discussion in this case. Cal EnviroScreen data is not dependable for any project-level CEQA analysis. Cal EPA has noted that Cal EnviroScreen is not a tool to be used for CEQA review of local projects and permitting decisions. The decision of the county is already supported by substantial reliable evidence and is unaffected by the limited and unreliable evidence of those appealing. We therefore urge you to deny the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. On deck is Merrill Berge, and speaking is Bill Hickman.
Hello, Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Bill Hickman with the Surfrider Foundation Ventura County Chapter. And the staff assessment of no significant environmental impact seems like a stretch to me. We are dealing with death by a million cuts every time we drill a new well for oil and/or natural gas. Every time we take oil and natural gas out of the ground, it usually ends up in the air as a greenhouse gas that accelerates climate change, and sometimes oil is spilled onto the land, waterway, beaches, and oceans with impacts to wildlife that we love and local economies. At the end of the day, the more you drill, the more you spill. You've already heard plenty about the impacts to public health to consider for the people who live and work nearby, and that's just too important to ignore. Finally, the Surfrider Foundation is concerned because the coast is already dealing with increased erosion and rising seas triggered by climate change. Clean, renewable energy is the future, not fossil fuels. So please reject this project or at least do a more thorough environmental review. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. On deck is Catherine White, and speaking is Merrill Berge.
Good afternoon,
Good
Board of
afternoon.
Supervisors. Thank you so much for this opportunity to express our views. I'm lucky enough to be a mom of 2 kids. I was raised in Camarillo, up in Cam Heights, at the beautiful Cam Heights School with a great big green field and clean air. I'm here speaking for all the moms of all the kids, for all the schools. They mentioned that there were schools within the radius. Yes, there certainly are. There are 8 different schools within 2 miles of this project. The Ocean View Preschool, the Fred L. Williams Elementary, the Tierra Vista Elementary, the Mar Vista Elementary, Channel Islands High School, the Condor High School, Ocean View Junior High, and Oxnard College. It just so happens that this is all west of the project site, which, interestingly enough, was those numbers from the Cal EnviroScreen were questioned. I would imagine it's the prevailing winds, and there's a reason why those numbers are the way they are. And they are directly in this overlay, the school area as well. So the thing is that EnviroScreen, if we're not supposed to use that as a source of CEQA, then we need, even more than ever, an environmental impact report to study exactly what is going on there and how our kids are being affected by these methane flares. And no, it might not be 40%, but it's 10% of a much larger volume. So
Thank you for your
thank you.
testimony. On deck is Margaret Gallagher, and speaking is Catherine White. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Catherine Garupa White. I am the coordinator for Californians Against Fracking and Dangerous Drilling and also a professor of geography. I work across the state with communities who suffer the consequences that have been mentioned here today and can certify based on scientific literature that those in closest proximity suffer the most severe and immediate impacts, symptoms ranging from headaches, nosebleeds, asthma attacks, to longer-term effects such as cancer have already been cited. I find the current assessments to be inadequate, and just to provide two specific examples, the grab samples that were provided by your air district provide a snapshot in time of existing operations at that moment. We don't know what operations were doing that day. We don't know if things were running at full force or if operations had ramped down at that point. We don't know what the weather conditions were, how the wind was blowing. All of those factors would put the data in context to help us understand whether those grab samples are actually reflective of the air pollution on that site on a day-to-day basis. Secondly, the slide comparing regulatory monitoring data in Simi Valley to the grab samples is comparing apples to oranges because regulatory monitors are much more sensitive and collect and average data in different ways. This is really a story of trying to use the history to project the future, but it's not as simple as taking those numbers and multiplying them times 4 for the 4 new wells that will be added. Much more evidence needs to be gathered. I find it highly alarming that there's no data about the distance that the drilling will go. And in closing, I want to emphasize that even a 2,500-foot buffer does not protect from spills, leaks, and explosions.
Thank you for your testimony. On deck is Ron Gallagher. Speaking is Margaret Gallagher. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Peggy McKee Gallagher. I was raised on East Pleasant Valley Road with my family. After hearing the current updates of compliance, I know that the oil and gas industry is a vital part of Ventura County economy. In my business, I've learned that oil is used in all cosmetics, lipsticks, fabrics, and many other lifestyles that we all enjoy. I support the planning director's April 3rd, 2017 decision to approve the project. I support the Planning Commission September 7th, 2017 decision to approve the project. And lastly, at this time, I would like to deny the appeal in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. On deck is Derek McLaughlin. Speaking is Ron Gallagher.
Hello, Board. My name is Ron Gallagher, and I'm leaseor of Renaissance Petroleum. I support the planning staff and findings concerning the project. I also urge them to deny the appeal of its entirety and to approve the minor permit. And I'd like to point out, I'm 82 years old, and for as long as I can remember, Beverly Hills High School has had an operating oil well on their campus. I'm sure many of you are aware of that. And it's right in the middle of Beverly Hills in a pretty tony area. And I've never heard any problems about that. So,
thank you for your testimony. On deck is Maureen Carson, and speaking is Derek McLaughlin.
Yeah, I live in Port Hueneme, and we've heard a lot today about significant and no significant impacts, no substantial this and stuff, but I would consider even one more case of cancer be extremely significant. I just got my multiple myeloma cancer into remission about 8 months ago, and it was very significant and caused me to get severe osteoporosis, according to my Dr. Rosenberg at UCLA, a block away here, and that caused me to lose 9 inches of height. My spine collapsed, rib cage collapsed on my lungs, lost over half my lung capacity, and I'm just one case of cancer. We have no idea how many more cases of cancer there will be, how many have been caused by the oil and fossil fuel industries in this county. You know, I mean, you can do epidemiological studies, and they have showed that the more fossil fuel infrastructure you got around and pollution from it, you got higher rates of cancer, asthma, emphysema, other respiratory problems. So this is bound, they showed a chart earlier, the proponents, showing some of the pollutants that the flaring will produce. So there's going to be a little more flaring, there's going to be more trucks, there's going to be more pollution, there's going to be more health effects. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. On deck is Zach Keller, and speaking is Margaret Carson. There we go. So, Maureen Carson, all right? I've already spoken. Oh, so I don't know how you got in there. All right, Zach Keller, is that you? And on deck is Javier Benz. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Zach Keller. I'm from Fillmore, and I work for Renaissance Petroleum. I support the planning staff's findings concerning the project and urge you to deny the appeal and approve the minor permit modification. I've grown up in Ventura County as a kid in Ojai, and from my teenage years to now in Fillmore. This county is my home, and I love it, but now I have a family to raise and support. The cost of living here is brutal. Housing, utilities, gas, you name it. Good paying jobs seem to be harder to come by every day. Please don't run the oil industry out. It pays good and supports a lot of people in the county. Everyone in my family is left. Please don't make me leave too. This is my home, but being able to support my wife and kids come first. If there's no oil industry here for me to work in, I'll have to move to where the jobs are and the cost of living isn't so extreme.
Thank you for your testimony. On deck is Mark Wade, and speaking is Javier Jimenez.
Good afternoon. My name is Javier Jimenez. I'm a lifelong resident of Ventura County. Been in the oil industry for 40 years, all my adult life. I work for a company, oil well service company in Santa Paula. We do work for Renaissance Petroleum. Mark Trout is a pretty straightforward guy as far as I know him. We've been working for him for the last 10 years or so. It supports all our family. It's a good paying job. We got 24 employees where I work, and 11 of those employees live in Oxnard. They have families they support, and we need to, I urge you to reject the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. On deck, James Fraker, and speaking, Mark Wade.
Good afternoon, board, and thank you for your time. My name is Mark Wade. I've been in the oil industry for 40 years. My father was in the oil industry. My father-in-law was in the oil industry. My children are also in the oil industry. One of the things I've heard is the impact, the health impacts of the people within a certain distance from these oil wells, but I haven't heard anything about an impact to the oil workers themselves that work voluntarily within this industry and the health effects of those individuals. Just from anecdotal evidence, from what I've seen from my father living a long life, my father-in-law living a long life, my kids doing well, and my own health, I would say that there's very minimal health risk, and I work within 1 foot of oil wells continually, day by day. So I would urge from the Planning Department's recommendation that the appeal be denied. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. On deck is Stephen Snow. Speaking is James Fraker.
Good afternoon. My name is James Fraker. I'm a resident of Ventura County. I've lived here my whole life. I'm an employee of Renaissance Petroleum. When I first got hired on there, I was taken aback at actually how remarkably clean the place was. I've worked in the oil industry now for about 6 years. A few years ago, before those 6 years, I found myself in a difficult spot financially, emotionally, and I didn't have a means to support myself or my family. And thankfully for a job in Ventura County in the oil field, I was able to get a good job, and I was provided opportunities to once again provide for myself and my family because of the oil industry in here in Ventura County, able to continue to live here in Ventura County, a county that I love and state that I love. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. On deck, Nathan Bell, speaking as Stephen Snow.
Good afternoon. My name is Stephen Snow, and I'm from an old Ventura County family. I currently live in Los Angeles County because that's where I work. I'm a working person, and we still have property interests in Ventura County. We have an avocado property in the Fillmore area. We own property in Hopper Canyon. I do have a small landowner's interest in the Cabrillo field, and with my brother and other family members, we are partners in the project with Renaissance Petroleum. And I'm here to speak in favor of Renaissance Petroleum's project and the permit modification. Just a couple of comments. I didn't bring any prepared remarks, but just observing. Number one, the staff report did favor Renaissance Petroleum in their project, but there's a reason. It isn't because oil money bought off that results, it's because Renaissance Petroleum has really worked very hard to meet all the rigorous requirements that they have to meet to qualify for this permit modification. This is a very small project, and I'm not insensitive to the concerns that the people have expressed, the social concerns. We are in a changing environmental and regulatory environment, and I think we've seen proof that Renaissance Petroleum is a conscientious, energy, environmentally sensitive company. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. On deck is John Williams, and speaking is Nathan Bell. Good afternoon.
Hello, my name is John Williams. I'm a California professional geologist, and I own and operate a small geologic service company, and I'm here to support this project. I believe that there are a lot more employees than 5 employees impacted by this project. There are the 5 employees, but there are also service companies, vendors here in Ventura County, electric supply companies, plumbing supply companies, electric repair companies, and all kinds of other vendors that serve this project. Also, the company has proven itself over many years to be a responsible company that does not want to be in violation of any regulation or rule. They are here and they are willing to be watched. So they are not hiding. They're right out with us right here, right now. And right now, as we speak, there are wells producing at the field safely with no environmental impact. So I support this project.
Thank you for your testimony. I failed to call June Tanaka up to be on deck, but June, if you're here, please, if you'll move up. And then on deck is Miss Yolanda Johnson. Good afternoon.
Hi, my name is June Tanaka, and this is my husband, Carl Tanaka, and Ann Trout will read our statements.
Chairman Bennett and Supervisors, my name is Ann Trout. I am the Controller for Renaissance Petroleum and the daughter of Mark Trout. Today I am reading a statement on behalf of June and Carl Tanaka. Their statement reads as follows. We are royalty owners of Renaissance Petroleum and are the closest residents to the Nauman drill site. Our home is just over 500 feet northwest of the Nauman drill site. We have lived there for over 30 years. We raised our 2 sons next to the Nauman site. They were 6 and 10 years old when this well was developed. No one in our family has ever had any adverse health problems. We have never smelled anything associated with the activities at this drill site. The proposed permit modification would not impact us or the daily activity of our residents. Please deny the appeal and approve the permit modification. Thank you, June and Carl Tanaka.
Thank you.
Thank you for your concise testimony. On deck is Stephen Aguilar, and speaking is Michelina Johnson.
Hello, my name is Michelina Johnson. I am a concerned Ventura County resident. I would like to share the same immense concern as a lot of people here that this project would disproportionately affect communities of color and that private interests would be gleaning the financial benefit of this project while the people bearing the disproportionate health impacts would be predominantly Latino. I would also like to suggest that we deny this project, but simultaneously use this public comment period as a catapult for how to make our county's economy more green. Our county currently hosts headquarters of private sector leaders in the alternative energy and storage fields, including Simplify Power and California Solar Electric. I am following on the testimonies of people who work and our community members and who also work in the oil and gas industry. I think that their fates are very, very important, and I am concerned for their families' financial well-being. I would ask the Board of Supervisors to also come up with economic solutions that can help people who are inevitably, no matter what, due to the way the international economy is moving, to come up with job retraining programs and other solutions for people who will lose their jobs from the transition. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. On deck is Jeremiah Salazar, and speaking is Stephen, I can't pronounce that name, but Aguilar. Huh? No, we're down to about 8 or 9. Is this Stephen? Yeah, Stephen, step out. Stephen, step out. Yeah. We'll go on to Jeremiah Salazar. And on deck is Louise Lamp.
Hello. My name is Jeremias Salazar, and I'm from Santa Maria. And I'm drove here today 2 hours to ask you to deny this project. In Santa Maria, we're having the same problem with 768 new oil wells. We don't need more oil wells. We need to take care of the water. We're asking this because it's for the future generation. It seems that a lot of people are here to get this project approved because of money, and it's not worth it because, I mean, a lot of the communities that are suffering is low-income communities that have to go through a lot of things to get help, and it's not necessary. We definitely need to respect the health of the future generation and take care of the water and the air, and no more oil wells. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. On deck is Wendy Laughlin. Speaking is Louise Lampara.
Good afternoon. I gave copies of CoLab's official written comments to be distributed. My name is Louise Lampera, and I'm here today on behalf of Ventura County CoLab. One issue that hasn't been brought up yet today is the fact that California uses 60% more oil than it produces. And that number is increasing every year. Every gallon not produced here in the state has to be imported by oil tanker. Oil tankers contribute greatly to global greenhouse gas emissions, which would seem to be contrary to the hard work that the county is currently engaged in as part of their general plan update. We also need to recognize that imported oil is produced in countries where environmental and human rights regulations are lacking, where conversations like this would never occur, and reports like that prepared by county staff would never have happened. Second, I want to commend county staff for their very thorough work on this issue. And the board should be proud to have staff that works so diligently to address all of the concerns that were brought up both to planning and at the Planning Commission. Something that Supervisor Bennett said a few months ago keeps coming to my mind today as I listen. County staff have done remarkable work to present factual solutions And that is what needs to be considered today, not misinformation, frustration, and fear. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. On deck is Stephen. He's still not back? No? All right. We're just going to skip him because was going to be our last speaker. But speaking is Wendy Laughlin. You get to be the last speaker.
Wendy Laughlin, concerned citizen. No more business as usual concerning money over people. The banality of it has been referred to by Hannah Arendt as regards the leadership in the times of the Nazis. Does the ice run cold in our veins as we become inured to what is happening with the air and the land? The air and the land, which houses our water, the land houses our water, stand to lose this scenario. The air, already growing more dirty, will increase its load of toxins, spreading its load from the Oxnard Plains in Camarillo toward Ojai, one of the places where it will bottleneck and concentrate. The water lying under the broken bones of the earth will be vulnerable to every quiet, hidden onslaught that this oil and gas industry brings on, until we hear the words, there have been a few leaks. We will hear the news of accidents, surely a misnomer at this time, because these are inevitable. A little late for our water, for our children, our elders, our less abled, and for ourselves. We can't afford to lose good water. This is not the time to allow actions and apologize later, nor to rue the day when you let this one slip through.
Thank you for your testimony.
We are all acutely
Wendy,
aware of the
thank
consequences.
you for your testimony. On deck. Stephen is our final speaker. Thank you.
Chair Bennett. My name is Stephen Auclair. I'm the president of the Greater Oxnard Organization of Democrats. Collectively, we represent the 50,000 Democrats of Oxnard, Port Hueneme, and the surrounding areas. Our resolution that we passed supports and calls on you to oppose this expansion for the reasons that the others have given. We urge you to put the health of our community at the center of all policy, particularly Supervisor Long, Supervisor Zaragoza, and Supervisor Bennett, who represent the Greater Oxnard area. Again, we urge you to oppose this project and keep health at the center of all policy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now have 5 minutes for the appellant for rebuttal.
Thank you. Let's talk about gas and flaring. Let me read to you from a 2010 memorandum by the operator. This is what Renaissance Petroleum had to say. Cabrillo's light oil production includes significant volumes of associated gas. And, well, we're going to have to put constraints on gas delivery and sales. The only alternative around this would have been to flare significant volumes of gas. And, well, these are their words. That would have created unnecessary attention and adverse publicity for RenPet. The answer is going to be flaring. It's going to be more than 10% flaring, because we know that there is going to be less need for this natural gas. And how much of it, here's something else we don't know, how much of it is going to be turned into liquid natural gas? And we know how volatile that is, how dangerous that is, and what happens to that? It goes in trucks past our communities, and again, particularly this community. And let me say on the flares, Supervisor Zaragoza and others who are concerned about this, all of the toxins are not being measured because they're only measuring while the flare is going. When the flare shuts off, they stop measuring. Well, they're making an assumption there's no more toxins in the air. It is an assumption. We don't know that everything is being burned. It has to be tested. And by the way, and perhaps the applicant can answer this, it appears a family member did the testing. If I'm wrong about that, I'm happy to know it, but they do have the same name. Now, let me say on the law itself, you have to make an affirmative mandatory finding of less than significant effects to approve this project. Now, we offered you facts beyond the health risk assessment, which is the only document that the applicant and the staff relied on. It has significant problems, as I pointed out before, not the least of which is that it only looks at 11 contaminant compounds, and there are over 200 that need to be looked at. That's why we gave you the handout today that shows a compendium of studies around drilling. That's why we had Dr. Dodge here. We showed you the Physicians for Social Responsibility information and other studies. These are facts. These aren't phony facts, made up facts. These are facts from respected scientists. And all you have to do to find a fair argument, to decide that this should go to more study, all you have to do is look at those facts and say, can I make a reasonable assumption that these lead me to worry about, are there going to be significant effects on this population? And you know what? That is just the kind of good judgment and prudence that this entire board showed unanimously in putting a moratorium on the drilling on the Oxnard Plain and new cyclic steam drilling until it could be further studied. Please, further study this. That's what SEEK was about, letting residents understand and know what they are facing.
Robin speaking. So just going off from where my presentation left off and what Robin talked to, SB4, the same bill that funded the USGS study that led to the moratorium, also funded a study by the CCST, the California Council on Science and Technology, a nonpartisan nonprofit organization established by the state, providing objective advice. And it found in their study, too, the many health hazards of neighborhood drilling and recommended state setbacks for all types of oil drilling. And the thing is, the mitigating negative declaration that we're going off is from 1986. That was the same year I was born. Today is actually my birthday. I'm 33 years old. I have 2 children. A lot has happened in 33 years. And I would never want oil drilling to happen next to my home, which is already going on, with a document that's from 1986. We can't wait for the state to act. We can't let the oil industry tell us that it's not in our power, just like they did with the moratorium. You all have that power, and what you decide today will affect generations of Oxnard families. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. We now have the applicant's 5-minute rebuttal. And then we will have staff with closing comments from staff. And then actually, we will close the public comment after, we'll close the public comment after staff comments, right? Go ahead.
Good afternoon again. You've had lots of testimony this afternoon. A lot of it's been very emotional, but without any new substantial evidence for the record. You've also heard from a lot of people in support of the permit. Want to just highlight a couple of things I feel I need to respond to. So one of the appellants actually stated, quote, Cal EnviroScreen is where every CEQA study starts, end quote. I can provide you with my expert testimony as a local government planner with over 35 years of experience. I personally prepared, managed, or supervised the preparation of thousands of CEQA documents. How many times did we go to Cal EnviroScreen? 0, none. Cal EnviroScreen isn't even mentioned in the state of California CEQA guidelines. That should tell us something. It is not a CEQA tool. Regarding the flare, a couple of speakers stated that they currently see a 24/7 flare. That is an impossible claim. So just to remind the board, as of February 2019, RenPet voluntarily installed an electronic ignition pilot system. So there is no longer a 24/7 pilot that is visible. Most of the time it looks like this.
Point out, that's what the pilot looked like.
That's what it used to look like prior to February of 2019.
The pilot.
The pilot, you're seeing the pilot flare.
On the left.
On the left. Now today, no pilot flare. It doesn't exist. The only time that you're seeing a flame there is when we're flaring, which is occasionally about 3 to 5% of the gas that's produced. APCD has testified the amount of gas flared is far below what's permitted under our permit with APCD. Also want to point out, the gas that we produce at the Nauman site goes directly to serve homes in Oxnard. It provides heat for homes, goes to power water heaters, stoves, and it's a much more reliable local source of natural gas versus piping gas over literally hundreds of miles into Oxnard. The health risk assessment, at the Planning Commission hearing, there were requests for a health risk assessment. APCD and planning staff indicated why the thresholds of significance did not require one. However, after the Planning Commission meeting, staff of both planning and APCD initiated one anyway, even though the threshold of significance did not require it. And again, the findings from that study are positive. They show that there's no threshold of significance exceeded, and I would encourage you to ask staff or APCD to answer any further questions that you might have on that. I want to leave you with kind of where I ended at how many hours ago at the end of our presentation. And, I think this kind of sums up the questions that are before us today. Does the administrative record support the approval? The answer to that is overwhelmingly yes. You have a very robust record that's substantial and fact-based. Nothing that you've heard today or been entered into the record provides any scientific dispute of those findings. Is the project consistent with the general plan? Yes, it is. In fact, it's probably consistent with your draft general plan, which I reviewed. I don't see anything in your new draft general plan policies that would be inconsistent. Are there fact-based findings that support the staff recommendation for approval? Yes. Does the project comply with county oil and gas regulations? Yes, every single one. Does the addendum to the MND satisfy CEQA? Yes. And with that, thank you for this long afternoon of listening to testimony from everyone, and look forward to your deliberations. And we do ask that you approve our project and deny the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. And we are now going to hear from staff in terms of any closing comments by staff.
Thank you. Staff has provided our analysis. I think the testimony you've heard today, we have done our addendum. That addendum is upwards of 30 pages and then 172 pages with all the attachments. We're here to answer any additional questions that you may have, and that's all our comments we have for now.
Do we have any questions here? All right, then I'm going to close the public testimony. We have one more speaker that wants to speak. Please come and speak. Do we have the name for the record? Can we please state your name for the record?
My name is Annalise Anderle. I'm a retired petroleum engineer. And there's just one or a few things I'd just like to bring up. And I don't know if you can bring up the cover letter of the presentation by the staff, but the requirements are, this is how it goes. The operation of equipment such as pumps and compressors to support the on-site injection of produced water into a well or well for disposal purposes. The on-site injection of natural gas into a well or well for the purpose of reservoir pressure maintenance. Well, the point I'm getting is that this is not on-site. the water is being transferred by a high-pressure injection pump at the Nauman facility through an injection line to the Rosenman facility. And so number D under that, the transfer of gas, natural gas liquids, crude oil, and produced water from the site. The produced water may be either conveyed by pipeline to the Rosemont drill site or for injection into an existing well or transported by truck. So D is trumping C. D is what is happening. And you don't have two gathering lines. You have one gathering line and you have one injection line.
Thank you for
There's a difference between the two.
Thank you for your testimony.
So it needs correction.
In the interest of being fair, I pushed it and opened it back up, and now I believe, to be fair, I have to let the appellant and the applicant have a rebuttal period again. So I'm going to go 2 minutes for the appellant and then 2 minutes for the applicant. But I'd like to, I request that you can use your 2 minutes, but deal with the particular issue raised by the speaker, because that's what.
Absolutely. So, you know, the question that Annalise is raising here, and one more thing that we don't know about. This is why we want and need an environmental impact report, because there is water, what she's saying is produced water is being injected into a well at the Rosenman site. So this material is being pumped back and forth. Now it's going into Rosenman. We consider these as two separate sites. They really should be considered as one site. An environmental impact report would help us to know what is really going on with these sites, and that's what she's talking about.
Thank you for your testimony. And now the applicant.
Can we get our presentation back up?
Certainly.
Okay, I'll find it.
And clerks will not accept any more cards. All right.
Yeah, we just want the one that shows the two drill sites
Right.
and the pipelines. There you go.
When you're ready. Go ahead.
As Maureen pointed out early on when we looked at this, there are two drill sites, the Rosamond drill site and the Nauman drill site. In 2007, these two sites were interconnected by two gathering lines. The two lines consisted initially of taking oil fluids and oil and water from the Rosamond site to the Nauman site. That was one line. The other line was natural gas from the Rosamond site to the Nauman site. Simple enough. Two lines, two different types of fluids. In 2017, when we received our injection permit to be able to inject at the Rosamond site, we turned the gas pipeline around and converted it to transferring produced water from the Nauman site to the Rosamond site for injection. That's how we eliminated trucks to the tune of 700 trucks between now and then. So yes, there are two gathering lines. They are transferring fluids from the Rosamond site to the Nauman site. That's one line. And then right now, the other line is transferring produced water, not at high pressure, to a tank where that water then is injected down our VR4 well. Dogger, I think, is in attendance here. If you have any questions about the issues associated with the injection well.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. Now I'm going to go back to staff, and I do have one question. I assume that the records indicate that that was all permitted, what they described in 2017.
That is correct.
Great. Thank you very much. Does staff have any other closing comments now?
Not
All
at
right.
this time.
Staff has no other closing comments. I am now closing the public hearing. We won't be accepting any more testimony from the public. And it's now time for the board to deliberate and make their decision on this. Because this well is in Supervisor Long's district, I'm going to turn to Supervisor Long and give her the first opportunity to offer a motion for us to consider, and you give us your thoughts about this. Right?
I was just going to wait. But if you'd like to, I will definitely start. Thank you for your respect.
In your district, and that's very common for us to do that. Right?
Great. Well, I want to first say that Renaissance, I appreciate the family-owned business that's in my district with local employees that have been good neighbors and good citizens. My understanding is that during more than 3 decades, I think it is, from planning, that there has been no complaints and no violations of existing permits. True. And I think that's very important to understand, especially on these times with such division. So I want to make sure that this project is not within the boundaries of the well moratorium, which is a check the box. It's consistent with our general plan and also our non-coastal zoning ordinance, and it is compatible with existing and potential land use in the general area. So making sure we have the facts, I think that's important. Just a few thoughts. I really appreciate the applicant's willingness to limit the truck traffic on the project from their current permit requirements to, which was unlimited. I don't know how many trucks you really did, but I really appreciate reducing it. Additionally, just making sure that the safety on our roads is important. I also appreciate that the applicant's willingness to change the configuration of the pilot from a pilot light to an electric ignition systems, doing that even before you're here today. I think that based on the independent study measuring the exhaust temperature of the emergency flare, I thought that was very compelling. The study analyzing the content of VOCs and the processes of natural gas prior to the combustion in all the cases, I think the temperature of the emergency flare, that's an important check the box. I think that was more than what our planning is requesting. I'm thankful that APCD is here and that you've done multiple different checks and stating that it is only that we're not only lower than Simi Valley, but we're also lower than all of Southern California. And it's important that we understand that because we've all lived through those smog problems and so forth. I would like to thank our staff for their thorough process in this project. I know it's a difficult one, and each time we go through this, it feels like it's more difficult. At least that's my feeling. And I think staff has done a great job addressing the 2 main points of this appeal in your staff report and your board letter. First thing, the Planning Commission used an incorrect standard of reviewing its final findings in the project, does not require any environmental impact report. I believe staff has reviewed the impacts and did not identify any substantial evidence that supports a fair argument. And I appreciate County Council going over what exactly is a fair argument, that the project may have previously unstudied significant environmental impacts. And this is all backed up with substantial amounts of case law, which County Council said. The second is the appellant's expression concerning the emissions of the project may have significant adverse health impacts of surrounding communities. And this issue has also been thoroughly addressed in our board letter. So thank you. In that APCD prepared a memorandum assessing the county's health risk for toxic air emissions in August of 2017, along with an update in October 2018, which is important because things can change. All studies concluded that the project would not cause a significant health risk in the area. But I also wanted to address the other side of it, which is the issue surrounding environmental justice. And in this term, that means different things to different people, right? You could ask everyone on the street what environmental justice is, and it means a completely different thing to someone, each person. First, Cal EnviroScreen has created by Cal EPA as a tool to distribute greenhouse gas funds. And by their own admission, it is not to be used for a CEQA tool. Each city and county that are updating more than 2 elements in their general plan are required to implement environmental justice into their document. And just so everyone knows, our board is in the process of updating our general plan. And I know this will be part of our update. Applying it to the project when an applicant does not have the board codified guidance to guide them and gives them an opportunity to bring this project into compliance is technically unfair unless we have the policies and procedures to guide you into that way. And so the safety and welfare of my constituents and the residents of Ventura County will always be my prime focus and concern. And my actions on the board have demonstrated that, and my willingness to require further research and study when warranted. However, if we're going to be serious about a fair and objective process for permitting projects for applicants who play by the rules, we need to consider the facts that have been laid out before us. And I know that we'll be addressing the environmental justice section in our general plans to update our policies and procedures. So I would motion today to agree with the staff recommendations for this action.
So the motion is to deny the appeal and
Yes.
approve the project. So there's a motion to deny the appeal and approve the project. Is there a second for the motion?
Second the motion.
Do you want to click your place there?
Oh, okay.
No, it's over there, Bob, on your screen. Just second it. It'll show up on your screen here.
Yeah.
Go to on the floor.
Oh, okay.
Then you go there.
There you go.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Would you like to vote on this motion? That motion is defeated 3-2. I will try my hand at a motion, make these comments. As supervisors, we're required to make an affirmative finding when we approve a project like this. And some of the criteria that we have to affirmatively be able to say we believe is true, I'm going to identify 4 of them for the benefit of staff, because we do not have a staff report that has been written in a manner that would guide us through all of the legal steps that we need for a approval of the appeal by the applicant. And so this is going to take 2 steps. It's going to take 1, the board giving direction to staff, and then staff having to come back with further factual evidence so that we have that further factual evidence. But these are the 4 things that we affirmatively have to be able to decide, and that I can't state that I can affirmatively say that. We have to say that the proposed development is compatible with the character of surrounding legally established development. The proposed development would not be obnoxious or harmful or impair the utility of the neighboring properties or uses. The proposed development would not be detrimental to the public interest, health, safety, convenience, or welfare. And for conditional use permits, the proposed development is compatible with existing and potential land uses in the general area where the development is to be located. And I'm not prepared today to be able to make those affirmative findings. And so consequently, my motion would be for us to direct staff that our intention is to deny this project and direct staff to come back with a staff report that provides more research on the factual evidence that supports these findings of the Board of Supervisors if that's in fact what the board finds. And the reason I identify those four things, I want to give you the factual things. The proximity of a large concentration of low-income residents, approximately 1,400 people, to multiple health risks, including agricultural pesticides, dust, roadway emissions, and existing and proposed oil wells and processing facilities. My concerns, and hopefully board members, majority of the board members' concerns regarding potential health risks to the more vulnerable residents of the mobile home park, particularly in the absence of long-term testing of air quality in the mobile home park. That the project poses a land use incompatibility with a nearby home and large mobile home park, regardless of whether the residents there support it or not. In the long run, it is a residential property that we have to consider. And the inconsistency with the oil development guidelines of the county zoning ordinance, which state that pipelines should be used to transport petroleum products off-site to promote traffic safety and air quality. And the board's interest in a strict interpretation of that guideline, both for the reduction of local impacts and for a reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. And with all of that factual, those are the factual things that I would like staff to develop more thoroughly for the board to receive a further report on. So I'm asking County Council first, have I worded the motion properly?
Yeah, I guess just one question and maybe a request for clarification.
Sure.
I mean, it sounds like, or it doesn't sound like, you did state that correctly that the board must affirmatively make those findings to approve the permit. The burden is on the applicant. The non-coastal zoning ordinance says that if your board cannot make those findings, you'll state specific facts. You've done that. And so you mentioned the staff returning with the report. I'm not sure that's required. What I think would be appropriate would be for staff to return with the resolution, basically documenting the board's inability to make those findings if that's the board's pleasure.
Based on these facts.
Based on those facts.
Thank you.
Is that what you're?
That's what I intended to say, and
okay. And so the
busy trying to hold on to too many things, right?
So the motion would also be to continue the hearing to a date and time certain, and to specify that the sole purpose of the continued hearing is for the board to consider basically the resolution of denial. And so we wouldn't be reopening the public hearing for additional testimony.
Great. I couldn't have said it better. Right. Okay.
And stating what you stated.
Exactly. Yeah, the resolution would state that. So that would be the motion that I'd make, and
I'd like to have an opportunity to also include some findings in the motion.
Great.
And also add something to the motion.
Okay.
I think about that this is considered a minor modification to the permit, and I can't think of another area, that would think of this as minor, adding 4 wells and the flare. Thinking of areas in my district, if we were looking at just putting in these 4 wells, it would certainly rise to a level of an environmental impact report, not an addendum to one that's older. I do see this as an environmental justice issue, and the Cal Enviro screen specifically helps to identify those areas geographically that are most polluted and also have the most people who are at risk of these kind of pollution. I think there are 2 things I'd like to look at adding. One is that there are cumulative effects that are not being considered. And secondly, that there are new impacts that are not being considered. Cumulative effects that I see that are not being considered is the fact that we're not looking at all the wells plus these wells, because together, certainly there is more pollution. And if we continue to just allow for a few wells at a time, you will never have that cumulative impact. And I think that was addressed. Additionally, I feel it's a bit piecemealed. We not only have the Rosamond injection site of the produced water, the Renpet site where we're adding the wells, but you also have the Nauman site. All three of those are necessary for this project, and to only look at one without the other, I think, limits it and reduces the opportunity to look at the cumulative impacts. And the third cumulative impact that I see is the fact that, as you see in the CalEnviro study, you have a population that already suffers from higher amounts of illnesses, including asthma, cancer, et cetera. And this is in part because they are in an area that has a higher propensity for pesticides, polluted water, and polluted air. So if you want to talk about the health impacts, we're relying on the Air Pollution Control District to tell us what the health impacts of this particular project is on an individual who isn't already impacted. So I think you have to look at the cumulative impacts of the different types of contaminants in the area. I also believe that we need to look at the fact of new information. That includes, we have, and I have brought to our board in the past, just the amazing amount of projects, oil projects, that end up having spills and leaks. We know that leaks from just the oil and gas systems of drilling creates a lot of greenhouse gas emissions, for example, and air pollution. And what is new is an incredible urgency on climate change, which was not the case when this first EIR was put out. And that relates specifically to things like methane gas. And those impacts need to be looked at because I believe they are new information that hasn't otherwise been looked at in the standards of what we're looking at with greenhouse gas emissions and the state law that looks at becoming carbon-free in 2045. I mean, this project itself is going to go beyond 2045 if they receive their approval. Also, what's happened that's new is that within a 1.5 to 2 miles of this site is a moratorium on drilling because we found that in the Fox Canyon aquifer, there are the water in that aquifer, which is a potable aquifer, has some petroleum related to oil extraction. And we don't know really where that is coming from. One question could be, could it be coming from this area? I don't know where it's coming from. No one knows where it's coming from. But the fact is they are going to be doing slant drilling for thousands of feet, which could potentially put it in this vicinity. So just, there are a lot of things that are occurring in that area. And I think that looking at the cumulative effects that I mentioned, as well as the new information since the last EIR, should be included in findings on approving the appeal. Secondly, I would like to suggest that we grant the return of appeal fees to the appellant, and because that is a standard that we've adopted.
I appreciate, and I'm very comfortable with all of that factual evidence. My only question, I just want to turn to counsel, is there's some factual evidence that I would be offering if I was suggesting that what we need to do is do a full EIR. Mm-hmm. But I'm not suggesting that with this motion. I'm suggesting we simply say we deny the project, we approve the appeal because we can't make the findings. And so I just want to ask County Council, can all of the things that all the specific factual information that Supervisor Parks identified, can they be rolled into the resolution, or would you like us to give you the flexibility to roll the ones in that you think fit with the resolution that is for denial of the project versus ones that you would say these would be appropriate if the board was asking for a full EIR? And Supervisor Parks, I'm just asking, I'm just really trying to make sure we're on the proper legal grounds.
I just want to point out that we also, I think, need to reject the CEQA document, the CEQA as well as the project. And so that's what I'm looking at here.
Will we be rejecting the CEQA document if we won't be approving the minimum?
Right, yeah, there's no need for a CEQA document at all if you're denying the project. Mm-hmm. And so you're right, there's kind of two options. If your board wasn't inclined to deny the request outright, then the issue would become, as Supervisor Parks was saying, okay, well, what do you want staff to look at in terms of CEQA? But if your board's pleasure is to deny outright, which it sounds like Chair Bennett, that's where you're going, then CEQA becomes irrelevant at that point. And so then it becomes, like you said, Chair Bennett, what facts basically preclude you from making which findings? And so it would be helpful, I'm uncomfortable putting that on staff. With that in mind, it might be more helpful in that context if that's
the board,
Supervisor Parks' pleasure to kind of reframe her concerns in terms of the permit approval findings that she cannot make.
so Supervisor Parks, are you comfortable with that, those factual things, but from the standpoint of not that these things need to be studied, but that because you don't have the information you need to make these affirmative findings, and therefore we're denying the project?
Can I ask
think
just,
Does she have to say it, or just her agreement right now? Is that she
That
just-
works for me. I just think that you want to have strong reasons, and these are my reasons for denial, and I'd like them to be included.
so if there's someone denying, should they be, Chair Bennett, did you check this with Mr. Barnes ahead of time to make sure clarification? Because you seem stronger with Supervisor Bennett than the findings of Supervisor Parks. Just asking if that's the case.
Right, so yeah, Supervisor Parks was, my understanding is her comments were about the inadequacy of in her mind, of the CEQA process. So that's one box. Chair Bennett was coming from, I can't make the permit approval findings, and here's the facts to support that. That's another box. And so legally, the way it works is if you can't make the permit approval findings, then the board members who want to contribute to that motion and contribute facts and likewise can't make those findings should go on the record and tell staff and I what facts preclude them from making what findings, and we roll that up into a resolution that we'll bring back. Because again, if the board votes to deny the project, then there's no CEQA period, and so inadequacies of the CEQA process that has been done are irrelevant to that decision, if that makes sense.
Thank you.
Supervisor Zeragos.
Yes, so Mr. Chair, I support your approval of this item and your motion. But can I share some information without, just to what the folks said today, the speakers?
No, absolutely.
Yeah, one of the concerns, first of all, I want to thank all the speakers and thank staff, for, I know you guys always do excellent work, but after listening to all the speakers today, I believe, that I want to share with you that the concerns I had was that this project was approved 33 years ago, and then here we go for another 30 years. So I believe that this project is so close to the Oxnard Pacific Mobile Home Estates in Silver Wheel that the cumulative impacts to that mobile home are terrific. The pesticides, the traffic, the drilling, the air pollution, the flaring that's going to happen, well, it's not happening now. I think it's the cumulative total. I think it's is not appropriate for those folks. As I understand it's a disadvantaged community too. Which I think we need to take care of too, and also the traffic. We're going to have traffic on a 24/7 process, and also we have major impacts from the Port of Hueneme, the naval-based Ventura County, the PC-8, Route 1, and other industries there in South Oxnard. So I believe that our constituency there has really suffered tremendously with the industrial projects. So I also believe that we have some environmental justice concerns there that are really extremely important, and we need to take care of those folks there and make sure that this is a health and safety issue that needs to be addressed, for those folks. And I won't sure I have more, but I just want to support your proposal.
If I could, I'm going to try this again. I want to emphasize that the motion, I believe, should be, we can't make these affirmative findings. We don't, the burden, as County Council said, the burden of proof is on the applicant to convince us that, to the point where we can make these affirmative findings. I'm not trying to come here and say, I don't think we want our motion to say, we've making a bunch of findings that we know it has this terrible impact and that terrible impact. It's the other way around. We can't assure ourselves that it is compatible, that it wouldn't cause, health concerns, et cetera. And so the direction to staff is, I think, that's the way staff would recommend that we make the motion. And so the factual evidence that I presented, I think fits that. I think quite a few things that Supervisor Parks said completely fit the argument that the environmental document work is inadequate. But I don't know how much that fits in there. I want it to be on record, what Supervisor Parks said, but I'm not ready to force it into the resolution of County Council from a legal standpoint. And I just want to work with you, Supervisor Parks.
I could frame it in your points, if you'd like to. For example, when we're talking about whether it would not be obnoxious or harmful to impair the utility of neighboring properties, I have concerns that it could be obnoxious and harmful and impairing to the neighboring properties. And from that, I look at the fact that you have issues already with cow and virus screen, so you have a population that has health impacts that have to be considered in this because they're particularly a sensitive population for having this kind of a use near them. Also looking at the fact that you have not only this use, but it's all the others in that area that combine with that to increase the potential health impacts. And that is something that we have to consider. We also know that there is an impaired water body within a mile and a half of this site that we're concerned about because it's impaired with petroleum from drilling, constituents from petroleum from drilling. And that is something we have to be cognizant of, and that's something that is of the public interest. When we also look at what's detrimental to the public interest and the public welfare, we have to consider also greenhouse gas emissions and the fact that you will have emissions on this project because of the flaring, as well as the emphasis of our state laws, which are pushing towards eliminating the use of carbon and becoming carbon-free by 2045, which is the state law. Also looking at the fact that you have leaks in these wells, which is a concern, and just the nature of the industry has leaks. And again, that's something that can impair not only people's health, but also the environment. And I think that reaches most of the points that I was making that were in addition specific to the EIR. I think environmental justice is an issue that, again, goes back to the general welfare, and that is a point that you made too. And is one that I'm concerned about. So I do think it could be detrimental to the general welfare.
Mr. Barnes, the way Supervisor Parks worded those things, do you feel like those facts can be put into the resolution? Do you have any concerns? I mean, we're deciding to do it.
I know that's helpful. I feel like, yes.
Great. All right.
Supervisor Parks
Worded
got
that
out of the sequel box into the findings box.
into the findings
The
box.
findings box.
Okay,
And also mentioning the produced water, again, something that can impact the environment.
And is it possible for us to, I mean, there's a lot that's been said here. Is it possible for us to direct you to basically use the testimony that you just heard here to craft the resolution to come back and have that be part of our motion?
Yeah, oh, yeah, that's what you should move.
Exactly, right. So we don't have to repeat all of this now and put it on the record.
No, we need a date and time certain for the continuance, and maybe just let everyone know that it's not going to be a redo. It's for your board to consider the resolution.
Yeah, so we're not going to be reopening public testimony. We're not going to be making a new decision or anything else. We're simply going to be receiving the resolution. It's like we're continuing this item. Is that correct? We're continuing this item to a future board meeting so that we can properly bring it to a close. We're not going to do it.
The public hearing will be closed, however. It will just be for the final vote, correct?
The public hearing will stay closed, because we're just continuing the item where we are right now.
Correct.
Right. But we're not going to do it for July 30th, because that would only give him one day to do this. So the question is August 6th, or do we do it in September? Mr. Barnes, I'm suggesting September 17th. We should give you enough time to get this done properly. I'm not going to be comfortable doing August 6th and having everything.
Okay, I appreciate it.
It'll be a fire drill, trying to make sure that you've captured this in a way that you're legally comfortable. So do we need to make a time certain? We already have a 1 o'clock time certain land use item on the 17th, right? And we have a 1 o'clock land use item on the 24th. So thank you, Lori, for handing this to me. This isn't going to be a long land use item. So let's set this item up for 11 o'clock on September 17th. Does that work? Sufficient time, board members? 11 o'clock on September.
It does for me.
I'll tell you what, I'm gonna go 11 o'clock for September 24th, just because September 17th is very full, and September 24th only has one item before 11 o'clock, right?
Sounds good.
It's good.
Yeah, and just to clarify for the record, the project will not be formally denied until that resolution is approved, because there's deadlines that follow from project denial. So I just want to be clear.
Right.
The board has voiced its will to deny the project, but that act will not happen unless and until the resolution comes back and your board approves the resolution.
Got it. All right, so we have now a motion, and it's been seconded by Supervisor Zaragoza.
And would this be the appropriate time to put in the grant to return the appeal fees?
I believe it is. Let's ask Mr. Barnes.
Yeah, and I think and that's good. I think it's automatic when the appeal is upheld,
Okay,
but that's
good.
good for the record.
Okay. All right, so we'll add that to the motion. So we have that motion and a second, and we're ready to vote on that at the early hour of 5:30. All righty. And that motion passed, and this item will be heard again. September 24th at 11, not heard again, it will be continued to September 24th at 11.
Okay, nice short meeting. Good job, Steve. Good job. Easy there.